Holiday Wonderland. From awe-inspiring acrobatics to gravity-defying aerial feats, it's the perfect fusion of circus artistry and beloved holiday songs in a celebration guaranteed to create memories for the entire family. December 5th, 7 p.m., the Family Arena. On sale at the Carroll House Furniture box office located at the Family Arena or Ticketmaster. Inspire your holiday spirit with Cirque Musica Holiday Wonderland.
The Roots and Boots Tour 90s Electric Throwdown with Sammy Kershaw,
That's my story.
Colin Ray,
That's my story.
and Aaron Tippett.
She ain't a Cadillac.
Saturday, November 9th at the Family Arena.
But there ain't nothing wrong with
Reserve
the
seats on sale now at the Carroll House Furniture box office located at the Family Arena or at Ticketmaster. Roots and Boots Tour 90s Electric Throwdown.
This hour of News Talk STL brought to you by Senior Memorial. With the average funeral bill being over $9,000, are your loved ones prepared? Call 314-866-8886 or memorialplans.com. Senior Memorial Heritage Protection.
St. Louis's #1 choice for conservative talk.
This is News Talk STL. News, analysis, and opinion.
From the voices you know and trust.
Mike Ferguson, Tim Jones, Dan Bongino, Tony Colombo, Vic Porcelli, Chris Arps, Ken Williams, Larry Connors, Gabe Pfeiffer, Joe Pags, Randy Tobler, Jamie Allman, Ben Shapiro. #1 for the most live and local conservative talk. 101.9 and 94.1 News Talk STL. Still 100% George Soros free.
America Decides 2024.
Harry J's Steakhouse in Moscow Mills brings you Election Night 2024. Brought to you by DG Firearms in Bowling Green and Senior Memorial Life.
America Decides 2024.
This is special coverage of America Decides 2024 on News Talk STL.
And welcome into the studio here at News Talk STL. We interrupt your regularly scheduled program of Larry Connors USA to bring you special election coverage on this very important election night. Tony Colombo here in studio with producer Emily. We also have Larry Connors with us in the studio. Tim Jones is here as well. And my partner for the night, Vic Porcelli from the Vic Porcelli Show. How are you?
What's happening, Paisan?
Yeah, what's going on?
Nervous.
You want to call Arizona right now?
Is it time to call?
No, I just to finally get revenge.
I would love to disappoint the Arizona Twins.
I know you've been holding on to that for 4 years.
You bet. You bet, Tony. You know what?
Chance.
You're right.
Right. Yeah.
You
see?
let me know.
Yeah, you bet.
Right.
If Arizona goes, you're the one that you get to call it. Okay. You're the one who gets to go first.
All right.
All right, like I said, we've got a crowd here in the studio with us, and we'll be checking in with everybody from the News Talk STL team and beyond, the family and friends of News Talk STL. We'll be touching base with everybody throughout the night, and we've already seen some action. We already have a electoral count for you. Donald Trump, 95 electoral votes. Kamala Harris, 35 electoral votes. And we've seen Florida already be called. South Carolina, you know, some big states have already been called, ones that don't usually go quite this early. I don't think we need the headphones for this part, guys. We will when we talk to somebody on the phone, but
and that won't be happening except for all night. So
well, it will be happening in the next few minutes. Tim, let's start. Let's start with Vic. Vic, what do you think so far? Any surprises? Are you surprised at how quickly some of these states have already been called?
No. One of my surprises is disappointment that some of these cities had 4 years to fix their stuff, and they're still having electronic problems.
Yeah.
I don't buy it. I'm sorry. I know I'm Mr. Conspiracy Theory, but why are they still having problems 4 years after they blew it 4 years ago?
Yeah, we specifically talked about that problem in Pennsylvania earlier on Colombo and Company, and it's very frustrating, and I hope that does not become a story of the night, that we're hearing about voting machines malfunctioning.
And what state is leaving the polls open until 10 o'clock their time?
Pennsylvania. In that one county in Pennsylvania till 10 o'clock because of the malfunctioning voter machines.
So that's my surprise, is the lack of preparation for something as insignificant as the most important election in this country's lifetime.
Yeah. Tim Jones, I know that you are very good at like digging into the weeds, like looking at the various counties in various states. And you've been talking already about, as we've been getting ready for this, looking at some of the votes coming in and talking about the specific counties, they're coming in from various states and kind of giving you an idea of how things are shaping up. Super early, obviously, but Donald Trump off to a fast lead. Surprising to you? And what are you seeing and feeling at this point?
No surprises yet. And that is actually a good thing, because we have already, if everything remains the same throughout the night and the Republicans hold the seats that they have held already in the U.S. Senate, Republicans have already picked up the Senate seat that they were supposed to pick up. West Virginia, the governor of West Virginia, Jim Justice, will be the 50th Republican senator, presuming none of the current incumbents lose. So they're going to have to hold Texas. Florida's good. I'm really happy with Florida. You guys all remember Florida was a swing state in our lifetime like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Florida was a swing state until 2016, when Donald Trump, the breaker of all things, broke the blue wall that used to exist in Florida. Florida guys tonight could go for Donald Trump by double digits.
Wow.
Isn't that remarkable?
It is remarkable.
We used to be up all night waiting for Florida to decide. Number one, they're counting their votes well. Every state needs to be Florida. Fix your crap, get your machines right, count your votes, and vote Republican. That should be the rest of the nation.
And no hanging chad.
Yeah, no kidding. Florida in before New York. When has that ever happened? When we talk about these East Coast states, like you said, Florida's always, usually we're waiting for Florida because it's so divided.
Florida's been called.
What a dominant. Yeah, Florida's done.
And two other points, Tony. New York. I like the trend line in Georgia, but here's the thing. Nobody should count any chickens before they're hatched until the big blue Dem areas come in. Until they're done backing the trucks up and dumping off the ballot boxes, you can't presume that Donald Trump is going to win a state, for instance, like Georgia. He's currently leading, but I don't know. I don't see on the maps that we're looking at yet where these votes are being counted. I have seen where they're counting them in North Carolina. Good news in North Carolina. Kamala Harris is slightly leading in North Carolina. However, I can tell from the maps that the granular districts that are coming in are the bluer areas around the Research Triangle, Raleigh, Durham, et cetera, that kind of part of the state. And so that's good news, because Donald Trump can then run up the score in outstate North Carolina.
Yeah. Can I ask Tim a question?
Yes, please.
Because I asked you this off the air, Tim, and your answer was so great. And I'm sure other people are thinking what I'm thinking. When you see these maps and the entire state is red, every single county is red, and then there's one county that's blue, and then they end up winning that state. Why is that?
Number one, Democrat ruined urban areas like St. Louis and Kansas City. Number two, anywhere there's a university. In Missouri, Greene County, Missouri State, unfortunately, Columbia, the People's Republic of Columbia, unfortunately, the flagship Mizzou. So you've got St. Louis, Kansas City, University.
Brilliant.
That's where you get it.
I think that's brilliant.
Yeah, and it's spot on. And unfortunately,
that's exactly why I told my grandson he wanted to go to the University of Texas. I said, you do not want to go there. He said, Papa, that's your home state. You were born there. I said, it's not the same anymore.
Yeah, Larry Connor's in studio with us. Larry, you're a veteran of these presidential races. Anything? Obviously everyone is unique, and nothing matches. Nothing's like this 2024 election. What are the standout things that you're seeing so far tonight?
Well, like you're saying, there's nothing that we've ever seen like this one before, where a presidential candidate, they've tried to assassinate twice. And that's basically ignored by the media. I don't know. You always flip back to hometown. Mark Twain said, if the elections meant anything, they wouldn't let us do it anyway. So, but in this case, obviously, we've got a lot at stake. I'm looking at CNN, and it's interesting in how they're quick to point out Harris is leading Pennsylvania and Michigan. I mean, they're just going wild as how bad she is,
with 5%
beating him in
vote.
Blue states in that blue wall, but that's still early.
Yeah, very early. 5% of the vote in Pennsylvania so far. What's your gut feeling about the overall momentum of the night, Larry, outside the presidential election, or maybe even with the presidential election, but also the House, the Senate?
I think Tim nailed it exactly, and he's certainly more detailed on this than I am. I think a lot of them are going to ride in on Trump's coattails. And I think Trump is going to prevail across the nation and pull a lot of them with him.
Yeah. Vic, you voted today, right? We talked about the early voting lines, and, that's been a big story in the state of Missouri and obviously across the country as well. I think you and I had very similar. I was in and out today, and it wasn't that it wasn't crowded, because it was. Where I voted in St. Charles County, it was very crowded, but the poll workers were outstanding.
Yeah.
There was like 20 people checking people in. So a 20-person line, went in an instant. There was about 50 places to actually fill out your ballot. So
we look like the smart ones, right?
Right.
Waiting till election day.
It was crowded, but it did move
right.
quickly.
We voted.
Did you have a similar experience?
Well, no. Yes.
Which one?
Okay. Yes. We voted at Parkway Southwest Middle, which we could walk to, and there was literally no one. We walked in.
Wow.
We walked right to the desk. We got our ballots, and we filled them out, and we were in and out of there in as long as it takes to fill out the ballot. Now, I have a question about ballots, okay?
Yeah, please.
When you voted in St. Charles, you do the ballot, and then you put it in the machine?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you put it in the machine. Why can't we get a receipt?
I agree.
On what you put on that ballot is what actually got registered.
I agree. Because
once
all it does is count it. You're
right, Larry. I mean, you put it in and you don't, I mean, I get it. I don't get it. But you put it in and it's like, well, I hope it picked Trump. Like I said,
That's a great idea.
Just a receipt.
Yeah.
And by the way, why aren't ballots have a serial number, a unique serial number like the currency?
Mm-hmm.
Every piece of currency has a unique serial number.
Then you can't rig elections.
Oh, yeah, I'm so stupid. I swear to God, I'm so stupid.
So, Tim, you were just saying a moment ago, and I think you're spot on, that Florida is setting a great example of how to do it fast but credible. How do you feel about Missouri? How do you feel about the way that we do things overall in the state of Missouri? In elections past, very rarely, we did have in the primary earlier this year. Remember, we did have that one situation with a very late vote count coming, I think, out of St. Charles. But in general, in these that we've done together over the years, you and I, Tim, Missouri's not usually the problem.
We do things well.
How do you feel about
We do things well. We could always be better. We have photo voter ID in Missouri. Every state should have that. We've banned ballot boxes in Missouri. Drop boxes. Every state should do that. Yeah. We have a limited, I don't like that we have any early voting, but we have a limited period of early voting. That, by the way, was a trade we made in order to finally get photo voter ID to stop being thrown out by the courts.
We had to make a trade?
We had to, yeah, because you're always dealing with left-wing lunatics on the judiciary and the Democratic Party. We still have left-wing lunatics here. We have a few, St. Louis, Kansas City. So we have photo voter ID. We do not have drop boxes. We have a very, very defined modest period of early voting. We have a good system of electoral integrity. We have paper ballots. Mm-hmm. You fill out, have to fill in the circle. So we have a good system of electoral integrity. It could always be better. I'd like us to have a better audit system, like what Vic was pointing to. We should have an audit system, something that's easy to check. And we should always make sure our urban areas count their ballots just as briskly as everybody else in the state.
We're going to be checking in with the entire News Talk STL team as we go throughout the night. Right now, Tim Jones is in studio with us. So is Larry Connors, Vic Porcelli, Tony Colombo. That's me, producer Emily, all here in studio with our special election coverage. And we're going to check in with our first guest, the host of the morning show. You always go to the morning guys first because they have to get up first. So Mike Ferguson from Mike Ferguson in the Morning going to join us next on our special election coverage here on News Talk STL.
Sorry.
On News Talk STL.
This hour of Larry Connors USA brought to you by my friends at Renewal by Anderson. And listen to this. Renewal is having a killer of a sale. Buy any window or door. Get a second one, 50% off, 0 interest, no payments for 18 months. Renewal has the most 5-star reviews of any full-service window company. Simply dial pound 250, pound 250, and say the key word, windows.
Tony Colombo here for the Farmers Co-op Old Town Country Store in Old Town St. Peters, where they have a huge selection of products and services for your yard and home, including a full line of lawn and garden products, a full line of products for animal care, and that includes anything from livestock to the family dog or cat. They'll fill any size propane tank for about half the price of a new one, and so much more. Visit them in St. Peters on 2nd Street, right behind the QT at 70 and Mid Rivers Mall Drive, and check out all their products and services at oldtowncountrystore.com.
Question: are you looking to unlock the full potential of artificial intelligence for your business? I want you to meet my friends at PRI Global, named by the St. Louis Business Journal as a leading IT consulting firm. 25 years helping local and worldwide companies. PRI Global has a free survey to determine where your company stands in your AI journey. You simply go to priglobal.ai, priglobal.ai. And I also have a phone number, so get ready to copy that number. And I'll remind you that PRI Global has its own AI lab, creating, adapting, developing, pushing the boundaries for what AI can do for you. Here's the number, 636-689-0545, 636-689-0545, or visit priglobal.ai, priglobal.ai.
If you have a phone, you have a radio.
Yes, I listen on my phone.
Download the News Talk STL app.
News Talk STL.
Streaming live on the mobile app.
It is awesome. And listen anytime.
Love the News Talk STL app.
Anywhere.
America Decides 2024.
Harry J's Steakhouse in Moscow Mills brings you Election Night 2024. Brought to you by Picadilly Palace and Patriot Powder Coating and Iron Bear Customs.
America Decides 2024.
This is special coverage of America Decides 2024 on News Talk STL.
Welcome back to special election coverage here on News Talk STL. Stand by here while I... Okay, there we go. Now I'm fine. Something, I don't know what was going on there. We're having a little bit of a technical issue. You'll just not be able to hear the conversation with Mike here. Sorry about that. We're live radio, folks. Welcome back into special election coverage here on News Talk STL. It has something to do with the splitter, Emily. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, so live here in the studio with Speaker Tim Jones. Larry Connors is here as well. Vic Porcelli is checking on some of the races as we speak. And on the line with us is Mike Ferguson from Mike Ferguson in the Morning. Mike, we've had a fast start to things tonight. As we mentioned, already an electoral count of 95 for Donald Trump, 35 for Kamala Harris. States of Florida and South Carolina, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, Indiana, Oklahoma, all already in the column for Donald Trump. And we're watching the votes come in some of the key states like North Carolina. So far, that state is only at 10% of the vote, 53% for Kamala Harris, but a long way to go. And one of the states that will be playing a huge role, Pennsylvania, also just getting started, only 7% of the vote in there in Pennsylvania. So some of the early key states that we'll be watching. Mike, your initial takeaways from the night so far.
Yeah, I mean, and you look at some of those states; those are all states that you mentioned that are expected to go to Donald Trump, and you can already say Missouri as well. North Carolina is going to be interesting because they've had obviously impacted by the hurricanes, but in their race for governor, that got really, really ugly, and things are looking bad for their candidate for governor, which is Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. And there is a chance that he is a dead weight on the entire Republican ticket there, and otherwise would have been a pretty good shot for the Republicans to capture that. So I think you should put that one under too close to call. I wouldn't say it's over by any means, but too close to call. But, like you said, all eyes are on Pennsylvania, and this is going to be one of those races that two things are going to be true at the same time. One, all the crap you see on Twitter, you can disregard from either side. It's just crazy right now. But secondly, as the momentum, and I think that's Donald Trump, just from my 20-some years of being in this business, is that whoever could win those states like Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, those swing states, even if they win by a very, very narrow margin, it could be a very close vote across the country, but a wide electoral victory. And that is very possible for Donald Trump right now. I'm not saying that everybody should count their chickens, proverbially before they hatch. I mean, once we're done talking here, I'm going to go to bed and not know who the president will be. I think that
may wake up the same way.
Yeah, yeah, right.
That's right. I think that the momentum is on Donald Trump's side, if for no other reason that the Biden-Harris administration and the Harris-Walz campaign have given nobody a reason to vote for them unless you're passionate about abortion, and they've given no reason to inspire anybody, and basically they gave some people reason to walk away from them.
Well, you just mentioned the state of Georgia, Mike. I think that could be the next maybe big state that we see something out of, because unlike Pennsylvania and North Carolina, again, Pennsylvania right now only 8% of the vote in, North Carolina only 11% of the vote in. However, 49% of the vote in Georgia, and an 11-point lead for Donald Trump at this moment, 55-44. Mike, you and I haven't had a whole lot of opportunity to talk leading up to this election on the air. The term that I've heard from everybody, including myself, leading up to this election seems to be cautious optimism. How do you feel now that we've started the night? What are your gut feelings telling you about the momentum of this race and how it seems to be playing out at this moment?
Yeah, I was just reading up on Georgia actually a few minutes ago. They changed their law after 2020 to where all of those absentee and early votes, they have been allowed to count them early, so that they were able to have that big number of votes ready once the polls closed. Keep in mind that right now, a lot of the rural areas, the more rural areas, have come in first. Atlanta isn't really coming in just yet, but there are reports coming out of Atlanta, some of the TV stations and some of the newspapers there, that are saying that Kamala Harris is underperforming with black men, according to the exit polls. And if she cannot meet expectations with black men, she's going to have a real hard time holding on to Georgia. Remember, this is the state that elected Raphael Warnock. So this is truly a swing state. This is not a red state that a lot of people would think, hey, it's in the South, it's probably red. I mean, it's the state that elects, tragically, people like Marjorie Taylor Greene overwhelmingly, and at the same time elects Raphael Warnock. So, this is a state that could go any direction, but right now it really looks like that's going to come down to how well do the Democrats win or lose black votes in that major urban area.
So I know it's only 1%, but they just flashed up the Josh Hawley race, and it was 70% for Josh Hawley, and something he's gonna. I think he's gonna win big, but I know that's crazy. But I mean, yeah, that's the first look of it that I've had, and that's pretty. Wild.
I mean, you got to give Lucas Coons credit. He got in the ring. He ran a race. He gave it a shot. No, wait, hold on. I'm not going to say it that way. But,
don't get hit. Don't get hit.
Yeah. Larry, as we watch Georgia unfold here, 49, now 50% of the vote. Donald Trump still with that 11% lead. What does that tell you? If anything?
I think Georgia's going to go into Trump. I mean, I was looking for Buckhead itself a moment ago, and I noticed Buck, Pennsylvania. That's where they had a lot of problems as well, if you recall. And they're going to, right now, CNN is showing Harris with 70+%. But they also put up a moment ago, Mike, I don't know if you saw it. I thought I saw them put up the popular vote, national popular vote, and that was Trump close to 70%.
Wow.
If I misread it, my eyes, I do need to double check. But I thought I saw a moment ago, certainly north of 65%.
We'll definitely check that out. Tim, you've been digging in.
That's Florida.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Mike. Say it.
Say that's the Florida count.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
That would make sense on the national,
Tim has been looking specifically at the state of Georgia here in the last few minutes. You see anything interesting about where we're at?
Here's the significant thing about Georgia. Donald Trump is up 10 points in Georgia, and that's with 70% of the vote in already in Fulton County.
Okay.
Wow.
Fulton County.
That's with Fulton County in?
70% of Fulton County is in, and Donald Trump is up statewide by 11 points now. That is significant. If Kamala Harris doesn't run up the score in and around Fulton County, she will not win Georgia.
Yeah, but it looks like the clock is ticking on her in Fulton County. If that much of the vote is in already, and he still has a double-digit lead in the state of Georgia, I mean, that could be the first big big headline of the night. Mike, only a couple of minutes left here. What are your sort of final thoughts and the things that you'll be focused on throughout the rest of the night, and what you think is important for us to be watching?
Well, obviously, I'm going to be watching the Amendment 3 vote very, very closely. I mean, personally, for me, that was the most important vote I cast, was against that today, because Missouri obviously is not a swing state by any means. So that's the one I'm going to be watching very closely. It's also going to be interesting to see whether or not the Republicans can hold on to a super majority in the legislature. Not that they're necessarily going to need it. It's not that Mike Kehoe is going to veto a lot of their stuff. And you can safely call the races for all the statewide Republicans in Missouri as well. But what you were just telling me about the Atlanta numbers, that you guys had numbers that I didn't see right before the call started. Tim, you're absolutely right. I mean, if there's that big of a lead in Fulton County, and probably comes down to Kamala Harris underperforming, like I said, with black voters, and particularly black male voters, I don't see how she makes that up with that percentage of vote already in.
Yeah, 53% now of the total vote in Georgia counted, and Trump continues to have
55%,
nearly an 11-point lead, just a little more than a 10-point lead in the state of Georgia. So that could be, like I said, one of the big first stories developing tonight. We're going to keep an eye on all of it, and of course, whether we get an answer tonight or not on this presidential race, Mike Ferguson will be with you starting at 5:30 a.m. I cannot promise the condition of the studio when you arrive tomorrow morning.
What is that supposed to
mean? Vic may still be here.
Yeah, let's just say, I think Vic's already entering stage 2 of a food coma from the Capriati's.
Nervous eating. That's what I do.
You may have to roll him out of the studio.
That's why I'm fat.
But we'll get there one way or another. Mike Ferguson in the morning, every weekday starting 5:30 a.m. here on News Talk STL. Really appreciate your time this evening, Mike, and we'll be listening in the morning.
Yeah, you got it. We're starting right off the bat live at 5:35 as well, hitting the ground running tomorrow.
Thanks, Mike.
Great stuff.
Can I just end this break with a
please,
funny?
Go ahead.
I saw a meme yesterday that said, "Doesn't Montana look like Joe Biden's trying to sniff Idaho?" And they put Joe Biden's face, and his face fits perfectly in the border, and it looks like he's trying to sniff Idaho.
Well, since you opened that door, someone sent me, and I do not have allowance to use their name at this point. Feels like we're all in divorce court waiting to see who gets custody of us.
They just called Arkansas. Arkansas has just been called for Donald Trump.
I wasn't doubting that one.
Yeah, the official now count.
No shockers.
Count is 101 to 35.
No shockers yet.
No shockers yet. Would you count?
Pennsylvania continues on CNN. They just want to push it and push it and push it, showing the 71%.
Yeah, with 8% voting.
Yeah,
only 8% of the voting.
Yeah.
It's like they're trying to manipulate
again. With
there are people still in line, aren't there, in Pennsylvania?
So, I guess so.
I hope it's
that's
all
right.
the
They're voting
vote.
until 10 o'clock.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
All right. We will continue to keep an eye on obviously the national race and any states that are getting called in either direction. But while we have a minute here early on, I do want to dig into some of the local issues and have that conversation. As we continue on here with Tim Jones, Larry Connors, Vic Porcelli, I'm Tony Colombo. You're listening to live election coverage on 101.9 and 94.1 News Talk STL.
You're listening to America Decides 2024 on News Talk STL.
So the other day, my friend Michael Proctor was in the studio with me as we were visiting Vic and Ken on the morning show. And Michael and I started talking about draperies, shades, shutters, custom made. Do you think he asked me for advice? Of course not. Of course not. I know nothing about it. Michael Proctor is a St. Louis expert on designing custom design drapes, shades, and shutters. You simply go to proctordrapery.com and you can see the difference Michael can make for your home. Proctor, spelled like doctor, proctordrapery.com. Again, we're talking about custom-made window fabrics and shutters. He can upgrade for you or simply start from scratch. Either way, keep in mind, he's the expert. He's my guy, Michael Proctor, proctordrapery.com. Proctor spelled like doctor. When you want the custom-made product, Proctor like doctor.
Ready to soar beyond your limits? The U.S. Air Force and Space Force offer more than just a job. It's a launch pad for your future. With over 200 career paths, competitive pay, benefits, free education, 30 days paid vacation, and a chance to travel the globe, all while serving your country with pride. Your journey starts here. Call Jeremy Jefferson in St. Louis at 314-295-6834 or visit airforce.com and spaceforce.com today.
The Flower Stop, celebrating 30 years of blooming success in historic Colville. Owner Christy Stockglasner invites you to their open house, Saturday, November 9th. Enjoy refreshments, raffles, and giveaways while exploring their fresh flowers, plants, and endless home selection. Get ready for the holidays with the Flower Stop's festive decor. Pickup and delivery available. Visit theflowerstop.net or call 636-939-4401. The Flower Stop, locally woman-owned and blooming for 30 years.
Epic STL is always on the lookout for highly motivated, goal-oriented, results-driven people to add to our growing, winning team of sales and content professionals. 101.9 and 94.1 News Talk STL is a locally owned and operated venture of Epic STL. Apply to be a part of our creative, fun, and rewarding work environment by simply going to the Connect tab on newstalkstl.com and click on Application. Epic STL and News Talk STL are equal opportunity employers.
Ready to explore the underwater world? Great American Divers, your veteran-owned local scuba center, is making waves with incredible offers. Get $50 off any new open water course when you mention News Talk STL. And mark your calendars. November 8th and 9th is our massive fall sale. Everything in store on sale, plus our huge swap and sale event for quality used gear. PADI certification, equipment repairs, we got it all. Our experienced staff is passionate about teaching, and we're the only center in the area with our own indoor heated pool. Visit GreatAmericanDivers.com today. Great American Divers, where adventure runs deep.
So many ways to listen to News Talk STL.
Join the conversation. All you have to do is say,
Hey Alexa, play News Talk STL.
Welcome to News Talk STL, conservative talk radio for St. Louis.
America Decides 2024.
Harry J's Steakhouse in Moscow Mills brings you Election Night 2024. Brought to you by DG Firearms in Bowling Green and Senior Memorial Life.
America Decides 2024.
This is special coverage of America Decides 2024 on News Talk STL.
Welcome back into live election coverage here on 101.9 94.1 News Talk STL. Tony Colombo here in studio with producer Emily, Vic Porcelli, Larry Connors, and former Missouri Speaker of the House, Tim Jones. As you mentioned a moment ago, Tim, no surprises on the national stage yet. Maybe a story developing in Georgia, still very early on in North Carolina and Pennsylvania. Well, we have a little bit of a second here to breathe. I know we haven't seen any of the Missouri numbers come in yet. First off, when do you expect that we will start to see that Missouri story start to shape up?
Looks like Missouri is currently only reporting maybe the absentees. I don't even know if they're reporting the early vote yet because there's only about 50,000 votes that have come in. They appear to be predominantly from the Kansas City region, Jackson County, which is Kansas City. So I would not wrap your axle around these results because that's going to be one of the bluest parts of the state, second only to St. Louis. We've only got a little bit of Jackson County and a little bit of Lincoln County. So hello to our listeners up in 94.1 land.
Yeah.
It's the Republicans have a slight edge on everything, but that's remarkable considering Jackson County, one of the liberal counties, is coming in, and the Republicans still have the edge. So I think it's going to be a big night for Republicans in Missouri. I do have some news on North Carolina.
Yeah.
North Carolina has pulled to a dead heat.
Oh my God.
Kamala Harris was leading significantly, but I believe that's because of the as my wife would call it, the research triangle. She went to UNC Chapel Hill for her master's, and so that's known as the research triangle, Raleigh, Durham, and that area. That was coming in early, which was, of course, giving Kamala Harris the lead, going back to our earlier discussion about how the urban areas and anywhere there's a university are going to return more bluer votes. But now Carolina is 49.4 to 49.3. Kamala Harris in the lead by 0.1%. We got a long way to go in North Carolina.
You get into the Asheville area, that should turn dramatically.
Yes, with only 14% reporting. The big story of the night, Tony, that is developing is Georgia.
Yes.
If Donald Trump maintains this lead, I think you're going to start seeing a lot of sourpusses over at CNN.
I like sourpusses on CNN.
Because Georgia was predicted to be extremely close, and we have a long way to go. We still have half the vote to count, so things could change dramatically.
55% of the vote in Georgia, that's a big chunk.
and 70% of Fulton County.
Yes.
That's
yes.
big.
And Donald Trump continues to hold a near 11-point lead. He's in the double digits lead.
And the New York Times is giving him 101 electoral votes right now to 52
and how about this?
for Harris. So, I mean, we still have a lot to go.
Another quick update here from North Carolina. I mean, this is happening in real time, obviously. As Tim just mentioned, it was 14%. Now it's 16% of the vote, and Donald Trump has 51% of that 16% in North Carolina. That's the first time tonight he's been on top, but still a long, long way to go.
I'm sure you guys might be surprised if I told you that Illinois got called.
Yes,
and
I was going to say, you said
it suddenly jumped to 71 votes, electoral votes for Harris, just because of Illinois.
Yes, it did. Illinois has now officially been called for Kamala Harris, making the electoral count at this moment 101-71. Tim, one last question about the local stuff before we start to actually see these numbers come in. I know you obviously talked to people on the inside of Missouri government and both on and off the air. We had Senator Nick Schroer on our show yesterday, Justin Sparks on today. There has been a massive appeal from conservatives across the state of Missouri to educate and inform people specifically about Amendment 3, but all the big issues. How do you feel about how much that message has connected and the momentum of these major issues like Amendment 2, Amendment 3, Amendment 7 in the state of Missouri that we'll be getting some numbers on here shortly?
I believe if Donald Trump wins Missouri by more than 15 points, then there is a chance that Amendment 3 will go down. It'll go down by a narrow margin, but I don't understand or see a Donald Trump plus 15 electorate also approving of abortion and transgender rights. I think that's a weird voter that I've never met. And so I'd be very shocked if Donald Trump wins Missouri by more than 15 points, which he is projected to do, and Amendment 3 passes. It's possible. We tend to be weird ticket splitters in Missouri with a very populist tinge. But I would hope that there has been enough education, despite being outspent $30 bazillion to one, that most Missourians have figured out that this was more than abortion. This was putting a transgender super right without parental consent into the Missouri's Constitution. Hopefully a bridge too far for most Trump Missouri voters.
Yeah, I think that's spot on, Vic, because I think what Tim just said is so spot on, because I think the more engaged and the more informed voters are, and they realize that what they see in the ads is not the truth about Amendment 3.
Nor what they see on the ballot. I'm sorry, Vic.
You're exactly right, Larry.
I mean, so much is hidden. Go ahead, Vic.
No, you're exactly
You're
right.
on the roll. Go.
So, yeah.
I was just going to say Tim's nailed everything except that they are still, many of them, uninformed.
Yes.
They just see the abortion issue.
Mhm.
That's all they're looking at. They're not going to the rest of them. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say that that's the importance of the more engaged, the more informed electorate. And I think that in my experience covering elections, this is the most educated overall, the most engaged across the board with demographics. Still not nearly enough. Still far from enough. Voter turnout, voter participation is one of the biggest problems we have in the state of Missouri and across the country.
All right.
However, I feel like more people are getting engaged, and as more people get engaged and become informed, the worse things get for the left.
If I may.
Yes, please.
A couple of things. First thing, I hate that they call it reproductive rights.
Right.
When what they want to do is nothing reproductive. It's what's the opposite of reproductive? They're not reproducing, they're deducing. You know what I mean? You're killing citizens. And this has nothing to do with the abortion thing, but when we talk about on our side, hey, there's some election fraud going on here. What's the answer that we get from the left all the time? Well, there's no evidence of widespread voter fraud. Why, Tim? Why do we have to wait for widespread? Why don't we do it?
They don't need widespread. All they need is systemic and surgical voter fraud, and the Democratic Party mastered that back in the Pendergast era. I mean, why do Democrats clutch their pearls when we accuse them of voter fraud, stealing and cheating? They've stealing and cheating.
We got it.
I can't even say it because I get so aggravated about this.
Sir.
Democrats
on my sandwich?
I probably need a shot or two of Larry's whiskey. Democrats made voter fraud a professional sport a bazillion years ago, and now they act like they've never heard of it before.
So here's my
You
problem.
see one termite, there are going to be many more behind. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Why do we let it happen? Why do we let them
I
say
think we're starting to not. I think we're
widespread.
finally getting to a point where people are putting their foot down.
And
we're not where we need to be, but finally, I think that message is breaking through, and that realization of being lied to is starting to sink in.
And by the way, define widespread for me.
Yeah.
Right. They could have 99% voted for. Well, it's not really widespread. 100% would be widespread. They'll say any damn thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm sick of it.
What's the definition of a high capacity magazine?
Exactly.
Right. Larry, we're going to get Gabe Pfeiffer. Like I said earlier, you always got to get those morning guys in and out,
get them
early.
in.
Before we get to that conversation with Gabe Pfeiffer, a quick update on some of the big national stories. Georgia continues to be fascinating. Now up to 58% of the vote in Georgia. Donald Trump still holds consistently now. This has been going on since we went on the air. Since about 40% of the vote was in is when I started really watching Georgia. When we started really watching Georgia, he's held a consistent 11-point lead. It's now up to 58% of the vote in Georgia. And in North Carolina, as we started this break, and Tim was explaining where we were in North Carolina at 14% of the vote. Now it's 22% of the vote. And Donald Trump has a 5-point lead in North Carolina. So I want to do some digging in during the break into North Carolina, see where those votes are coming from. But 5-point lead in North Carolina, 11-point lead in Georgia. Larry, what is this, if anything, what does this tell you at this?
Well, I still think if you've got Atlanta and Buckhead, all that is swinging that hard, and Harris isn't pulling in the young black men. They did not like being lectured to by Obama and being told how they should be voting. They did not like the fact that they were being dissed by a former black president that they probably, in fact, had supported. And they've seen nothing come out of this administration that helps them. Oh, and Harris. Oh, no. Harris did offer money to buy a house and marijuana. That's what she thought of them.
After putting people in jail for marijuana in California, she'll flip-flop on that one if she needs to win some votes in the presidential election.
That says what they think of them.
Yeah,
and that's
exactly right, Larry.
That's the bad thing about it. I know for the last 2 elections I was preaching, once they get you off the urban plantation, and they get you to vote, then they'll take you back and dump you right in there and forget about you until the next 4 years.
All right, can I end this break on another funny?
Yes, please.
Is
this going to be a thing tonight? Just tell me now so I know.
You got a problem? End every break you got a problem with my funnies?
No, I don't got no problem with your funnies. I'm just asking.
Maybe.
Paisan.
Maybe. So Joe Biden called us garbage, right?
He did.
I thought he called you garbage.
And he did.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a Trump supporter, so yes, he did. And then he said, those MAGA Republicans, I like to smack him in the ass.
Yeah.
So
that was weird.
Our phrase for the morning show, you might want to use at home. Well, smack my ass and call me garbage.
First of all, you're supposed to slap him in the ass.
But he said
smack
smack
him.
I had to do the Joe thing. I was going to say slap.
So
slap my ass and call me garbage.
When are you going to tell the joke? So we can go to break.
Tell everybody how bad my impressions are, too. Go ahead.
Pfeiffer from Mike Ferguson in the morning joins us next. You're listening to live coverage of election 2024 here on News Talk STL.
Do I need
America Decides 2024
on News Talk STL.
Here's some expert advice from McGuire Moving and Storage. If you have a home or business move coming up, you need to book now. Most moving companies are booked 6 to 8 weeks out. So call McGuire now, get an on-site estimate, set a date. McGuire has 85 years of experience and just won the Spire Quality Award. I can personally testify McGuire goes above and beyond to help the clients. McGuire Moving and Storage, McGuireMoving.com.
Connor Roofing, you can count on Connor. Congratulations to the awesome team at Connor Roofing for earning the 2024 National Best of the Best Award for customer satisfaction. Connor Roofing has now won back-to-back honors because they do outstanding work in all types of roofing, storm damage restoration, siding, gutters, both residential and commercial. We chose Connor Roofing without telling the owners, Rob and Kathy Connor. Their customer reviews are some of the best in the country. Please read them. Visit ConnorRoofing.com and request an estimate. Connor Roofing, you can count on Connor.
For over half a century, Joe Bacardi's has been serving up a little taste of Italy right here in St. Louis. Family owned since 1971, we're more than just a restaurant. We're a local landmark. With 4 convenient locations, we offer something for everyone, from our famous pizzas to mouth-watering entrees and delicious salads. Dine in with a glass of wine or grab a quick carryout. Whether it's dinner for 2 or catering for a crowd, Joe Bacardi's has you covered. Visit joebacardis.com and join our loyalty program. Joe Bacardi's, where every meal ends with buon appetito.
Looking for a hardware store that treats you like family? Welcome to True Value Schneider's Hardware, your local gem in Old Town St. Peters. For over 100 years, we're proudly serve you St. Charles County, providing everything from lawn and garden supplies to plumbing and electrical. Need a bolt or fastener? We've got you covered. And don't forget, we're a steel dealership. Whether you need sales, parts, or service, ask for Charlie or Jerry when you come in. We're here to help. Call 636-278-4461 or visit us online at truevalue.com/Schneiders.
Looking for the best cannabis deals? Come to the Garden of Whedon, your locally owned dispensary in St. Charles. We guarantee the lowest prices and the highest quality flower and products. Our knowledgeable staff will help you make the right choice, and you can inspect your purchase before buying. From flowers to animals, cartridges, and more, we've got you covered. Support local business, not corporations. Garden of Whedon, where quality meets affordability. Call 636-244-0621 or visit us at 4506 Central School Road. Mention this ad for 20% off your first purchase.
Are you a St. Louis small business owner looking to boost your brand? Blue Ocean Media Group offers affordable video production that packs a punch. From social media content to branded promotional clips, we'll help you stand out in the digital crowd. Professional quality, small business prices. Let's tell your story together. Learn more at blueomg.com. That's blueomg.com. Blue Ocean Media, big impact videos for small business budgets.
Mike Ferguson in the morning.
Whether voters get it right or get it wrong, we are bringing you in-depth analysis of the election results on Wednesday from around St. Louis and around the country.
Morning starting at 5:30
on News Talk STL.
America Decides 2024.
Harry J's Steakhouse in Moscow Mills brings you Election Night 2024. Brought to you by Picadilly Palace at Patriot Powder Coating and Iron Bear Customs.
America Decides 2024.
This is special coverage of America Decides 2024 on News Talk STL.
Welcome back into the studio here, live election night coverage. Tony Colombo here with producer Emily, Tim Jones, Larry Connors, and Vic Porcelli, all live in studio. We're going around the horn also tonight to basically the entire News Talk STL team. Everybody is somewhere watching these election results as they come in live. No new states to announce coming into this segment here. The Electoral College vote still 101 for Donald Trump to 71 for Kamala Harris. The two big interesting stories that seem to be developing early here are in Georgia and North Carolina. Georgia tightening up a little bit in the last few minutes, 65% of the vote in Georgia now. And Donald Trump has a 52% to Kamala Harris's 47% lead. And sort of the opposite development in North Carolina. Donald Trump is expanding his lead there now with 24% of the vote in North Carolina, 53% for Donald Trump to Kamala Harris's 46%. And joining us on the line
Tony,
now,
before you go there,
yes, sir.
Fox did just call Missouri.
Oh.
And Kehoe.
Very good. All right. So that will add to the electoral total for Donald Trump. And Tim, I mean, the governor's race getting called that quickly here in Missouri, no surprise.
No surprise. We just hope to run up the score because, as I said, I believe the larger the Trump victory, the more likely it will be that the demonic demon spawn of Amendment 3 will possibly go down. Possibly.
Yeah.
I still am not a believer in that yet because of all the polling I've seen publicly has shown Amendment 3 passing. So I don't have an argument to the contrary other than the one that would seem to make the most sense, which would be a huge Trump victory. I don't understand a Trump voter that also votes for abortion and transgender rights. So, but I think it has to be enough of a cushion there.
Yes. Gabe Pfeiffer for Mike Ferguson in the morning on the line with us now. Gabriel, first of all, thank you for your time this evening and your thoughts as we are still early in the night here, but all, some interesting stories seem to be developing. How are you feeling about election night so far?
Good evening, folks. I'm
cautiously optimistic.
There it
That's
is again.
That's the phrase, right? That's the phrase of the generation at this point. Now, one of the things that has bothered me about our presidential election counting is the fact that, you can have Florida with almost, 90 some odd % of their districts all tallied up, at the end, they're all buttoned up, while there are other districts up that closed earlier. There are other states that closed earlier that are still getting their pants on.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things that it's a bugaboo of mine, I guess, as I watch all the coverage kind of come through.
Tim, do you think that there should be I can't even believe I'm asking this question, because I am the last person that would ever ask for any type of government overreach, but it is pretty amazing in the United States that we can have a state like Florida that can be, that can have their act together so quickly. I mean, a massive state, one of the biggest states in the union, that can do this job well and quick, and other states that can't. Should there be, in your opinion, some kind of federal guidelines, or does that just open up a box of worms?
How about we just mandate that everyone sit down and have a Florida election tutorial? Right?
Yeah,
maybe Florida can teach the other 49 laboratories of democracy how to do it right the first time, the right way. I mean, Florida is the second largest state by population. I love the fact they've leapfrogged New York, because everybody from New York has moved to Florida and not brought their politics, obviously, with them. Because the wrong politics with them, because Florida, with over 25 million voters, has 87% of the results in. And by the way, folks, this is an earthquake for a state that used to be a swing state. Yeah. Donald Trump winning Florida by nearly 14 points.
Incredible. Yeah.
Major.
I also may have some interesting information on the abortion amendments in Florida, but I need to look that up for a second.
Okay, while you look that up, Gabe, I want to talk about, again, as we watch these numbers come in, we're watching these numbers develop in Georgia. They're moving along at a fairly brisk pace. It's up to 66% of the vote now in Georgia. We see the North Carolina number going up. Pennsylvania, the state that everybody's watching, has been stuck at below 15% all night. Only 13% of the vote in Pennsylvania. That's another thing that we haven't talked about yet, but I think is going to be a story that develops throughout the night. Is Pennsylvania is going to be a problem?
They're waiting for the trucks with the ballots, Tony.
Oh, is that what it is? So, go ahead. We have a few minutes left, Gabe. I want to get your thoughts on just the overall momentum of the night.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be moving in Trump's direction. I mean, and he's overperforming with a lot of demographics that have traditionally gone Democrat. So I'm particularly heartened by the black vote moving finally to become a competitive voting bloc now that both the Republican and Democrat Party are now going to have to fight for. So thank you guys for waking up. Hopefully that movement continues.
Very good. Gabe Pfeiffer from Mike Ferguson in the Morning every weekday, 5:30 a.m. Whether or not we get an answer tonight, they will be on top of it for you first thing in the morning, and we will be listening. Gabe, thanks as always for your time, my friend.
Thanks, guys. God bless.
Thanks, Gabe.
And Vic, before we run out of time here, this segment, I mean, it kind of goes along to our biggest fears, our biggest frustration of the night going in Pennsylvania. These other states, even states like North Carolina, some of these other states that, are swing states that are got all eyes on, at least the numbers are moving.
Mm-hmm.
Pennsylvania just not moving.
You hear it. We heard it the entire time. Pennsylvania, you win Pennsylvania and you win. You win Pennsylvania and you win. So, of course, it was going to be the drama.
Yes.
And, are they cheating? Tony, I don't know.
Yeah. Larry, we got about 1 minute left here in this hour. We're gonna check in at the top of the hour. We're gonna check in with live national SRN news. Let me ask you, with about a minute and a half actually left in this segment, as we wrap up hour one of our coverage here, Larry, how are you feeling overall about the state?
Yeah, I'm still feeling good. I am. I mean, it's going to be inching at a point, but folks that are locked into their particular channel that they get their God belief from, like CNN or whatever, they think, oh, we're back in control. We're going to have it. But you look at the map you see right now. I know we got a long ways to go, but I don't see a lot on there. And they all the talk about the blue wall. I remember the last time around when it came to Trump winning against Hillary, they'll never get through the blue wall. They blew it down.
Yeah.
Right, Tim?
They sure did. And yes, it appears that abortion has failed in Florida. Now, a notable characteristic there that we should have here that we don't have here in Missouri, Florida requires a 60%. How about that? To amend Florida's constitution, you have to have more than 50% plus one.
Hello.
What a novel idea.
Good.
It appears that abortion has failed in Florida. So the lefties will have to go somewhere else to kill their babies.
Whatever happens in Missouri tonight, Tim, I think hopefully is the final lesson that needs to be learned by the legislature in the state of Missouri to get IP reform done.
As long as you have leadership that stops being beholden to rental Republican consultants.
Yeah, amen.
Good point.
All right, we're going to be here with you all night. Like I said, we're going to give you a quick check-in at the top of the hour with SRN Live National News, and then we'll be back here in studio with you. Right now, the electoral count is 101-71. Donald Trump leading Kamala Harris as we get ready to start the 8 o'clock hour. You're listening to News Talk STL.
This is America Decides 2024 on News Talk STL.
Tony Colombo here for Zero Res, the cleaning pros we trust with our home, and the team bringing you a great offer for the month of October. Book a cleaning this month and mention the Colombo special, and you'll get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned starting at just $129. Plus, you can take $75 off an air duct cleaning. Don't let the germs hiding in your home haunt your family. Call Zero Res now and take advantage of this scary good deal. Just mention the Colombo special when you call 314-474-2020 or when you book online at ZeroResSTL.com.
The Vic Porcelli Show.
Speaker Tim Jones, whoosh my speaker.
Why did the men and women who sacrificed and died for this country get 1 day each year, and those who have to tell us what their sexuality is get an entire month?
So instead of MAGA, they can be MAFA. Make America fabulous again.
Vic Porcelli,
Live and local weekday mornings at 9
on News Talk STL.
KLGY HD3 Clayton, K270BW Belfast, KNBS Bowling Green.
This is News Talk STL at 1019, 94.1, and always streaming at
newstalkstl.com. So many ways to listen to News Talk STL.
Come join the conversation.
Enable our Alexa skill.
Hey Alexa, play News Talk STL.
Welcome to News Talk STL, conservative talk radio for St. Louis.
Always streaming at newstalkstl.com
or on your radio
at 1019, 94.1, and 99.1 HD3.
News Talk STL. News, analysis, and opinion.
Welcome home.
Fox News commentary.
Today is the day. Take nothing for granted because it's not over till it's over. I'm Tommy Lahren. More next.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
All comes down to this. The polls don't matter. The pundits don't matter. The concerts, the sound bites, the yard signs, none of it matters now. All that matters is that you vote. And I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I'll tell you what I voted on. And it's not the social media outrage campaign, because I don't really care that Joe called us garbage. And I don't really care that Mark Cuban thinks we're weak and dumb. I'm actually not offended, nor do I care much what either of those fools think of us. I am far more offended by the fact that 10 million plus illegal aliens have been allowed to invade this country, prey on our citizens, and bankrupt our communities. That is my election issue. And the fact that Joe and Kamala delivered more illegal aliens in the month of October than jobs. 12,000 jobs, over 56,000 illegals. We simply cannot afford 4 more years of this. So I tell you, my fellow Americans, get out and vote accordingly. I'm Tommy Lahren, and you can watch my show, Tommy Lahren is Fearless, at Outkick.com.
#1 for live and local
conservative talk.
I've been a registered Democrat for 28 years. I'm really glad you're talking about this. You gotta love these idiots out here. They think we're all stupid, I guess.
news, analysis, opinion.
Totally agree on that. I disagree with you.
It's over.
Very upset.
Thanks for taking my call. Thank you for taking my call. Thank you very much for taking my call.
Wanted to ask you really quick. Is there room on the bandwagon for me?
101.9 and 94.1 News Talk STL. This is Larry Connor's commentary on News Talk STL.
Election day is over, but for many, the election is not over. Aside from questions about ballots, our men and women in uniform stationed overseas, their votes are just now being counted. Then there are provisional votes. Now, this is not to say anything will change from what you see right now, but something could change, even by a small degree, or a seismic quake. One thing is clear, our nation has just gone through a trauma. Experts will tell you when you've had a massive trauma, it is hard to get over, much less actually move forward. It doesn't help that some have said, to them, the world is over. Remarks by Bette Midler. If Trump wins, I'll drink a can of Drano. She won't, but that kind of talk might spur others to suicide or homicide. Maybe the other side of this trauma is doing the very best we can to return to reality, return to our lives, focus on what's best for our nation, our values. That's what we need. Can we? Will we?
Get more Larry Connors on Larry Connors USA.
Tonight at 6 on News Talk STL. This hour of News Talk STL brought to you by Jewels on Hampton, paying some of the highest prices for your gold, silver, diamonds, and more. Call 314-752-5000 or visit jewelsonhampton.com. From the Michaels Flooring Outlet Weather Center.
I'm First Alert 4 Chief Meteorologist Steve Templeton. Still a few lingering showers, but nothing that would exacerbate any flooding. However, that will taper off this evening. Overnight, clearing skies. Then a little fog could develop, so watch for some patchy fog. Otherwise, a low of 49. A high of 63, partly to mostly sunny skies Wednesday. We're dry, though, and that's the key. We need some dry time. We got another dry day Thursday, mostly sunny and 63. More dry time Friday, a chance for some rain by Saturday. That's the latest from the First Alert 4 Weather Center. I'm Chief Meteorologist Steve Templeton.
All the information I need on the drive to work.
Mike Ferguson in the morning. I keep it on throughout the day, whether it's local, national, or something big that's happening overseas.
News, analysis, and opinion.
St. Louis is #1 for conservative talk.
News Talk STL.
America Decides 2024.
Harry J's Steakhouse in Moscow Mills brings you Election Night 2024. Brought to you by DG Firearms in Bowling Green and Senior Memorial Life.
America Decides 2024.
This is special coverage of America Decides 2024 on News Talk STL.
So as we cross the top of the hour here into the 8 p.m. hour in St. Louis, you're listening to 101.9, 94.1 News Talk STL, special election coverage here. Tony Colombo in studio with producer Emily. Also, the former Missouri Speaker of the House, Tim Jones, is here. Vic Porcelli and Larry Connors. Speaking of the Vic Porcelli Show, which you can hear every weekday morning, 9 a.m., we're going to talk to your partner in crime, Ken Williams, here in just a few minutes, who, by the way, is right now and throughout the whole night sort of manning what you guys call the chat box. Wait,
that's not what it's called?
It is. It's called the chat box.
Okay.
Yeah. On the various News Talk STL social media platforms.
Love it.
So
he's great. He's the best at that.
Yeah. So, you can be listening along, of course, on 101.9 and 94.1. But you can also listen and watch us live on the News Talk STL Facebook page.
Yeah, don't deprive yourself of
Twitter,
all this handsomeness in the studio.
The Facebook page, the Twitter page, YouTube sometimes, and Rumble. And Ken Williams is in all of those. He's bouncing around from the various social media platforms, sort of engaging and moderating and participating in the chat happening on all of the social media platforms. So another great way to engage with us here and experience this election night. We did have a few states called as we crossed the 8 o'clock hour. The electoral count is now 120 for Donald Trump to 99 for Kamala Harris. North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Wyoming, all sort of new states that have been projected to go Republican and go with Donald Trump. The latest update out of Georgia, which has been one of the biggest stories that we've been following since the beginning of the broadcast tonight. Now it is 69% of the vote in Georgia. And Donald Trump continues to hold a lead there, 6% lead, 6-point lead with a 53 to 47% count in Georgia. North Carolina, also, the numbers are really starting to come in North Carolina, up to 40% now of the vote counted in North Carolina. Donald Trump also continues to have a lead in that state by 5 points, 52% to 47%. And Larry, you were just showing me some of the numbers that you're looking at.
This is the New York Times. New York Times, and they call it their electoral college estimate. Electoral college estimate. And it just changed again since I showed it to you.
Okay.
This is their estimate again.
Yes.
The New York Times.
It's an up to the minute estimate. Like you said, it changes as the votes.
It just changes. We were speaking.
Yeah.
You need 270 to win.
Yes, sir.
Their estimate from the New York Times is Trump will have 280, Harris 258. So 280 puts him over the top. That's their estimate at this point.
And you know that the New York Times, Vic, is not thrilled to put out an estimate like that as they watch these numbers come in. So does that give you any, does that mean anything to you at this point in the night? Does that give you any confidence? Does that give you any hope? Or how do you feel about these numbers and what we've seen so far?
Well, you're right. I mean, the New York Times would love to write, Donald Trump just fell off the Empire State Building and is dead, right? But instead, they're predicting that he's going to get 280 electoral college votes.
We don't need the electoral college, like Hillary said. Get rid of it.
Oh, geez. Don't even get me started on that, Larry.
And if they're sincere,
that is such the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
If they're sincere about that reporting, because it's not a yes or no answer, Tony. If they're sincere about the reporting, then yes, I'm confident. If it's some kind of slick trick, to say, oh yeah, Donald Trump's going to get to it. Oopsie daisy, here goes everything. And I don't know.
I'd say you put your credibility on the line, but you got to assume they are interested.
They don't have any
They're
credibility.
interesting credibility. I mean, Jeff Bezos the other day made an excellent point when he said about the Washington Post not doing an endorsement of Harris. He said, we had two problems, and according to a Gallup poll, we got to be, in our business, we must be accurate, and that's true. And secondly, we must be believed to be accurate, and we're failing on that point.
So at the top of the hour at 8 o'clock also is when the polls closed in New York. New York was a big topic of discussion. It was a big headline. And can Donald Trump, with his, he had the huge rally in Harlem, if you remember, a couple of months ago. And then obviously the big MSG rally. And all this talk about, can Trump win New York? It's the second the polls closed, everybody projected it for Kamala Harris. So that is, New York is in the column of Kamala Harris. Does that surprise you, Vic?
I mean, could he flip New York? Boy, that would be a monumental task. But can I ask the speaker a question?
Yes, please.
Speaker Jones, I mean, there's things that just sometimes don't make sense much, right? So, and I know that Trump probably was never going to flip New Jersey, but when Fox called New Jersey,
immediately,
Trump was actually leading by 2-1, and they called it. I mean, I make fun of the Arizona twins, right? Mm-hmm. Brett Baer and Martha McCallum calling Arizona in 2020. What makes them call a race? What info, what data do they get?
All of the pre-election day polling doesn't show a path to victory for Donald Trump in either of those states. And all of the too many Republicans have left New York and New Jersey and moved to Florida. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Let's be honest about it.
Yeah. Right.
And the proof is in the pudding there, because the joke is the eastern side of the east coast of Florida is the sixth borough of New York City now. And thankfully, I'll take Florida Florida is overwhelmingly going for Donald Trump, where it used to be a massive swing state with a massive amount of electoral votes. I like that we get that one in the can early and over with in the night for the Republicans.
Tomorrow, Tim, I have your favorite guest on, John LaBoutiere.
Oh, God, I hate that guy.
Former New York,
my God.
Former New York congressman, a Reaganite, a Trump hater, and he's now part of the group of Republicans for Kamala.
Tell him that both Vic Porcelli and I have taken away both his Republican and his man card.
Both.
I'll tell him tomorrow.
Here's why that's so stupid. You cannot be a Republican for Kamala.
You cannot. She doesn't have a Republican bone in her body.
No, there is not.
Well, I asked him the other day, I said, how can you defend?
Yeah.
I said, she's the most liberal senator we've ever had. And he said, well, that's not true. Elizabeth Warren. I said, I will concede Warren, but still, she's the one running.
I want to follow up on Vic's point, Tim, as you were talking about how they make the determination to call the states so quickly. And okay, you want to call New York immediately because you know that Kamala Harris is going to win, even though they've been in the headlines. Why does New York get called immediately with only 17% of the vote in, but Missouri has 15% of the vote in? I think everybody on planet Earth knows that Missouri is going to go to Donald Trump. Polls have been closed for over an hour. They won't post Missouri. They can't wait to post New York.
I think you just answered your own question. Missouri's a red state. New York's a blue state. Look, here's the deal. Okay, how can they call New York, New Jersey so quickly? It's why we know. It's the same reason why we know Donald Trump's going to win Missouri, right? There's no indication here on the ground that anything other than a Donald Trump victory is what's going to happen in Missouri. The question is by how much. Right. The New Yorkers, the New Jerseyans, the people there, the pollsters, the consultants there, they know, unfortunately, it's going to go for Kamala Harris. The question is by how much. But Tony, to your point, though, they should call Missouri and be done with it.
Right. Big number change just now, as Larry just mentioned. Texas has officially
God bless Texas, Larry.
I know. And that's my question to you, Tim, in that sense. Yep. I haven't seen anything reference Cruz, and he was, of course, fighting a tough battle down there. Should this solidify for him and he rides in on Trump's coattail?
Not necessarily, but he is currently leading, and he's been maintaining that lead all night. Ted Cruz currently up, outpacing the polling. Ted Cruz currently up 51-46.
The eyes of Texas are up on you. Good. God bless.
61% of the vote in, Larry. That's a good sign for Ted Cruz. Again, the media, I hope it's not close at all for Ted Cruz. We can once again say these are largely, as you said, Larry, media concocted stories to try to drive clicks, eyeballs, and maybe an upset.
Is it too late for another question?
No, go ahead, right ahead. You're just taking time away from your co-host.
I hate you. I hate you. I want to talk about unions for just 30 seconds.
Nobody wants to talk about. Go ahead.
Sean Fain endorsed Kamala, admitted that most of his rank and file will vote for Trump, right? And Sean O'Brien decided not to, from the Teamsters, decided not to endorse anyone. 58% of his rank and file are going to vote for Trump. So does that make a difference in the election this year when rank and file union members are not going to vote for a Democrat? Oh, my God.
Absolutely. Look at all these non-endorsements you had. All these non-endorsements ended up being quasi-silent endorsements for Donald Trump. Mm-hmm. The Teamsters not endorsing a Democratic presidential candidate.
It's huge, right?
The International Association of Firefighters not endorsing a Democratic candidate. How about all the newspapers?
The newspapers, yes, sir.
As slanted and as hateful and as horrible as these newspapers are, I thank them for not endorsing the worst Democratic presidential candidate in history, second only maybe to the wildebeest Hillary Clinton. But look, USA Today, no endorsement of Kamala Harris. LA Times, her hometown paper, no endorsement of Kamala Harris. The Washington Post, no endorsement of Kamala Harris. And they said, Kamala Harris broke us. We're never going to do a presidential endorsement ever again.
So do we pull confidence from that? From the unions?
We pull a shred of confidence. We pull more confidence than we would have otherwise.
I will take it.
So,
we got some big news here, Tony.
Yeah.
Just called Ohio.
Ohio has been called for Donald Trump.
That is a big one. And let's look at that Senate race there, because if the Republicans were going to steal a Senate race anywhere, I believe it would be in Ohio. And right now, with 52% of the vote reporting in Ohio, which has been called for Donald Trump, Bernie Moreno, the Republican candidate, is leading Sherrod Brown 50% to 47.
Great.
Let's hope that holds.
Great.
Let's hope that holds.
All right, we are going to continue our coverage here. You're listening to live election night coverage. We are going to check in with Jamie Allman, who is normally on at this time. We are taking Jamie's time today with this election coverage. We're going to check in with Jamie Allman in just a few minutes, and Ken Williams from the Vic Porcelli Show, who is manning the chat boxes throughout the night on our various social media platforms, is going to join us live next here on News Talk STL.
You're listening to America Decides 2024 on News Talk STL.
If you're considering an annuity as part of your retirement plan, we need to talk. Hi, I'm Bob Stockdale, Senior Vice President Investments with the ClearPath Wealth Management Group at Stiefel, and host of On the Money Saturday mornings at 9 on News Talk STL 1019. Annuities can be a useful tool for some retirement investors, but not all annuities are created equal. Every week, we meet clients who own complex annuities that don't suit their needs and, in some cases, actively undermine their retirement plan. Before you purchase an annuity, get a second opinion from the ClearPath Wealth Management Group at Stiefel. Requesting a consultation is free of charge. To request a free consultation, contact us at clearpathinvesting.com. That's clearpathinvesting.com, or call us at 636-695-2650. That's clearpathinvesting.com or 636-695-2650. Stiefel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member NYSE and SIPC.
Southern Armory, your hometown gun store. Come and be more than just a customer. Southern Armory, we carry the best guns, holsters, knives, magazines, ammunition, and even food storage. Special orders are welcome. Southern Armory, 1 mile east of 270 and 44, 9901 Watson Road, and southernarmory.com. That's southernarmory.com.
Whether you're purchasing your first firearm or adding to your collection at Southern Armory, you're more than a customer, you're part of the family. Follow Southern Armory on Facebook or at southernarmory.com.
I'm honored to tell you that the Cafe Napoli family is growing. That means you're going to have more locations to enjoy the Napoli experience. The Napoli heritage of fine dining continues with Napoli Kirkwood. So you have Cafe Napoli in Clayton, Napoli 2, Town and Country, Napoli 3, St. Charles, right next door, Napoli C, and don't forget Napoli Brothers Pizza and Pasta in the district, Chesterfield Valley. Plus soon, Napoli Kirkwood.
1019 and 94.1 News Talk STL. Live and local.
Listen to what those local folks are telling you.
News Talk STL.
America Decides 2024.
Harry J's Steakhouse in Moscow Mills brings you Election Night 2024. Brought to you by Picadilly Palace and Patriot Powder Coating and Iron Bear Customs.
America Decides 2024.
This is special coverage of America Decides 2024 on News Talk STL.
Welcome back into the studio here. Tony Colombo along with Vic Porcelli, Larry Connors, and former Missouri Speaker of the House Tim Jones with live election night coverage. And now joining us on the line is the man who's been manning the chat boxes throughout the evening on the various News Talk STL social media platforms. You hear him every day with Vic at 9 a.m. here on News Talk STL. The great Ken Williams is with us. Ken, how are you? And what are you seeing and feeling and hearing at this point of election night?
And whoosh, my brother.
And whoosh, my brother. Hey, guys. And I just want to say, first of all, yeah, I'm analyzing the streams, looking at everything, and I see that there's almost too much handsomeness in that room, by the way.
Way too much handsomeness. Just calm down, ladies.
No, I wanted to kind of read a couple of these replies and responses in here, and like, for example, the Rumble chat box.
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Ken. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I love horse. He says, "Good evening, MAGA," and then he says, "Jill Biden showed up in a MAGA red outfit."
Love it.
So we continue to keep a very close eye on Georgia, which is at 73% of the vote counted there. Donald Trump has a 6-point lead in Georgia. North Carolina has really tightened up with 50% of the vote in. Donald Trump with a 1-point lead, 59-49. Those are a couple of the big stories that have developed here in the early going. Donald Trump with a 177 electoral count to Kamala Harris's 99. Larry Connors pointed out at the break, Donald Trump less than 100 electoral votes away from winning tonight, if that can happen and play out that way. Ken, just overall, your thoughts and your feeling about the momentum of the evening.
I just feel a certain kind of energy, guys. I mean, you look at these the people on social media in general. You look at our chat boxes, and there's a real positive force going on here. And I think overall around the country, I think as long as we keep feeling that, getting that good feeling going, it just seems to me that there's a lot of positivity for Trump going on.
So in the chat boxes, Kenny, what's the overall confidence level from people in the chat box? Are they like, yeah, or are they like, oh no, they're going to cheat? Like, what are they thinking?
No, they're not so far as saying they're going to cheat, but they are saying, Vic, that we need to not be overconfident. We need to just take our time. Lunettes, for example, never trust the polls; they flip flop. And then there are people on the chat box talking, giving a warning to everybody at News Talk STL: don't be overconfident, you guys. Come on now.
No, I get it.
But they seem overall in general, like for example, Jimmy Church. He says here, this is on the Facebook chat box. My wife and I are watching the live map, and Kansas and Missouri keep showing Harris percentage going up, and it feels like my stomach's turning. That's a lot of what I'm getting also from Dave, listener Dave. He said, yeah, my stomach is just in knots right now.
I've eaten 3 sandwiches already.
Oh my God, Vic.
Yeah, Ken, you're gonna have your hands full tomorrow morning. I cannot promise
show.
the condition of Vic Porcelli after tonight.
Thank you, Capriati.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, food coma
Yeah,
for
thanks,
Capriati's.
Capriati for
Yeah.
that.
I don't know. Capriati's also keeping him. I think it's doing both. It's putting him into a food coma, but it's also keeping him sane. So
Yeah,
It
it's
is,
serving a dual purpose.
How was that pastrami, Ken?
The coleslaw on that, I didn't even realize. Sitting in that studio, I was doing all the work after show stuff.
Yeah,
and
all
I'm
that
eating
work for Vic.
sandwich. I couldn't stop. I couldn't stop eating it, and it was hindering my work.
So Larry, we talk about. I want to go back out to the big scene here, the national picture. We talk about the numbers in Georgia. They still come in. I mean, Georgia's at 74% now. North Carolina's at 51% now. Pennsylvania still just lagging behind everyone at
as expected.
Yeah, at 23%. What do you make of that? Of what's happening with the rest of the East Coast, particularly the Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia situation. Those 3 states were all eyes on, and one of them doesn't seem to be moving. The other two.
I defer to exactly what Tim was saying earlier. They just keep holding out. They keep holding that. If we just hold these off long enough, we'll find a way to get extra votes in the door, behind the curtain in some way. I know that suggests that I'm talking about cheating, but the bottom line is they probably have the numbers. They just do not want to release them. What happened just behind me? You got one?
Ted Cruz has been
all right.
Yeah, he has won that Senate
Great.
seat,
And he won it handily. There you go. There's a perfect
52
example.
plus,
There's
right?
a perfect example right there of what Ken was talking about. Media bias, putting their fingers on the scale. They said it was close. It looks like Ted Cruz is going to easily cruise to re-election on a race that had tens of millions of dollars in it because the left and the media, the legacy media, tried to convince the country that was going to be a close race. It looks like it may
they
not.
spent a lot of money. They spent a heck of a lot of money
like
on it trying to take it away.
They did. It looks like it may not be close at all.
Ken, just to set the stage here with that call, now Republicans have 47 seats in the United States Senate as it stands right now. I know you don't want to put the cart before the horse. I know you're being very cautiously optimistic, but how do you feel about outside the presidential election, Republicans' chances in the Senate and the House tonight?
Yeah, that I want to comment even more about because of course, I'm being very cautious about the presidential election, but the Senate, man, I'll tell you, this is looking really, really good for us. I had a question for Tim Jones from one of the people on the stream from Dave Sylvester. Tim, is Ohio part of the blue wall?
Ohio is not considered part of the blue wall as far as the presidential race. However, it is critical as to the Senate because I have been saying all along that if we were going to steal a Senate race that was not necessarily predicted to go to Republicans, it would be in Ohio. And right now, Bernie Moreno, the Republican, is leading the Democrat Sherrod Brown, who's been there since the beginning of time. 57% of the vote in. Moreno has a slim 3-point lead. So keep an eye on Ohio as far as the Senate, because that can get you up to 52 if we somehow pull a rabbit out of our hat on that one.
Can I ask another Ohio question
please,
here?
Go ahead.
Tim, correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't it for so many elections, you win Ohio, you win the presidential election?
Ohio and Florida.
Right? And then all of a sudden in 2020, it was like, no, those trends don't matter. That's what makes you think like, well, what kind of a cheat is going on here?
Well, it's because we lost Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, unfortunately, went.
I don't remember that being part of the trend. I remember winning Ohio, you win the election.
Typically, yes, but that was. But to your point, Vic, and to explain your point, the demographics in this country have definitely shifted, and so we have to get used to the fact that there's different states in play now for these presidential contests that used to not be in play. Both sides have traded seats, basically.
Yeah.
You know,
this Ted Cruz story is, I think, a perfect example, just crystallizes this whole conversation, that this was the media, it would have you believe that Ted Cruz was in the fight for his political life.
Totally media driven narrative contest.
And we're not even halfway through the night, and that race is already over. It's not even coming down to the wire.
That brings me to another question
Yes,
for
please,
Tim. Do I have time to ask?
Of course.
Tim, what I was saying a moment ago, I'd like your thought that, like in Pennsylvania, they know what votes they've got in hand. They're just not releasing them now.
Yes, sir.
I think that's absolutely true. I have been saying every single show leading up to this election that the state that is the most important prize and the state that I'm most concerned about, because they did not get their you-know-what in order like so many other states did after 2020, is Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, I believe, was the state that caused Donald Trump to not remain in the White House, because, remember, guys, they changed their election laws in the 11th hour that were in violation of their state laws. They changed their election laws, and they had universal mail-in voting with no signature verification. That is not the definition of a pristine, perfect election. Not even close.
That's not
so, Ken Williams, we will continue to keep an eye on the chat boxes and what you have got going there on social media. Do you have?
Yeah, not good. Yeah,
okay, please go ahead.
Absentee voting for the amendments in Missouri. Amendment 2 is failing in a very close race. Amendment 3 is passing by a huge margin.
And this is what?
Absentee voting in the city.
Gotcha. I want to actually dig into some of the local issues, and we have not seen the big rush of numbers coming in the state of Missouri. That's going to be happening very, very soon. I want to kind of touch on that and preview that discussion in just a moment here. But Ken Williams, before we wrap things up, like I said, we're going to keep an eye on the social media platforms and the conversation that you're having there throughout the night. But for right now at 8:30, exactly 8:30 on election night, what's your final thoughts in where we are?
Come on, Kenny.
Yeah, I've been holding back on it. I feel really good right now, and I want a Trump win. Everybody hang in there tonight. It's going to be a long night, but guys, here's the cherry on top. I want a popular vote win for Trump.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to hear the left talking about, well, yeah, he may have won the Electoral College, but he didn't win the popular vote. I want him to win all of it. I want to take everything.
Ken, we may check back in with you in a little bit later on tonight, but we'll definitely also keep an eye on the conversations that you're having there on the various News Talk STL social media platforms, and certainly appreciate your time calling in this evening. Thank you, my friend.
Yeah, guys, it sounds great. Thanks a lot, guys.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you. All right. As I mentioned, typically every night from 8 to 10 here on News Talk STL, you are listening to the Allman Report. Jamie Allman is going to join us as we continue our election coverage here next on 101.9 and 94.1 News Talk STL.
America Decides 2024
on News Talk STL.
Getting new flooring can be exciting, or it can be a hassle. To make sure you have a great experience, use Michael's Flooring, like I did. Hi, it's Susie Moore, and Michael's Flooring has become my go-to for quality, variety, and an all-around great experience. They've been locally owned and operated for more than 30 years. Carpet, hardwood, laminate, ceramic tile, natural stone, luxury vinyl, it doesn't matter. Michael's Flooring is ready to help. 3 locations to pick from: St. Peter's, Darting Prairie, and Creve Coeur, or online at igotfloor.com. That's igotfloor.com.
If you haven't been to Lit Cigar Lounge in the district at Chesterfield, you're missing a great experience. Premium cigars, drinks, spacious seating, TVs in every direction. This and more explain why Lit was voted Best Cigar Lounge 2 years in a row. Now you can be at Lit and order Napoli Brothers pizza and pasta delivered to you. In fact, Napoli's just a few doors down. A coal-fired oven, giving a unique taste. Napoli Brothers Pizza and Pasta, now open in the Chesterfield district.
Looking for that perfect farm fresh flavor? For over 25 years, Anthony's Produce has been St. Peter's favorite harvest destination. Bundle up with our premium firewood delivery service and make your Thanksgiving gathering unforgettable with our gorgeous party platters of fresh fruits and veggies. Wow your guests with Anthony's stunning fruit bouquets and decadent chocolate-covered strawberries. Open year-round daily from 7 to 5, 701 Juggerman Road and at anthonysproduce.com. Anthony's Produce, bringing farm fresh goodness to your table since 1997.
Here's a great way to save money on your prescription medications. If you take Viagra or Cialis, we can give you a way to pay as little as $2 a pill. Compare that to prices as high as $60 per tablet. These pills work for men and women to improve their sexual performance. And now for the price of 2 or 3 pills, you can get nearly 100. There's no need to pay expensive prices for Viagra or Cialis. Call now with your prescription and pay as little as $2 a pill. We offer 24/7 service and always free delivery and confidential packaging. Change your life for the better and have fun. Call Pharmacy Shop 24/7 to get generic versions of Viagra or Cialis for as little as $2 a pill, plus free discreet shipping.
800-631-2030. 800-631-2030. 800-631-2030. That's 800-631-2030.
Conservative talk for St. Louis.
It's your patriotic right and duty.
The government needs to step up and do its job.
This is News Talk STL.
It's well-balanced conversation.
News, analysis, opinion.
America Decides 2024.
Harry J's Steakhouse in Moscow Mills brings you Election Night 2024. Brought to you by DG Firearms in Bowling Green and Senior Memorial Life.
America Decides 2024.
This is special coverage of America Decides 2024 on News Talk STL.
Welcome back in live to the studio here with Tony Colombo, Vic Porcelli, Larry Connors, and Tim Jones. On a typical night, tonight anything but typical, you would be listening to the Allman Report on News Talk STL, and the host of the Allman Report, Jamie Allman, joins our election coverage now. Jamie, lots of interesting stories developing, as we knew this night would be very exciting. And right now, Donald Trump has a 178 electoral college lead over Kamala Harris's 99 votes in the electoral college. It looks like we're getting very close to some major developments in the states of Georgia and North Carolina. We're keeping a very close eye on those two states specifically, of course, Pennsylvania as well. Jamie, how are you feeling at this moment on election night?
Hey, Tony and guys, I'm feeling really good. So we've got, I think, a trajectory of maybe 313 electoral college votes. This is very early to have this kind of lead on the part of Donald Trump. So here's what I think is happening, though. I told Vic this earlier about what I think is going on with the electorate. So we've got a bunch of people who otherwise were not voting Republican before this. We've got all these itinerant groups, the union guys. We've got Hispanic voters, Black voters. We have libertarians. We've got conservatives, like real conservatives, and even Democrats who are hoping, actually, in the end, that, well, maybe we'll do the calculations that Donald Trump's a one-term president. And so if we just kind of like fumigate the Democrat Party, much the way Donald Trump fumigated the Republican Party, we have a chance in 2028. So all these calculations are adding up to, I think, what will be a major victory for him. I'm thinking 313. But the numbers that are coming in right now, I realize that some of these states are in flux. I get it. But it's clear, like, this is so 2016, except better. And so I'm sensing that there are a lot of people out there who are voting, sometimes maybe not even voting before, but also voting Republican for the first time. And this is a new day, man. This is a new coalition.
Jamie, Larry here. I have a question for you. The other day, a CNN analyst suggested that there would be it'd either be really, really close or be a landslide by 65% or better for one candidate or the other, but they weren't willing to say which one. Your thoughts on that?
Well, so if you look at the numbers now, and Tony mentioned what 178,
178 to 99 is the official count. Yeah,
and the New York Times forecasting now 267 for Trump right now.
Yeah, I know, and so it's going to go to 313 at the very least. And I'm telling you, this is really early to be having that kind of electoral college vote count right now. This early in the game, this is incredible. I mean, I think again, the coalition has spoken. I think Trump managed to get so many people who otherwise were not really part of even the Make America Great Again generation, who are suddenly, I mean, Rogan's endorsement of him made a huge impact. I think there were people who are looking to kind of break to one side. I think there were Democrats who, again, who were calculating like, okay, we rid the Biden-Kamala woke, liberal, left-wing agenda once and for all. If we kill this thing off, we can regenerate for 2028. So you've got those people who are voting for Donald Trump. So I think a lot of people have made the calculations that, you know what, I can deal with this for 4 years. We'll go back to it 4 years from now. J.D. Vance running as the nominee, whatever it might be. He'll have a primary anyway. So you've got all this stuff going on. I think these numbers early are pretty astounding. I mean, it's only 8:30. I mean, this is pretty incredible to have these kinds of numbers. I haven't tracked what it was like in 2016, but as Tony and I talked about earlier, that New York Times trajectory, that New York Times calculation is actually the number one important thing right now. It's like, it's amazing.
So their electoral college estimate at this moment, and I'm so glad Larry showed us this this little graph, because I've been glued to it ever since. Right now, the New York Times electoral college estimate for the end of this election is Donald Trump with 286 to Kamala Harris's 252. Jamie, you have covered a lot of elections. You've been a part of this for a very long time. My question right now is a local one. What is taking so long for the state of Missouri? We were talking earlier about how Florida has its act together and how Missouri usually is pretty good about getting these numbers in. I'm a little frustrated with the fact that we're only at 22% of the total vote counted in Missouri, and really very few counties are represented in that count. Any idea, or what could be, any thoughts about what this holdup is in our state?
Well, it's interesting. So I got a text from my son who's in Tempe, right? So he's voting in Tempe as an Arizona resident. He goes to school there, whatever. And he goes, maybe I should have voted in Missouri, because Missouri is showing up on this map as undecided right now, which is
wow,
totally and completely unbelievable right now that Missouri isn't already red.
Yeah. No, in fact, when you look at it right now, it says Kamala Harris is up by 6 points because there's hardly any votes in, and the votes are only coming in from St. Louis and Kansas City. So if you're
rural votes, is that what
if
you're
saying? Looking, if you're on the outside looking in, it looks like Kamala Harris is leading the state of Missouri, which is obviously ridiculous. Go ahead, Vic.
And that would be an embarrassment. I would renounce my Missouri.
All of us would.
Jamie, let me ask you, plain and simple. Do you think we find out tonight?
Yes, I do actually. I think that we do tonight. I do think Nevada, as the news media is already kind of telegraphed, and they're going to still count the Nevada votes. I believe that in the end, I'm not trying to be too Pollyannish about this, but if you look at the numbers right now that Tony and you, Larry, and you guys have always all projected with the New York Times thing, I think this is going to be a 2016 over at 2 a.m. And then a couple of states still out in the balance there. But if she can't recover, I'm surprised she is 252. I mean, my Lord. That's close to 2.
Well, let me add to that. I've been watching the popular vote estimate again from the New York Times popular vote 2 minutes ago. Of course, we're talking about percentage point 0.04 that Harris was leading popular vote, and this is a small shift, but not when you really put the numbers together. Now they're showing 0.3. So so from 0.4 to 0.3 is really a big margin. It's not like 1 yard, it's a massive amount of vote for popular vote.
Yeah. To tag onto that, Jamie, real quick. You mentioned earlier how the possibility of an electoral landslide. If Donald Trump just keeps the popular vote close or wins the popular vote on top of what could be a big electoral night for him, I mean, going back to the very beginning of this conversation, what you started with, Jamie, the education and the involvement of voters, just being more involved and more educated maybe in this election than in the past, a major statement could be being made by voters across the country tonight.
Yeah, 3 weeks ago, I told Vic this morning, I said 3 weeks ago, I thought that Trump would lose the popular vote, but win the Electoral College vote. Of course, the Electoral College vote is everything. So it doesn't, the popular vote doesn't matter at all. Didn't in 2016, didn't in 2020, but it did in terms of like, for some reason, like Georgia, like was 11,000 vote difference there. But the reality is that in the end, the popular vote isn't going to matter. But now I'm thinking that Trump's going to win actually the popular vote, which will be a phenomenal, amazing achievement for a Republican who hasn't done that in I don't know how long since Reagan. So. And keep in mind, he won more votes than any Republican ever won in 2020, in 2016.
Yes.
And so I think it's going to be pretty easy for him to win the popular vote in 2024 at this stage.
Every night that there's not a presidential election, the Allman Report is 8 to 10 on News Talk STL. Jamie, if it's all right, we will probably check in with you again a little bit later on in this crazy night as things develop. But for now, really appreciate your time and for checking in with us this evening.
Well, you guys are doing a great job. I'm listening. Thank you so much for what you're doing and glad to be part of it.
Yeah, really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Again, 8 to 10 every weeknight that there's not an a presidential election. You can hear the Allman Report right here on News Talk STL.
Tony, I'd like to get a question in for Tim and get his evaluation. I just showed him that in Milwaukee, they're ordering a recount of 30,000 absentee ballots, therefore delaying any results in Wisconsin, one of the blue wall states. Your thoughts on that, Tim?
I'll tell you what, actually hold that answer.
Okay.
And let's pick up that conversation in just a moment. We're also going to get Tim's partner in here from the Tim Jones and Chris Arps show. Chris Arps is going to join us. We'll get that answer, and hopefully we'll start getting some answers in the state of Missouri soon as you are listening to live election coverage on 101.9 and 94.1 News Talk STL.
This is America Decides 2024 on News Talk STL. Step into a world of enchantment this holiday season with Cirque Musica Holiday Wonderland. From awe-inspiring acrobatics to gravity-defying aerial feats, it's the perfect fusion of circus artistry and beloved holiday songs in a celebration guaranteed to create memories for the entire family. December 5th, 7 p.m., the Family Arena. On sale at the Carroll House Furniture box office located at the Family Arena or Ticketmaster. Inspire your holiday spirit with Cirque Musica Holiday Wonderland. The Roots and Boots Tour 90s Electric Throwdown with Sammy Kershaw, that's my story. Colin Ray, that's my and Aaron Tippett. Saturday, November 9th at the Family Arena. There ain't nothing wrong. Reserve seats on sale now at the Carroll House Furniture box office located at the Family Arena or at Ticketmaster. Roots and Boots Tour 90s Electric Throwdown.
Hey O'Fallon, it's Lauren from Dirty Dan's Pizza and Wings, your woman-owned, locally operated slice of heaven. We're serving up the best pizza and wings in town, made with the freshest ingredients and a whole lot of love. Check out our mouth-watering menu and daily specials. Dine in or carry out, the choice is yours. Join our loyalty program at dirty-dans.com for extra perks and mention News Talk STL for $5 off purchases $25 or more weekdays from 11 to 3. Dirty Dan's Pizza and Wings, where every bite is a local delight.
News Talk STL is proud to have Doug Voss of Safe Money Radio as part of our lineup each week. Doug has been a staple on the Sabos radio airways for many years as one of the leading financial experts in the area. You can now hear Doug and Safe Money Radio 3 times every week yet on News Talk STL. But in case you miss anything, you can check it all out at DougVossSafeMoneyRadio.com. What else do our listeners need to know, Doug?
Simply put, I focus on helping pre-retirees and retirees build, preserve, and protect retirement assets, and I've been helping my clients solve their insurance and financial needs for the past 33 years. I also strive to educate my clients on how to prepare for retirement, minimize the impact of market volatility on their assets, and deal with the challenges of increased longevity. Call me today at 844-676-SAFE. That's 844-676-7233.
Doug Voss is a registered representative. Securities offered through DHL Securities, LLLP. Member FINRA and SIPC.
Attention off-road enthusiasts. Iron Bear Customs has the strongest bumpers on the planet. Plus, brush guards, lift kits, and custom cages for all vehicles. Visit ironbearcustoms.com and mention News Talk STL for 10% off. Iron Bear Customs, built tough for the toughest terrain.
Discover Patriot Powder Coating, your family-owned specialist in Pacific. From small jobs to big projects, we got you covered. Visit our showroom or call 636-551-0377. Mention News Talk STL for 10% off.
The Vic Porcelli Show.
All right. Wednesday is the day after. We'll either have a big old party or we'll all jump off a bridge together. We'll do election results all day on Wednesday. Meet us here.
Weekday mornings at 9 on News Talk STL.
America Decides 2024.
Harry J's Steakhouse in Moscow Mills brings you Election Night 2024. Brought to you by Picadilly Palace at Patriot Powder Coating and Iron Bear Customs.
America Decides 2024.
This is special coverage of America Decides 2024 on News Talk STL.
Welcome back into live election coverage here. We are trying to establish connection with Chris Arps, who is at the GOP county headquarters tonight. We check in with him a little bit later on. Vic Porcelli and Larry Connors and Tim Jones in studio with me. This is Tony Colombo with live election coverage for you. Tim, this is the last segment that we'll have you here in studio. You are heading to the Bob Onder party, and hopefully by the time you get there, maybe we'll have some Missouri numbers to talk about.
Maybe some of our county clerks, will have counted some votes.
Yeah.
2 hours after the polls have closed. I don't know what in the world is taking the county clerks so long to count the votes in Missouri. However, I have a piece of good news, fellas, which kind of shows you why Donald Trump is performing well in some of the actual battleground states. I have a very granular result to bring you, a race that none of us have been following because we probably didn't even know it existed. But the Republicans have picked up a congressional seat in North Carolina.
Oh, wow.
So that proves to you as to why Donald Trump is currently winning North Carolina, because if Republicans end up picking up congressional seats, that's about as granular as you're going to get as to the presidential race. That translates into votes for the presidential candidate on the statewide level. A fellow by the name of, I don't even know if this is a man or woman, a person by the name of McDowell has won North Carolina District 6. That is a Republican pickup.
That is a big part of the area. They got hit hard by Helene. So they've been, I know they've been PO'd at FEMA and Harris in general, which takes me back to the question very quickly for you, Tim.
Larry,
As I was saying earlier, Milwaukee is admitting we're going to recount 30,000 plus ballots. 13 machines apparently had not been locked down correctly and not properly sealed. These involved mail-in and drop box, and suddenly they're realizing we might have a problem here.
Well, we've had problems for 2 weeks, and that's why, as Vic Porcelli would say, they always overshoot when they call things the most pristine, perfect election. Now we can add that to our long and ever-lengthening list of problems with election 2024. Ballot boxes being burned in Oregon and Washington, illegal aliens voting in Michigan and Virginia, massive voter registration fraud being uncovered and investigated by the feds in Pennsylvania, in Lancaster County, of course, and now in another battleground state, looky here. You're
making too much of all this.
I'm making too much of it.
There's no evidence of widespread.
There's no evidence of widespread voter fraud. Yeah.
And meanwhile, through all of it, Pennsylvania continues to drag its feet, very slow getting these
their polls
results in. Go ahead.
Are still open.
In that one county they
Yeah.
are. Yeah.
So
in the one county they are, yeah. But
fix your
36. Don't do that to Emily. You're going to give her a heart attack.
Only 35% of the vote in. Donald Trump lagging by about 3.5%.
Yeah, that's what I see as well.
However, the bright spot is, and I'm not going to believe this till I see it, but Vic Porcelli says, I need to hold out hope for the Commonwealth of Virginia. We've got 60% of the vote in Virginia. Donald Trump leading 50% to 48.3.
Yeah. Wow.
North Carolina, 65% of the vote in. Donald Trump maintaining a significant 6-point lead there. And in the Peach State, Donald Trump continuing with 80% of the vote in. Donald Trump maintaining that 6-point lead he has had for the last hour and a half.
Also during the break, this has not been called in by the New York Times or some other places, but the state of Kansas has just been called for Donald Trump by Fox News. So the Fox News count right now, electoral count, is 195 for Donald Trump to 117 for Kamala Harris. The New York Times count is 188 for Donald Trump to 99 for Kamala Harris. Tim, any surprises there about Kansas being called? And
well, only that just like the Ted Cruz race, just like the Rick Scott race, just like the state of Texas as a whole, the media has been trying to talk the nation into this idea that some of these races that were never going to be close are close. And why do they do that? Because they want everything in play. They want everything in play. So number one, they can have a story about everything. But number two, they can maybe talk some people into voting or not voting. One way or the other. Long story short, the media has tried to put both of their fists on the outcome of this election, just like they did in 2020, just like they did in 2016, just like they did guys going all the way back to hanging chads in the year 2000.
Yeah. So are you surprised, speaking of all of that, and Vic brings up a great point about Pennsylvania, if they're keeping at least the one county, the polling places open, they're releasing voter totals out of that state while people are still voting in that state. Does that seem like something that shouldn't happen? To you, Tim, that they kept that county open till 10 o'clock. It's still open. There's still 6 minutes left.
I wonder who's trucking their voters to that county right now.
That's what Gabe Pfeiffer said earlier. Maybe they're just waiting for the truck to pull in. But
as we speak,
but there are people voting still in Pennsylvania, but they're showing election results out of that state. That is.
And you know what? The media is stupid because they should want Trump to win because their ratings are better.
Their livelihood depends on it.
Right?
It really does.
All right.
Really
so how many times have we bet on a football game and lost by a point, half a point, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because those bookies know how to do it. Am I right?
Or the sports are rigged.
So
that's a different conversation.
Don't mess up my thing here.
The bookies know what they're doing.
Thank you. At the beginning of the night, the sports books had Trump at 58% to win. Then it went to 69%. And now it's 71%.
Oh, boy.
That's more than a field goal.
The chance.
That's more than a field goal.
Am I right, Tim? It's more than a field goal.
New York Times electoral. These numbers change. You know, this is a up to the minute prediction. This graph from the New York Times. Right now, their electoral college estimate after the election is for Donald Trump to have 287 electoral college votes to Kamala Harris is 251. And their chance of winning graph has just gone up in the last minute. It was 68% Donald Trump. Now it's 71% Donald
Just
Trump.
like the sports book.
There we go.
Yeah, I want you guys to promise me something. So I'm gonna head out soon.
Yes.
I'm gonna head over to St. Charles County, the beautiful Soda Museum, where the victory party is being held and had for soon-to-be Congressman-elect Bob Otter. Couldn't be more proud of my best friend.
We have him on tomorrow morning, by the way.
And soon-to-be State Senator-elect Adam Schnelting.
Yes.
I'll be heading there. I'll report back to you guys, but I want you guys to promise me something. When it gets up to about 268 electoral votes and it's about to hit 270 for Donald Trump, I want you guys to put on MSNBC.
You got it. We'll watch the tears.
Oh, my goodness. The meltdown.
I'm not promising.
Tim Jones, thanks for all your help in the
Thanks,
studio
guys.
tonight. We'll
I'll call you guys soon. I'll call you guys soon.
Can I just say, I love looking at this murderer's row. Larry, you, and
it's
Tony.
a lot of bugs.
Murderer's row, baby.
10 minutes ago, Jamie Allman's asking Larry Connors questions, and I'm sitting here going, what a fraud I am.
We should go home. You and I should just go home.
These guys have got it covered.
We're all in,
have got
all
it covered.
part of it.
Yes,
all part
sir.
of it. It's a theme.
I need
So,
another sandwich.
We are going to get a check-in at the top of the hour from SRN Live National News. So we're going to bring you that quick check-in, and then we'll be back to reset the table after we cross another top of the hour here at 9 o'clock. You're listening to live election coverage on News Talk STL.
You're listening to America Decides 2024 on News Talk STL.
Here's some expert advice from McGuire Moving and Storage. If you have a home or business move coming up, you need to book now. Most moving companies are booked 6 to 8 weeks out. So call McGuire now, get an on-site estimate, set a date. McGuire has 85 years of experience and just won the Spire Quality Award. I can personally testify McGuire goes above and beyond to help the clients. McGuire Moving and Storage, McGuireMoving.com.
Looking for an underwater adventure or a scaly new friend? Dive into Tropical World Pets on Watson Road. For 32 years, this family-owned wonderland has been St. Louis's go-to destination for all things aquatic and reptilian. With over 7,000 square feet of aquariums, we're home to the area's largest selection of freshwater fish, including rare cichlids you won't find anywhere else. But that's not all. We've got tarantulas, snakes, and lizards galore. Tropical World Pets, 314-849-4020, or visit twpstl.com.
Hi, Kirk Hilsinger here, and I'm the new chairman of the St. Louis Republican Central Committee. I invite you to our meetings that take place the first Thursday of every month at 3710 Hampton Avenue. You can stay connected with us to learn more about how you can get involved, make your voice heard, and contribute to our shared goals. Together, we can make a difference in the city of St. Louis and the state of Missouri. For more info, visit our new website at stl-gop.com. That's stl-gop.com.
Paid for by St. Louis City Republican PAC, Curtis Farber, Treasurer.
Replacing your roof is always a big deal and a big decision. That's why I want you to call my friends, the folks that we've trusted with our homestead, Eureka Contracting and Roofing. 636-938-ROOF. That's 636-938-ROOF. They are veteran-owned, over 30 years of experience in the construction and insurance industry. They'll replace 100% of your roof, siding, fascia, and gutters. They'll come to you with a personal consultation. Give them a call anytime that Mother Nature strikes you. 636-938-ROOF. Available 24/7 at EurekaContracting.com. That's EurekaContracting.com.
I've got a way for you to really dress up your home, and only one guy I'd trust to do it. Michael Proctor, like doctor. Michael will personally examine which drapes, blinds, or shutters will complement your home. He doesn't just measure, he designs, and to make sure it's done right, he will install them. All this saves you money on custom-made drapes, shades, and shutters. Proctor, spelled like doctor. ProctorDrapery.com. ProctorDrapery.com.
The Vic Porcelli Show.
Tim Jones. Tim Jones. Whoosh. Good morning.
I saw this great little meme. If we could just jail Trump, get rid of MAGA in the Electoral College, stack the Supreme Court, ban voter ID and censor free speech, liberals say we could save democracy. These people are insane.
They say that cat Tim Jones is a bad mother.
Shut your mouth.
I'm just talking about Tim Jones.
I know. Timmy.
Vic Porcelli, live and local, weekday mornings at 9 on News Talk STL. KLGY HD3 Clayton, K270BW Bellefonte, KNBS Bowling Green. This is News Talk STL at 1019, 94.1, and always streaming at newstalkstl.com.
I'm Kayla Bianca with your latest look at Decision 24. It's 10 p.m. here in New York City. Polls have started closing across the nation, and votes are being counted. So far, we're seeing the states that traditionally go red, and those that go blue, go blue. But all eyes are on the 7 swing states. Here at Salem News Channel, we're closely tracking all key races in all 50 states. Check out our decision desk on snc.tv. Here, you can focus in on your states and the races that matter most to you. Throughout the day, we've heard reports of delays from extreme weather, ballot printing errors, and technical problems. Some polling places were being kept open later than planned in swing states Georgia and Pennsylvania as a result of machine issues and non-credible threats that caused delays. But one factor that's helping reduce issues on this election day is the fact that tens of millions of Americans had already cast their ballots during the early voting period. According to national exit polls from Edison Research, nearly 3/4 of voters in today's presidential election say American democracy is under threat. Democracy and the economy ranked as the most important issues for voters, with around a third of respondents citing each, followed by abortion at 14% and immigration at 11%. Those figures represent just a slice of the tens of millions of people who have voted both before and on Election Day. You're watching Decision 24 on Salem News Channel.
You're listening to America Decides 2024 on News Talk STL. Fox News commentary.
Today is the day. Take nothing for granted because it's not over till it's over. I'm Tommy Lahren. More next.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Gallagher Show. How curious that it's called that, Mike. So good to have you on, sir. Thank you so much. Nobody has insight like you, and I appreciate you taking the time tonight. Thank you so much.
You're so kind, and let me first of all formally get to welcome you to the Salem News Channel family. You know, back when I was in New Yorker, I was a big Ken Risotto fan, watched you religiously, and knew how exciting it was for the SNC family to have you join. And I've been watching you all night. We're at the Heritage Foundation in Washington, D.C., Ken, where we are in the Rush Limbaugh studio. They named it for the late, great Rush Limbaugh, which, he's the grand poobah of the talk radio business. And, big news tonight, and it's looking good, Ken. I've never been so enamored with the New York Times as I am watching The Needle. The Needle is back, and right now they've got, Trump's chance of winning at 73% with an electoral college projection of 288. The take from the New York Times, at least, is that Trump has a narrow but clear favorite to win Georgia, North Carolina. He just took Utah. He's up right now. Pennsylvania is going back and forth. But look, I like the Republican Party's chances tonight, and I'm very optimistic that Trump's going to have a great night, Ken.
And taking a look right now on our screen from our election folks here at the Salem News Channel, it says the voter turnout at nearly 43% in Pennsylvania. And the numbers that we have right now are just, as they say, tight as a tick. 21.4% for Kamala Harris, 21.2% for Donald J. Trump. And that's, of course, in the very important state of Pennsylvania. Let's bring up, if we can, folks, what other state did you want to bring up for president? Georgia. All right, let's bring up the Georgia numbers. This is big right now. And again, in Georgia, 78.3% of the precincts reporting Donald Trump ahead by nearly 5 points, 41.4% to Kamala Harris is 36.9%. The polls in the last couple of weeks in Georgia having them back and forth within 2 points. So do you think that there's enough momentum for Donald Trump to take Georgia?
It's just hard for me to believe that that Georgia voters who have been subjected to so much with Fulton County and the hijinks of the rabid Fonnie Willis there. I like Trump's chances in Georgia a lot. It is big. It's leaning Republican right now. North Carolina, very impressive. Interestingly, Fox News is resistant to call North Carolina for Trump, but everybody else has, and that's good news. I mean, the Decision Desk HQ is calling North Carolina for Trump, so that's good news. Arizona early, 36% in, because the polls closed late out there, Ken, but Trump with a slight, very, very narrow lead right now in Arizona, and everything else is still a toss-up. The only place where, that looks like it's going to be likely Democrat is Virginia, even though right now Trump is up in Virginia about 1.7%. So look, it's looking good. I mean, I like the fact that momentum continues to be, it seems, with President Trump, and heaven forbid if we go to bed late tonight without a winner and we wake up tomorrow and the Democrat won. That'd be a familiar song. That'd be a movie we've seen before, right, Ken?
Yeah, we don't want to see that. I remember in New Jersey, for instance, I remember that just a few years ago when Jack Ciattarelli was running against Murphy, the current, and at that point, the incumbent governor of New Jersey. Nobody thought that the Republican would stand a chance in that deep blue state of New Jersey. As we went to bed, the Republican was ahead by 2 or 3 points. Lo and behold, a Volkswagen full of dirty, crumpled up mail-in ballots was discovered on the side of a road deep in a ditch. And at 2 o'clock in the morning, they announced that there were just enough of those ballots for the Democrat to squeak out a win. I just love the way that happens. New Jersey, such a wonderful place.
Funny how that works. And of course, we all went through hearing about the the water pipe that broke in the middle of the night. But even today in Wisconsin, 33,000 mail-in ballots had to be recounted by hand because of some kind of irregularity. So look, election integrity is a big deal. Earlier tonight, Ken, I visited with Hans von Spakovsky here at the Heritage Foundation. He's kind of the guru of election integrity. And as he pointed out, 2024 has been a different story from 2020. The RNC has filed multiple lawsuits. Some things that looked like they were really hinky, that were not going well, got turned around in the courts. And so, I think people are feeling pretty confident this year that we're gonna get it right. We may even have a victor declared earlier rather than later.
I think you're right in terms of that. And again, looking at, as you mentioned, the New York Times site, which is not officially what our channel is going with, but just to say that New York Times, which of course does not tend to lean to the right, their estimate for the Electoral College has Trump at 291 to Harris is 247, and the chance of winning leaning 75% in terms of a Trump victory. That's according to the New York Times. Again, that's not officially what we're calling for. We're being a little more measured in what we're calling for at this point. As you mentioned, a lot more night to go. Let's look at the essentials of the West Coast. California, is a given. That's going to go to Kamala Harris and the 54 or so electoral votes in the state of California. You know that Washington and Oregon likely to go to the Democrats as well. When you look at those numbers, you realize how important a commonwealth like Pennsylvania is to President Trump to get his victory.
You're right. And Ken, I will admit, I know we're being judicious here at Salem News Channel. That New York Times needle, though, is fun to watch because they just have to hate having to publish these numbers. I hope there's nobody going out the 10th floor of the New York Times building over there on 8th Avenue even in the last minute that you and I have been visiting, it went up to 77% a chance of victory, as you said. It was 66% about 45 minutes ago. And so, look, this is good news all around across the board. And the Washington Post pointed out Trump on pace. He's the first Republican presidential nominee to win Miami-Dade in 36 years. The numbers can defy anything we've seen. Black voters, for example, in Wisconsin, last time around, Trump got 8% of the black vote in Wisconsin. This time, 20%.
You're listening to America Decides 2024 on News Talk STL.
Attention, fellow conservative investors. What does the name Reagan mean to you? It stands for being the ultimate conservative. It also stands for the Reagan Gold Group. Do you see storm clouds approaching? The stock market hates uncertainty, and there are plenty of reasons to be concerned. High inflation, unstable debt, and economic uncertainty are just a few. You have car insurance, homeowners insurance, and life insurance. But do you have insurance for your retirement savings and your 401k? We urge all fellow conservative investors to learn about the one asset that could help ensure your nest egg doesn't crack under economic pressure. GOLD, gold. Call the one name any conservative investor needs to know about. Reagan Gold Group.
800-251-7963. 800-251-7963. 800-251-7963. That's 800-251-7963.
This hour of News Talk STL brought to you by Chris Cooper and Serenity Wealth Management. Discover little-known strategies that could be the difference between choosing the care you deserve or having someone else decide it for you. Get a free copy of Chris's book at serenityltc.com.
America Decides 2024.
Harry J's Steakhouse in Moscow Mills brings you Election Night 2024. Brought to you by DG Firearms in Bowling Green and Senior Memorial Life.
America Decides 2024.
This is special coverage of America Decides 2024 on News Talk STL.
Back live here in the studio at News Talk STL with our local coverage. Tony Colombo here with Vic Porcelli and Larry Connors from Larry Connors USA. Tim Jones is on his way out to into St. Charles County to the Bob Onder victory party, and we will be checking back in with him here shortly. We're also going to be touching base with Susie Moore from Red State and checking back in with some of the other folks on the News Talk STL team as we roll through this election night. So you heard there a moment ago when we were with our national with our national coverage with SRN News, Larry, just like you've been watching all night tonight, and I have also now been glued to. They were pointing to the forecast needles, if you will, that are on that from the New York Times, which have, New York Times not only obviously
it jumped again. It just jumped again.
Not only providing numbers and results up to the minute, but New York Times also has this forecast and these two graphs. One is talking about the Electoral College and their estimate, and it like we said, it updates as more votes come in across the country. These estimates change and sort of firm up. The Electoral College estimate right now from the New York Times is 293 for Donald Trump to Kamala Harris's 245. And the chance of winning graph has jumped to Donald Trump 78%. Larry, how do you feel about the reality of what appears to be shaping up, at least according to the New York Times?
And we still don't have a lot of Western states, but I can't see many of them going blue. And there's one other part of that needle, Tony. As we started beginning an hour and a half ago, they were showing Harris was leading by 0.4, then it became 0.3, 0.2. Right now, Trump is leading on popular vote by 0.4.
Where?
By 0.4.
Overall
for the New York Times. It's the New York Times prediction, but I don't think they'd be sticking that out there. I mean, they've got people they employ to do this, and they want to have the information and first, but they want to know that they're right. And I think they reached the end game. They can't sway. They can't pull it over our eyes anymore. They're going to have to be upfront and say, yeah, accuracy, and we want you to believe us, so we will give you accuracy.
So currently the current actual popular vote in the United States, Donald Trump has 52.5% of the popular
Phenomenal.
vote. Yeah. 42.4 million to Kamala Harris's 37.4 million.
And remember, I think did we not have about 80 million that voted early? Is that right?
84 million. 84? Oh, no, I'm sorry, 81 million.
81 million. So the numbers you just gave us don't quite add up to that, do they?
Right, because the 81 million votes all went to Joe Biden. RedState.com is calling Iowa for Donald Trump.
Good. Now, I trust Red State.
Red State's the only place I've seen it. But like you say, Larry, you got to trust Red State. Fox doesn't have it, and just checking the Times again real quick. Times does not have it.
Well,
so
speaking of Red State, we're going to be checking in with Susie Moore in
Mhm.
just a few minutes.
Yeah.
We'll get some information about that
As
specifically.
a Senate seat, I don't think that was in play.
Mississippi.
It was already a hold, I think.
Yeah, it wasn't a
Yeah,
flip.
that was not in play,
Yeah.
but they held it.
Yeah,
It was,
another
Republicans.
Republican hold there in
Republicans, yeah.
Mississippi. Yeah. Also, since we were last with you, as we crossed into the 9 o'clock hour here, we were lamenting and wondering what was going on here in the state of Missouri with votes. There was a big voter dump, and now officially Missouri has been called for Donald Trump. However, still lacking in a total vote turnout. Only 45% of the vote counted so far in the state of Missouri. Donald Trump has been projected as the winner. He's got 52% of the vote.
Is that the New York Times you're reading?
Yes.
Do they have anything from Mike Kehoe?
I don't have the Mike Kehoe.
Mike Kehoe has been called.
He did. That race was called.
Fox called Kehoe, right?
Yes, that was called. The Josh Hawley Senate race. Now, the numbers I have for the Senate race are different than the overall state numbers. In the Senate race with Josh Hawley and Lucas Kuntz, there's at least according to Google and some other places that I'm looking, 38% reporting in this Senate race. Josh Hawley with less than a 1% lead. However, it all, Larry, obviously, we don't know where these votes are coming from.
We don't. I was getting ready to say it doesn't make sense at all.
Yeah. I mean, I think that I will say this in my conversations recently with Rodney Boyd, who will be on our show tomorrow. He is my absolute go-to and has been for years at the old place here at News Talk STL. When you want just the facts, ma'am, when you want, no bias, unpartisan, information about the state of Missouri, Rodney Boyd is the go-to guy, in my opinion. And we've been talking over the last several weeks, not that Josh Hawley's seat is necessarily in danger, but that Lucas Kuntz has put up about as good of a fight as you could possibly put up. So I don't think at the end of the day, I don't think Josh Hawley's going to lose that seat, but I'm not surprised. I'm a little surprised at how close it is, but I'm not surprised that it's closer than people thought.
And he even shot a guy.
Yes, he did.
A reporter. Let me take a moment, folks, to correct that. It was a ricochet, but you're firing bullets at metal targets, less than 10 yards. And Kuntz is supposed to be a military known with weapons. You would have to expect you might get a ricochet.
Why, Larry, can Democrats not even pretend like to be normal people? Like Kamala Harris can't hold a shovel. Like, she doesn't know how to dig a hole, obviously,
but she's got a Glock. She couldn't tell you what it is, but she's got a
Tim
Glock.
Walz doesn't know how to
load a
carry
shotgun.
or load a shotgun, even though he's supposed to have military experience. Lucas Kuntz doesn't know firearm safety, even though he's supposed to have military experience.
So getting back to your original question,
why can't Democrats even
be normal?
Why can't they even mimic normal humans?
There was a piece of video that flipped through a moment ago. I didn't catch the source, but apparently Kamala was making a call to someone or talking to them in a gathering around her, and she was talking, and they kind of held up her phone so everybody could see, and there was nothing on the phone.
It was the phone's camera.
Yeah, there's a phone camera.
Like the green line across the top of a call wasn't there.
There was no call.
Did you hear her attempt to get the chant started? The most cringe piece of sound.
Yes.
Not only
Let's
that.
go vote. Let's go.
But the Harris for
It
president
is.
thing behind her looked like somebody's 6th grade class.
It did.
Wrote it and drew it.
It did. So as I mentioned, we're going to check in with Susie Moore from Red State in a few minutes. Emily, are we going to talk to Tobler now? Okay, great.
Good.
Let's do that. Let's take another
Call the doctor.
Yeah, let's step away quickly here. We're going to regroup. We'll get you a new set of numbers and a full update on everything, and check in with Dr. Randy Tobler, host of the Randy Tobler Show, which you can hear every Saturday morning here on News Talk STL. You're listening to live election coverage.
America Decides 2024
on News Talk STL.
Be sure you make an appointment with the doctor, Dr. Johns. Spice things up a little bit. Novelties, lingeries, videos, oils, lube, and more. If you're looking for something out of the ordinary, Dr. Johns has you covered. Your one-stop shop destination to fulfill all your fantasy and add some zing to your love life. 3 locations in Fenton, Farmington, and Wood River. So be sure you make an appointment with the doctor, Dr. Johns, and be sure you tell him News Talk STL sent you.
Seavers JCB is where you need to go for the industry's best compact track loaders, featuring the iconic single-arm JCB power boom and side door entry. JCB compact track loaders are stronger and safer than conventional twin-arm machines, and they deliver the power and performance you need. For a limited time, get financing rates as low as 0.99% on new JCB compact track loaders, or take a generous cash incentive. Stop into your local Seavers JCB or visit SeaversJCB.com.
America Decides 2024.
Harry J's Steakhouse in Moscow Mills brings you Election Night 2024. Brought to you by Picadilly Palace and Patriot Powder Coating and Iron Bear Customs.
America Decides 2024.
This is special coverage of America Decides 2024 on News Talk STL.
Welcome back to live election coverage on News Talk STL. Tony Colombo in studio with Vic Porcelli and Larry Connors. Talk to Dr. Randy Tobler here in just a moment. Also want to give you a quick update here on some of the local issues. Now that we are finally seeing some numbers come in for the state of Missouri, here is an update. As we mentioned just a moment ago, just a little bit after 9 o'clock, a few minutes ago, the state of Missouri was called for Donald Trump. So no surprise there. Here's where we're at as far as the amendments are concerned. Amendment 3, of course, probably the biggest issue on the Missouri ballot. 32% of the vote counted for Amendment 3. And right now it is passing with 53% of the vote. 53.6% of the vote is a yes on Amendment 3 right now. Again, with numbers just updated again, 53.5% with 33% of the vote on Amendment 3. Amendment 2, the sports betting amendment, 25% of the vote in. That is also a yes right now with 52.1% of the vote. Amendment 5 and Amendment 6 are both no's right now. 34% in for Amendment 5, 33% in for Amendment 6. Both of those are failing. Amendment 5 is failing 52.3. Amendment 6 is failing 61.8. And Amendment 7. This is the good news of the night so far.
Yeah.
Amendment 7, now only 32% of the vote in for Amendment 7, but 61.8% a yes on Amendment 7. So
okay,
Amendment 3 is winning right now, but only by 5 points. Amendment 7 is way up right now. Go ahead.
I have a couple of things.
Yes.
I was just handed Amendment 3 numbers, and according to this,
What do you got?
I don't know how many percentage of the vote it says here because it's black on blue. But
Okay.
anyway, it's no.
Okay.
More than yes.
Do you have a total
51%.
vote? Do you have a total vote count?
I don't have a total vote count. Yes,
Then-
I do. 445,256.
My numbers are a little bit more updated.
Damn
I
it.
have a vote count of 606,000 for yes.
Okay.
513,000 for no. But to your point, that is showing the fluctuation that is happening.
And this may also bolster the no argument. I was just handed the Josh Hawley, Lucas Kuntz numbers.
Yeah.
And the 3 blue counties are the ones that Tim said, right? Kansas City,
University.
Columbia, right? The universities and St. Louis. All these other counties haven't been counted yet.
Mm-hmm.
So not only for Hawley, but maybe for Amendment 3.
And he's up nearly 3 points, even without those areas being counted yet. So that's a great sign.
Absolutely.
For the hit for tonight, as far as.
But
Josh
again,
Hawley's
that raises
concerned.
this question. I mean,
Yes,
these
please.
are rural counties. They should have been, their numbers should have been available within an hour and a half after the polls closed. Really.
I'm wondering what is been the holdup in the state of Missouri. Period.
Well, I agree. I mean,
Isn't the same conversation we had?
Well, it's exactly the same one we had
primaries?
this year. With the same one we had 10 years ago, 15 years ago,
Same
20 years ago.
conversation.
In the primaries, it was specifically St. Charles County.
Yeah, you're right.
This is across the board
Right.
in the state of Missouri. And what the other frustrating thing is, as you heard me reading off those amendment numbers, Amendment 3 has 35% of the vote reporting. Amendment 2 has 27.
How do you do that?
How is that not the
How do you
same
do that?
number?
Yeah.
That's
How is
brilliant.
that not
I
the
don't-
same number?
You're
Yeah.
right, Tony. God, that's brilliant.
Larry, you gotta. I mean,
No,
can
I'm
you
going to give
add-
you a stack of ballots, Tony. You count on. You only look at Amendment 3. I'm going to give the other stack over here to Vic, and you only look
And
at
then we-
number 7.
Got
And
it.
then we flip flop.
And then we'll see if they're the same. Hey, are we done with Missouri?
No, we're not. but
I just have one quick thing to say.
I'm about to be done with Missouri, but no, yeah.
I was hoping my old home state of New Jersey would flip.
Uh-huh.
And Morris County, New Jersey, the votes have not even been counted yet. They haven't even been counted. Morris County is a huge county.
Wow.
And one of the richest counties in the country.
Wow. That is big. And the update, the popular vote estimate from the New York Times,
Yes, Larry.
up 0.8 for Trump, 0.8 when it was a 0.4 for Kamala. 12-point swing in the last 2 hours. That's their estimation.
That's okay.
New York Times chance of winning graph is updated now at 82% for Donald Trump, and the Electoral College is at 296 for Trump against Kamala Harris's
270 to win.
242 with 270 to win.
I'm going to see what Ken will let me say tomorrow. If he'll let me say landslide, avalanche, red wave, tsunami.
We were working through some technical issues, and we've got those squared away, and we do now have Dr. Randy Tobler on the line with us. Doc, I don't know if you heard that most recent report from the New York Times. Their chance of winning graph has gone up to an 82% chance of victory for Donald Trump at this point of the night, and their Electoral College estimate has just also been adjusted to 296 for Donald Trump. Momentum seems to be on the side of the former president right now. What are you feeling personally, Doc?
Yeah, well, I tell you, as I'm looking at some of the counties throughout those swing states, and you just look at how Harris is underperforming, not in all, but in many of them, enough to make a difference. And on the other case, compared to Biden in 20, and Trump, a mirror or the opposite of that, 180 degrees opposite. I mean, I think it is looking pretty favorable right now. And the other thing that I'm getting more and more excited about, assuming that whether it's by a whisker or by a significant mandate, if we got a Donald Trump and a Senate that's red and a House that remains red or gets a little redder, hopefully with a little more savvy navigation of a Congress, which I think objectively he didn't do the first time, actually might get some really nice things done. And I think one House seat has flipped. Senate seat, obviously, in West Virginia has flipped. So if that trend continues, and if in fact it's a red DC, it could be a very, very nice 4 years.
Doc, you've been doing your own coverage there in Columbia. Of course, Dr. Randy Tobler on every morning on the Eagle there in Columbia. I don't know if you heard us going over, we're finally getting at least some numbers, still a very small, not, still a minority of precincts reporting in the state of Missouri. As I mentioned a moment ago, Amendment 3, the latest numbers now, Amendment 3 is passing with 53.8% of the vote. It's a yes right now, but only 35% of the vote counted for Amendment 3. Only 29% of the vote counted for Amendment 2, which is also right now a yes at 52% yes. Are you hearing did you hear anything in Columbia from your contacts about what is the holdup in the state of Missouri?
And why those numbers aren't the same?
Yeah, and why? Yeah, how can you have 35% reporting on Amendment 3 and only 29% reporting
I can
on
tell
Amendment
you,
2?
in Cole County, the amendments went down to defeat, or at least they're going down to defeat. We'll have the final numbers pretty soon. I believe in Boone County. Brian, I've got the news guy here. How are the amendments looking in Boone County, the latest? You have just ballpark. They're losing, aren't they? Abortions, yes, big, yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I think, Boone County is essentially a purple county because, it's a red county because of Columbia. And of course, being a university town, you know how that is.
Yeah.
And so there's going to be a House seat that's going to be taken over by a nurse who works at, I believe, University of Missouri. He has stated his district will be, it looks like he's going to win. His name's Greg Bush. It's an interesting story. He has said that if Moon Choi, the boss there at the University of Missouri, doesn't come to the table and basically meet the union's demands, that he will vote against funding. against funding for University of Missouri, but yet that is included in his district. Think of what that says about populism this election cycle. That is the story of this cycle.
So, Doc, do your team there have any statewide numbers that are even close to 40 or 50% in Missouri on anything?
No better.
So,
No. I think you're doing a little hair better than that, and that's just because I think Jay Ashcroft's always been very, very careful about reporting early. It tends to be sluggish, and that's been his pattern. But I think it's a conservative way to manage things. Certainly, we will have the results out long before the Pennsylvanias of the world, right? But it's just interesting to see how this is unfolding. I didn't expect these ballot issues to be that close. I really didn't. Especially
major
Amendment
update.
3, if it holds.
A major update on Amendment 3 just now as we're speaking. It jumped from 35% to 44%. So nearly 10 points or 10 more percent of the vote dumped in. And the yes on 3 has expanded its lead to nearly 11 points, 55.5% yes on Amendment 3 to 44.5% no. Again, only 44%. But, Doc, every time I see an update on Amendment 3, the yes continues to expand. I can't say I'm surprised, but I am disappointed if that continues to hold.
But I think, it's going to be interesting to see how the Republican caucus in the legislature reacts to this, what I think will be a pretty substantial defeat of what was the strongest anti-abortion, legislation in the nation. Does this mean that, in fact, Americans, Missourians, I think across the board, are going to tend to reject the most extreme on either side of the fence? And that when legislation is crafted in a state where it's easy for money to buy constitutional amendments, which are pretty much written in stone, maybe that'll come to bear on, the next Republican majority in the state of Missouri when it comes to almost any issue. What does it mean? Is there going to be enough flashback that not only do you not get what you thought you were going to get, you're going to get worse than what you ended up legislating?
Doc, we are going to let you go here as you will have to be up first thing in the morning on the morning show there in Columbia. Last final thoughts as right now as it stands at 9:33 p.m. on election night. Fox News has the current electoral count at 205 to 117 in favor of Donald Trump. The New York Times count is at 198 to 112. Again, also in favor of Donald Trump. And the New York Times says that there's an 83% chance of victory for Donald Trump at this point of the night. What are your final thoughts and what are you looking towards, for the rest of this evening to unfold?
Going into this day, I told Vic this morning, and I think it may come true. I figured it was either going to be Kamala by a hair or Donald Trump by a substantial amount. And I'm very, very glad to report that it appears as though, unless we get some surprises and they bring in suitcases of Kamala votes.
No Grinches.
Might happen.
Sir, with all due respect, it's Christmas morning. You got the present you wanted.
It's morning in America.
Thank you, Doctor.
It's Morning America
Thanks,
again.
guys.
Dr. Randy Tobler every Saturday morning, 6 a.m. here on News Talk STL. Doc, thanks so much. We will get a full update here. It's been a while since we checked in on Georgia and North Carolina. There has been some movement in those states. We'll give you a full update on that and check in with Susie Moore. Yes, sir.
I have something very important.
Please.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Two quick things. This is breaking news. The decision desk has retracted their call of Virginia for Kamala Harris. So
who's desk?
Is that the CNN?
I don't know. This came from Publius, AJ Rice,
yeah,
who I think are pretty credible.
Yeah,
don't
they're
you
very
think?
credible. Yeah.
And then the other big call, I can't believe this one. Holy cow. Mark Cuban projected to be an aging lesbian. 97% of the vote in.
I didn't see that. I didn't see that race. I didn't see those numbers anywhere. To your point, Virginia, not called by the New York Times at any point tonight.
So there you go.
75% of the vote counted in Virginia, and it is a 49.5 for Kamala Harris, 48.9. So 0.6 of a point.
Still in play, yes.
I would absolutely say that is still very much in play. Like I said, we've got some updates from Georgia and North Carolina. We'll bring you those numbers, and we will check in with our friend Susie Moore from Red State next as you're listening to special election night coverage here on 101.9 and 94.1 News Talk STL.
This is America Decides 2024 on News Talk STL.
Nate Lucas here for the Village Bar in the heart of Des Peres. Since 1948, the Village Bar has been the go-to destination for delicious food, cold drinks, and unbeatable atmosphere. Savor their famous wings, burgers, and onion rings, or grab a drink from their fully stocked bar. Catch all the big games and enjoy the company of their friendly staff. Plus, don't miss the 1879 Distillery, a one-of-a-kind experience right next door. The Village Bar offers the best value in town. Find the Village Bar on Facebook and come experience where history meets great times. You'll be glad you did.
Tim Jones here for AMF Electric. AMF Electric's industrial team, noted for its go anywhere, meet any need, and delivered on-time service. In fact, over the last almost 60 years, AMF Electric has never failed to meet a customer's needed completion deadlines. At AMF Electric, they're unabashedly pro-American. They love to work with like-minded individuals and business owners who believe in freedom of economic choice. Call them, 314-647-4066. Online, amfelectric.com. That's amfelectric.com.
Hi, I'm Officer John Van Gordon, recruiter with the Springfield Police Department. We are currently looking for driven, qualified, and team-oriented citizens to become the next generation of community-minded servants here in Springfield. Our salaries and benefits are paid from day one. Plus, right now, new recruits are eligible to receive a $5,000 hiring incentive, and experienced officers looking to transfer are eligible for $10,000. To learn more, visit gospd.com. That's gospd.com.
Brought to you by the Springfield, Missouri Police Department.
On December 19th, gather with the people who keep us safe. The David Dorn Foundation invites you to Cheers and Charity Christmas Happy Hour at Toy Drive. If you have a heart for our heroes, join us for just $20. Enjoy a festive evening of food and fun. Kids under 12 are free. Bring a toy or gift card for first responder families in need. Santa will be there for photos with the little ones and the big ones too. All the proceeds help our heroes. For details, visit dornfoundation.com.
America Decides 2024.
Harry J's Steakhouse in Moscow Mills brings you Election Night 2024. Brought to you by DG Firearms in Bowling Green and Senior Memorial Life.
America Decides 2024.
This is special coverage of America Decides 2024 on News Talk STL.
All right, so another call has been made there in just the last couple of minutes. Josh Hawley projected across the board by basically every news platform as winning the Senate race here in Missouri. We discussed that a little bit earlier, how those numbers, if you look right now at the results, if you look at the current results of the Senate race here in the state of Missouri, it looks like it's a fairly tight race. But that is because we have not gotten hardly any of the results in from the rural and very deep red sections of the state of Missouri, which will go very heavily towards Josh Hawley. And the projectors out there know that as well. And Josh Hawley has been projected the winner in our Senate race. Quick update here. We've been monitoring very closely the states of Georgia and North Carolina since we came on the air at 7:00. In Georgia, 91% of the vote in. Donald Trump continues to hold a lead in Georgia, 51% to 48%, a 3-point lead for Donald Trump with 91% of the vote in. And in North Carolina, 85% of the vote in, and also a 3-point lead for Donald Trump, 51 to 48%. With 85% of the vote in North Carolina. Very, very important states. Very interesting developments there that we will continue to monitor. And joining us now, we have Vic Porcelli and Larry Connors in studio with me. I'm Tony Colombo, and now joining us on the line is Susie Moore from Red State. Susie, are you surprised? Are you cautiously optimistic still? That seems to still be the term of the night. How are you feeling as we are approaching the 10 o'clock hour on election night?
Yes, I remain cautiously optimistic. Very little has surprised me thus far. I was a little disappointed in Virginia. I know we called it earlier than a lot of people did, and we've been hearing all kinds of grief for that, but that's based on the Decision Desk HQ. That's who we work with. And they called it. We're going to stick with that. But they also called Georgia and North Carolina for Trump, just so you know.
New York Times just now, as you were speaking, called Kansas. Now, Kansas was already called by Fox News and other outlets, but New York Times just finally made that official as well, which puts the New York Times count at 204 electoral votes for Donald Trump to Kamala Harris's 112. Fox News has got it at 211 for Trump to Kamala Harris's 117. What are you guys? What are you guys at Red State, and what are you feeling at this moment as far as this electoral college shaping up?
Well, I mean, it looks like it's shaping up very closely to what people have thought it was going to shape up to, just based on the following of the polls. I mean, it may end up that the polls were close to accurate this time, setting aside Ian Seltzer's poll out of Iowa.
Iowa just called, like as you said it, Iowa went, and again, some places have already had it, but New York Times just also gave Iowa to Donald Trump. So,
It's like you're psychic, Susie.
Yeah, right?
It's like you're psychic.
No kidding. The map keeps, every time you talk, the map changes.
Keep
Susie. So
talking.
keep talking.
Call Nevada. Go and call Nevada.
New Jersey.
Keeps getting redder every time your voice is going. So please keep talking.
Do we hear Michigan?
Yeah.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
That would be nice. No,
Yeah.
I will feel much better when one more of these swing state, battleground states, goes in his column. Nevada, I think we're not going to know for sure until tomorrow. So
You think we're going to know anything? You think we're going to have a result tonight, Susie?
I do think it's possible, but it's going to take a couple of these other battleground states to go ahead and fall for him. And so I'm fingers crossed that we may have a late night call for him. But it ain't over till we cross that 270 threshold.
Yeah.
So,
Larry, you're likely to win. Our chance of winning New York Times graph is up to 88% for Donald Trump.
Pretty amazing. And Susie's familiar with that too. That New York Times live presidential forecast. I mean, showing Trump at 297 on their forecast and leading popular vote by 0.8 from a +4 for Harris earlier. And Susie, speaking earlier about South Carolina, there's no surprise here, but Jim Clyburn, Democrat, 30 years, going to go ahead and hold his seat. That we know. Senator Johnson, though, calling out Milwaukee's vote retabulation as being sloppy. And then,
Larry, you have
the big story.
Yes.
Big story. Well, I do need to add, John Curtis wins Mitt Romney's seat, so we don't lose a Republican there. But the big story that Tony really wants me to get to, and we need your input on this, and in a fashionable way you think, whatever you think. And that is AP projecting a Delaware Democrat, Sarah McBride, will become the first transgender congressperson
in United States history.
I guess my reaction to that is whoopsie frickin' do. I mean, that's fine. That's fine.
That's fine.
That doesn't move the needle for me one way or the other.
Yeah, me neither.
You know what? Voters think that's the best person.
Then that's the
That's
best.
fine.
That's what voters think.
But now she can call herself the first transgender congressperson.
You sure you're using that pronoun right there?
Yeah,
sir?
there you go.
Susie, I have a.
She's gonna have to shorten that somehow. That's
Yeah.
unwieldy.
Susie, I have a Red State breaking news question.
Okay.
About an hour ago, about an hour ago, Apache County, Arizona, ordered to keep some polling places up for 2 more hours in about 9 different precincts. I'm sure these are a lot of the Apache Nation people. What's going on there and why?
So that was my colleague Becca Lower, who lives in Arizona, who wrote that one up. And I will be honest, I have not had a chance to read up on that since I've been covering other things. But we've seen that in a couple of different jurisdictions. We've seen that in a couple of counties in Pennsylvania. I think there's one in Milwaukee. I think there's, here and there's pockets of counties where they are holding it open later because there was some sort of issue. Now, the thing that's encouraging to me is that when it appears to be a problem, like there might be something awry, I've seen the RNC pouncing very quickly and getting their lawyers in there and addressing the issues like right up front. So it's not to say there's no shenanigans going on, but they certainly are being addressed in rapid fashion, and I find that encouraging.
So, Susie, only a couple minutes left here. A couple of the frustration points, and if we do end up going very late into the night tonight or not get an answer tonight, it's going to be because of some of these issues that are unfolding like in Pennsylvania, which was the problem child going into the night, and it has lived up to the expectations. It's very slow with the numbers coming in. 61% of the vote now in Pennsylvania. Donald Trump, a 3-point lead there with 51% of the vote. And Minnesota, only 5% of the vote counted in Minnesota. I don't even know how that's possible.
Slow there.
Yeah.
Well, Tim Walz is the governor, so there's your.
There you go. That's exactly right.
No kidding. I mean, what an absolute joke that they've. Right. Are you kidding me? The polls there have been closed for a couple hours, and they've got 5% of the vote.
Florida puts the lie to everybody who struggles with this.
It does. It does.
I'm sorry. Even Missouri, we should do better.
Amen. I couldn't agree more. Tim Jones said it a little bit earlier. Florida should teach a class in how to count and release
Susie
votes, because they're one of the biggest states in the nation, and they had no problem delivering that information.
How much change do you think would have been made on these numbers tonight if Harris had taken Shapiro instead of Walz?
What a great question,
Larry. I think that probably would have had a beneficial impact for her. I think Pennsylvania would have probably been a lock for her, and then that would have been a harder, a more difficult path for Trump to win. It wouldn't have been impossible, but he would have had to really focus on some of the other states, the swing states, to shore up his potential of winning. I think that was a terrible miscalculation on her part, and I'm happy for it.
Susie, any final thoughts as we wrap up this conversation and roll on with our coverage here tonight? Any final thoughts or anything that you would specifically remind folks or point out to people to focus on? What are the things that you are going to be watching closely as the rest of the night plays out?
Yeah, I'm continuing to look at the amendments here in Missouri. I think we knew the way that the presidential and the statewide offices would go. I'm, hoping against hope that we defeat Amendment 3, although the numbers right now aren't particularly promising. And that's kind of where my focus is.
Yeah, very good. Susie Moore from Red State, thank you for everything that you do for all the shows here at News Talk STL and our special election coverage tonight. Always so helpful, so insightful. And thanks as always for your time tonight, Susie.
Thanks, guys. Have a great evening.
Susie.
All right. We are going to, Susie just mentioned the Missouri amendments. Let's get you up to speed with a full update on the numbers here in the state of Missouri. We will bring you all of that and get you an update on what's happening in Missouri and also the latest on all of the states as we continue to watch this presidential election. Get you a full update next here on News Talk STL.
This is America Decides 2024 on News Talk STL.
Hey, it's Vic. Are you worried about rising taxes? Well, you're not alone. With government spending outpacing revenue, many Americans fear a tax hike is on the horizon. But here's the good news. You have options. Chris Cooper of Serenity Wealth Management specializes in tax-efficient strategies for income planning, legacy, and growth. Chris knows your money will go to one of three places: the government, healthcare, or your family and charities. Shouldn't your loved ones come first? Don't let Uncle Sam be your biggest beneficiary. Take control of your financial future today. Visit serenitynowtax.com for your free copy of Chris's book, The New Holistic Retirement. Serenity Wealth Management, because you deserve peace of mind in retirement. Request your free book today at serenitynowtax.com. That's serenitynowtax.com to get your free copy of The New Holistic Retirement. That's serenitynowtax.com. Serenity Now with Chris Cooper.
Investment advice offered through Fortis Capital Advisors.
Hey, get ready to copy a number that could change the future of your company, connecting you to PRI Global and the world of artificial intelligence. Take a free survey, 636-689-0545, 689-0545. PRI Global has its own AI lab and can create the best way to help your business. 636-689-0545, 689-0545.
Jewels on Hampton and St. Louis Hills is paying some of the highest prices on gold, silver, diamonds, semi-precious colored stones, coins, flatware, and fine watches on site. Jewels on Hampton is a premier jeweler featuring Alvanza's jewel art designs with an exquisite selection of diamonds, semi-precious stone jewelry, and vintage watches. Their expert design team can restyle your jewelry to today's contemporary style. They also do jewelry and watch repair. Need extra cash? Jewels on Hampton is paying some of the highest prices on gold, silver, diamonds, semi-precious colored stones, coins, flatware, and fine watches. Bring in your collectibles and clocks and sports memorabilia and figurines too. Jewels on Hampton, 4506 Hampton, just 3 blocks south of Chippewa, and jewelsonhampton.com. Call them at 314-752-5000, 314-752-5000, and jewelsonhampton.com. Jewels on Hampton.
America Decides 2024.
Harry J's Steakhouse in Moscow Mills brings you Election Night 2024. Brought to you by Picadilly Palace and Patriot Powder Coating and Iron Bear Customs.
America Decides 2024.
This is special coverage of America Decides 2024 on News Talk STL.
Welcome back live into the studio. I'm Tony Colombo with Vic Porcelli and Larry Connors. We are going to check in again with Jamie Allman, host of the Allman Report, which would normally be on your radio right now if there wasn't a presidential election happening. We're going to check in with Jamie. Also, Vic's co-host, partner every day on the Vic Porcelli Show, Ken Williams, who has been in the just tell me in a second. I want to go to that. We got an update from the New York Times Needles, which have been been telling a very interesting story.
Popular vote estimate according to the New York Times. Remember when we started this around 7:30 when we started watching it, Harris was leading the popular vote by 0.4.
Mm-hmm.
It is now Trump up 1.
Wow.
So that is a 14-point swing on the popular vote, and everything else continues. Trump at 298 on their forecast. And likely Trump, they're moving.
With actual votes counted, he currently has about a 6 million vote lead on the national popular vote as well.
Yeah, and you only need 270.
Yeah.
They were trying to work out a case on Fox News earlier about Bill Himmler trying to show how she could get maybe 271.
Gotta hate when he
does that.
but
I don't mind getting information, but he's saying how she could get 271, but it was a real stretch. Hawaii is going to add to her, obviously.
Right.
And California, I don't know about Washington, Idaho, and things.
He flies through those counties. I can't even keep up.
I'm talking about the states. I can't follow the county.
Right. So, like as I mentioned, we're going to talk to Jamie Allman here in just a few minutes. We're going to check back in with Ken Williams, who has been participating in the conversation, moderating, and being a part of the conversation tonight on all of our social media platforms, which have been very active. Of course, you can listen to us on the radio, but you can also watch us and listen to the coverage on all of our social media platforms: Facebook, Rumble, Twitter, YouTube, while supplies last. So if you're doing that, and please engage in those very active conversations Ken Williams has been a part of, and we're going to check in with Ken here in just a few minutes. Want to get you guys an update on the Missouri amendments and get your thoughts. First, obviously the biggest one, and again, Vic, I don't know how this is possible, but Amendment 3 has 56% of the vote reporting, and Amendment 2 has 37%. Explain that to me, and I'll give you a lollipop. But
I mean, Tony, seriously, could it be that somebody? Wait, no, I'm serious.
Okay,
can it be that somebody just didn't vote on one of those two amendments?
It would still be the same percentage of votes counted, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you're right.
So when we talked to Tim Jones, who left the studio here a little bit ago to go to the Bob Onder party tonight, maybe he'll with Congressman Onder, and maybe we'll have some.
And that's a legitimate question, because I talked to a voter the other day. He said he went to put his election form in, and it kicked it back. And he tried again, it kicked it back. So he called the judge over, and they said, "Well, you didn't fill out the back." That was where all the judges were. And he said, "I don't know any of them. I didn't know what, so I didn't want to put anything down."
You shouldn't have to vote for
Yeah, and he said, so I just left them blank. Can I do that?
For judges.
And so
same thing here happened to me
so
today.
she had to push a button to let it happen. I'm sorry.
Wow.
Yeah, same thing.
That's interesting.
I didn't fill out any of the judges.
Yeah.
Like,
No, he
they
didn't.
kicked it out
over because it spit it out, and they're like, "Oh, they just want to make sure that you meant."
So they pushed a button and then it went in.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't like that, Vic.
I want a receipt.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. I agree. So let's get you a quick update on these Missouri amendments. Amendment 3, 56% of the vote in, and Amendment 3 is currently winning. The yes on 3 is at 53.6%, the no 46.4%. Amendment 2 is also currently a yes, with 52% yes to the 52.3 to the 37. Oh, wait a minute. Big old jump. 52.3% to 47.7% on Amendment 2 with
No, wait, it's 2 to
37%.
47. Wow.
Yeah, that's a yes on 2 right now, but only 37% of the vote counted on 2. Amendment 5, that's the casino at the Lake of the Ozarks, 53% of the vote reporting, and that is a no currently, with 52.1% leaning towards no, with 53% of the vote in. Amendment 6 is the, I was going to say the biggest landslide, but it is not, because Amendment 7 is. Amendment 6 is a no right now, with 52% of the vote in, over 61% a no on Amendment 6. And finally, on Amendment 7, the best news of the night, if you ask me, 54% of the vote in on Amendment 7 and an overwhelming 67.7% voting yes. And that is, of course, Larry, for
being a citizen. You must be a citizen.
And the elimination of ranked choice voting.
Yes.
Which, talk about a great 1-2 punch. Yeah. There. Vic, great news about Amendment 7. Amendment 3, not so much. Not going. Every time there's an update, it gets a little bit worse.
I have one local thing I'd like to bring up.
Yeah.
Are you guys hip to the Madison County separation referendum?
Is that to break the state of Illinois?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
To break Madison County away from Illinois.
Yeah.
And Dave Stouffer, the guy who has absolutely championed this entire thing, says right now with 92% reporting, 64,000 for it, 51,000 against it. So then what? Did they become part of us?
Well, you know what? This is super interesting.
Yes.
I actually love this stuff.
I do too.
Because
secession.
Yes, it is. It is, Larry.
That's what it is. Yeah.
And they're in up in the states of Washington and Oregon.
They talked about doing that.
They've
forming their own.
That's right. You're right.
There have been multiple votes that have passed on both sides of the border.
And to break California. And to break
All right,
California.
one more quick thing. According to Ron Clutho, our friend of Groovy Grooves, says that Royce White is way ahead of Amy Klobuchar in Minnesota. How about that, Larry?
I love that. I love it.
Wow. Yeah.
I'd love to see. That's another seat flipped, and kiss Amy Klobuchar goodbye.
Yeah, we will. We need to, as we cross into another new hour here at the
Under
10
did
o'clock,
win. Under did win.
In just a moment, Bob Under did officially
win.
Okay.
According to, called by Channel 4 anyway.
We are going to check in with Tim Jones at the Bob Onder party in just a few minutes. We're also going to, as I mentioned, we're going to get Ken Williams back in the conversation and Jamie Allman, and we are also going to just get you a full update on the national race, the Senate, the House, the presidential race, and the latest Missouri numbers. We're also going to check in with our national SRN news right at the top of the hour. Lots going on. I think the 10 o'clock hour is going to be a very busy one. So don't go anywhere. You're listening to live election coverage here on 101.9 and 94.1 News Talk STL.
You're listening to America Decides 2024 on News Talk STL.
Tony Colombo here, reminding you to visit my friends at Bluff City Outdoors in Alton before your next trip into the great outdoors. For decades, Bluff City Outdoors has covered all the needs for area fishermen, and they'll always have all the best bait, tackle, and gear for your next trip on the water. And now they cover all your bow hunting needs, including their state-of-the-art indoor archery range and techno hunt system, open every day for you to come shoot, or you can join a league. Follow Bluff City Outdoors on Facebook and learn more at bluffcityoutdoors.com.
As the daughter of an OBGYN, I learned from a young age that no topic is too taboo for discussion at the dinner table. This family-centered, transparent approach to health and wellness that my dad, you may know him as Dr. Randy Tobler, created for my siblings and I, is what we strive to deliver to our patients at Body of Health Direct Primary Care. I'm Sammy Tobler-Gregory with Body of Health, where relationships matter. Come learn about healthcare the way it ought to be and schedule your free discovery call today at bodyofhealth.com. That's bodyofhealth.com.
KLGY HD3 Clayton, K270BW Belfast, KNBS Bowling Green. This is News Talk STL at 101.9, 94.1, and always streaming at newstalkstl.com.
Federal Election Headquarters in New York. I'm Haley Bianco, and here's where things stand right now. The majority of polls have closed across the nation. At this hour, 11 p.m. Eastern, we're seeing California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington close their polling stations. Still open until midnight Eastern time, we have polling spots in Hawaii and Alaska, with some locations in Alaska closing at 1 a.m. Eastern. But where are the candidates tonight? Former President Donald Trump is watching the results come in from his Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida, while Vice President Kamala Harris is watching the results from her alma mater, Howard University in Washington, D.C. Meanwhile, President Biden is awaiting the results at the White House. Since polls opened this morning, Americans lined up at their polling places to cast their votes.
I made sure I was up at 5:30. I decided to go do this because Trump, we can't too far to go backwards.
I think that at the end of the day, American people do ultimately all want the same thing, which is a strong government that cares for its people. And I think that everybody's just mobilized to want to have their voice heard.
I voted for Kamala Harris. We don't really have, we're limited in our choices.
I voted for Donald Trump today.
For up-to-the-minute results, go to snc.tv. You're watching Decision 24 on Salem News Channel. In New York, I'm Haley Bianco.
The following is special Salem News Channel coverage. Decision 24, Election Night in America.
And welcome back. I'm Jeff Vaughn, live in Los Angeles. This is the Salem News Channel, and this is Decision 24. I'm joined by Ken Rosado, who is in Washington, D.C., as we take a look at the next round of states with the polls closing at 8 o'clock. That would be Pacific time, 11 o'clock Eastern time. California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington polls closed just moments ago. We do have some breaking news here tonight, Ken. Big surprise, Harris takes California and all of its electoral votes, and that brings her now to a total of 162 compared to, as we take a look at our polling partners, 246 in favor of Trump in the Electoral College.
And remember, we understand Trump just won Idaho, so that is not too much of a surprise, but neither is it a surprise that California would go to Kamala Harris. That was sort of a given. But at this point, remember, just a reminder to everybody who's new to this game of politics that the number to hit is 270. Whoever achieves 270 electoral votes first is the winner. 269 would be a tie, in which case Congress, the House of Representatives, would have to break that tie, and it would not be the current House. It would be whoever is elected tonight and then sworn in January.
Yeah, and by the way, you mentioned the 270, Ken. There's 191 solid blue electoral votes, pretty much 148 solid red. There's 93 out there that are toss-ups. And so that's where we stand at this point in time. And I was really taken by Nebraska and that one Omaha precinct that has one electoral that went to Trump. That was projected to go to Kamala Harris. Mm-hmm. Now all of Nebraska is red. I thought that was a key part to get her to 270. That is no longer in her equation now. And so it does seem to be at this point in time, as you have mentioned here on Salem News Channel, Trump's game to lose.
And Jeff,
you're listening to America Decides 2024 on News Talk STL. This hour of News Talk STL is brought to you by Rodney and Jen Wallner and the entire Wallner home selling team at Berkshire Hathaway. Call them today at 314-810-SOLD. 314-810-SOLD. From the Michaels Flooring Outlet Weather Center.
I'm First Alert 4 Chief Meteorologist Steve Templeton. We've got some dry time ahead, but watch for some patchy fog in the morning. Otherwise, a chilly low, about 49. Near normal in the afternoon, 63 for the cool high temperature. Partly cloudy skies. Thursday, mostly sunny and a high of 63. We're dry again Friday. Next rain chance arrives on Saturday. That's the latest from the First Alert 4 Weather Center. I'm Chief Meteorologist Steve Templeton.
Attentive food lovers. Craving authentic kosher cuisine? Head to Nate's Kosher Deli in the heart of Creve Coeur's culinary scene. Formerly Cone's, Nate's is now under new ownership, offering an even greater selection of kosher items, from mouth-watering sandwiches to gourmet meats and fresh baked goods. There's something for everyone. Call 314-333-6283 or visit NatesKosherDeli.com. Experience the difference at Nate's Kosher Deli today. And don't forget to mention News Talk STL sent you.
Attention St. Louis small business owners. Dive into the power of video with Blue Ocean Media Group. We create affordable, eye-catching content that makes waves on social media and strengthens your brand. Don't let big budgets hold you back. Our professional team delivers pro quality at small business prices. Boost your online presence, engage customers, and watch your business grow. Visit BlueOMG.com today to start your video journey. That's BlueOMG.com.
America Decides 2024.
Harry J's Steakhouse in Moscow Mills brings you Election Night 2024. Brought to you by DG Firearms in Bowling Green and Senior Memorial Life.
America Decides 2024.
This is special coverage of America Decides 2024 on News Talk STL.
Well, there was just a big jump in the electoral college number, and that is because as we crossed into a new hour, Larry, the polls closed on the West Coast, and I know this is going to be a surprise to everyone, but
Don't tell me.
The moment we crossed over the hour, the state of California was declared for Kamala Harris, giving her a big old dump of electoral college votes. The number now, according to Fox News, is 216 for Donald Trump. Kamala Harris at 193. According to the New York Times, it's 214 for Donald Trump and 179 for Kamala Harris. The New York Times tracking needles, for lack of a better term, has gotten has remained at 88% chance of win for Donald Trump at this point of the night, and their electoral college estimate has been bumped up to 301 for Donald Trump, which is something that is getting closer and closer to a prediction that we heard just about an hour ago
from the king,
from Jamie Allman, who joins us on the line again. Jamie, you are becoming Copernicus at this moment. The New York Times number keeps bumping up, and you said earlier what you were thinking somewhere around 315, correct?
313.
313
is where it's going to be. Yeah, if not more. I mean, this election is over. So we're getting the points in from Pennsylvania. I'm a little concerned about Philadelphia. The numbers there coming in from there. But the reality is this election's over, guys. It is. There's no way that she can possibly make up. And it was interesting. So Salem, their news guys did what a surprise. She won California. It's like, no crap. I mean, it's like, of course it's going to be California.
All right, Jamie, I just want to say one thing here, okay? Yeah. 2020, I went to bed and I said, great. Donald Trump's going to be reelected. The confidence that you have right now. I woke up and I'm like, what in the hell?
Yeah. No. So Pennsylvania is going to go Trump. There's no way it's not. Georgia's going to go Trump. There's no way it's not. Wow. So those two states that we have right now, and you notice though, like I was listening to Fox News, and so they keep on piling on like they did back in the day, like in 2020. They keep piling on the states that she wins, Maine, and all these.
Ones you expected her to win. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, right, exactly. But they keep on talking about how she's winning all these states. But in the end, the time the night is over, I'm telling you, this election is over. There's no way she's going to make up the Electoral College votes to win this election. It's not going to happen.
Pennsylvania's 21, Michigan 17, Wisconsin, Minnesota 10 each.
Mhm.
There you've got, let's say 50, not even quite 50.
Yeah.
That's not going to.
Well, you got the 16 in Georgia, which Jamie just mentioned. Georgia, the confidence that he has going to Donald Trump. He's been leading in that state all night long. We've been watching it all night.
Yeah.
And didn't you say, Vic, that Red State actually has called Georgia? Is that
They did.
Is that correct?
And I'd like to say that Red State also called Moreno in the Ohio Senate over Sherrod Brown.
Good.
Oh, wow.
Which is a flip.
Wow.
Can I call Hawaii? Can I get that one?
Yeah, you can call. Yeah, Hawaii is yours.
Nick, Red State's a very credible organization, man. Those guys do some great work there,
Yeah.
and I think if they're calling that, I mean, it's a swamp. There's no way that there's no way she can recover from this. There's not a chance. And in fact, if it gets to 313, great. It might even get higher than that, but the votes aren't coming in. They're not, and it's. I can see Fox News right now, like they did in 2016, where they're stabbing at all the states, trying to find like this one little borough or this one little community that might have some votes, but it's not coming through.
They continued. I'm sorry, Jamie. I apologize.
No. I'm sorry, man. Georgia might be a little dicey. You could see some things. Pennsylvania might be a little dicey. Philadelphia's kind of like, kind of in the mix. But the outlying areas, you know why Trump was in Butler. You know why he's in Allegheny County. Those places like that, man. This dude, I'm telling you, this race is won.
You're talking
Now,
about earlier
also-
about how the commentators were basically trying to direct and tell you that, well, particularly when Trump ran against Hillary, this blue wall, he cannot get over it. He cannot do anything about it. This will stop him from getting it. And he blew it down. And of course, then they shamefully, with sad faces, had to proclaim it goes to Trump. The latest New York Times popular vote estimate, Trump now plus 1.1. That's a 15-point swing from when we began watching.
Jamie, you mentioned it in our conversation earlier. The popular vote doesn't mean anything when it comes to the results, but it sure does make a point about how tonight's going. If Donald Trump is able to also win,
Well, we want a mandate.
yeah, the popular vote, and if he scores, north of 300 electoral votes. I mean, it really does drive home at least some point, doesn't it?
Yeah, back in the day, the founding fathers discovered that all the leaders were being elected from Virginia. Like going, this doesn't sound right. So let's do the electoral college vote. And it was so brilliant. It was so perfect because otherwise you'd only have, candidates going to New York or California or whatever. And so these guys, this is when there were like 13 states basically, and they said we need to have the electoral college, which I guarantee you, after this election, they'll be calling for the abolishment of the electoral college, which will never happen, by the way.
Moreno did just get called, by the way.
Okay.
Did we state that
So,
earlier?
Jamie,
Yes,
I just want to.
Yes, sir.
Sure.
I just want to solidify the notion of Ed's Toit. Everything
Yeah.
Democrats say, the
I
opposite
talked
is
about it on
true.
my show today. You're so right.
They said if Donald Trump wins this election, there won't be any more elections, right?
right.
What's the truth? If they win, there'll be no more elections because they'll abolish the Electoral College, and California and New York will choose the president of the United States, and we'll never win another election
And
again.
if there's rioting, there will not be Republicans involved in it.
It's Ed's
There
Toit,
will be an
Jamie.
insurrection by the Democrats.
Everything Democrats say, the opposite is true.
Jamie, before we let you go, I want to switch the conversation to the House and the Senate, and sort of to the same conversation that we've been having all night. Remember when Ted Cruz was supposed to be in the fight of his political life, and that race was called an hour and a half ago? He's winning that race by double digits in points. And we were all told that was supposed to be this razor thin. He's with 75% of the vote in down there in Texas in that race. He's got a 10-point lead over Colin Aldrin. So overall, Jamie, as we've gotten into the 10 o'clock hour here, and the momentum seems to solidly be with Donald Trump and the Republicans. How are you feeling about the House and the Senate?
So Mitch McConnell tried to starve Ted Cruz and all these other guys out. He didn't give them any money. They were Trump supporters. He wanted them to lose. He didn't do anything for them. And there was this idea that Cruz was going to lose this Senate race. There was never a chance he was going to lose the Senate race. But the best thing we found out is how disloyal the Mitch McConnell Republican Party is to Trump supporting senators and Senate congressional candidates. So I will tell you, though, I think we'll lose the House. And that's because House Republicans are friggin' lazy. Ann Wagner's lucky she actually won her race because she's lazy. And these guys never came out for Trump. They never, these House Republicans never supported him. I didn't see Ann Wagner one time stand up for him. If she wins this race, I hope she does because we need more House Republicans. But it's not going to be because of her hard work. It's going to be because of Donald J. Trump. And they ought to be on bended knee to this guy for saving the Republican Party. I think the House will go Democrat.
I agree with you about it. I don't know what way the House will go ultimately, but I totally agree with you that the Republicans in the House have been a mess, and they've got to clean things up for the sake of the party and for the sake of progress. I mean, just what we've been through in the House of Representatives with, multiple speakers and just some of the ridiculousness that we've seen.
I hear what both of you are saying, but if it truly comes down as a mandate to getting the Senate, the White House, and the House, or even if you think we fall short, I think some of these weak-kneed Republicans are going to start getting spine again, and others are going to make sure they do, and we will actually get things done in this country.
I hope you're right.
And do things for the better, because I realize the writing on the wall. Keep in mind, those members of the House, as soon as they finish tonight, they got to start running again.
Yeah.
They've got to jump back into the race. They've got to start raising money again immediately.
And don't forget, though, when Kamala Harris loses, the Democrats have to reformulate their party. And so, much like the Republicans did. So when you have a House, a Democrat-controlled House, keep in mind all the House members who want to be in line with the more common sense generation. Don't forget that they're not all going to be voting.
No, they're not. That's why I say they've got to start running again for re-election.
Yeah, for sure.
Right. And so they'll pretend they're conservatives, and I'll love them for that, but they're going to have to do that. But I think the House goes Democrat, unfortunately, because of the laziness of the Republican Party. Senate, totally Republican. Trump all the way. We're going to be good.
Jamie Allman, the Allman Report. Yeah, go ahead. Final thoughts. Yeah.
Thanks, Jamie.
Yeah, you bet, Jamie. Thank you so much. Yep. Thank you so much for your time. Speaking of the House of, back at you, buddy. Speaking of the House of Representatives, we're going to check in with the newest member of the United States House, Bob Onder, who has been declared the winner in that race. We're going to check in with our buddy Tim Jones live at his party. You got something for us?
I do. This just handed to me from CNBC, and this was published at 10:08 our time.
10 minutes ago.
Dow futures jumped 500 points. Russell 2000 futures rise 2% as traders bet Trump winning.
As we go to this
500 points.
As we go to this next very brief break and we get ready to talk to Tim Jones, we're also going to be talking to Ken Williams here in a few moments. We talk to both of them here in just a few moments. I will say this: North Carolina has just gone officially to Donald Trump.
Is that right?
To the New York Times.
Oh, good.
North Carolina has been projected as a victory for Donald Trump by the New York Times, now giving him 230 electoral votes to 179 Kamala Harris. This is the New York Times numbers. Their chance of winning has gone up now to 90%, Larry, for Donald Trump.
You know what? We're not going to run the table. We're going to run them off the table, though.
Yeah, and Georgia is at 94% of the vote. Still not official, but New York Times has that listed as very likely Republican, and there's almost no more votes to count left in Georgia. So that will be happening.
When I look at the breakout in
very
Georgia,
shortly.
the only blue is right there in Fulton County, Buckhead, and Atlanta. The rest of it is not there.
We're going to be checking in with Ken Williams, who's manning all the chat boxes on the various News Talk STL social media platforms. And we are going to check in to the Bob Onder party with Tim Jones as we continue through what I told you it was going to be a very busy 10 o'clock hour here on election night, live on 101.9 and 94.1 News Talk STL.
America Decides 2024
on News Talk STL.
Tony Colombo here for Gutter Pros, your all-in-one gutter service team that brings years of experience and quality that's affordable right to your doorstep. We discovered Gutter Pros a few years ago when we bought our home and inherited a gutter issue that was on the road to becoming a potentially big problem, but thanks to Gutter Pros was stopped before causing any major damage. They've also repaired the siding on our home because along with gutter repair, gutter installation, and leaf protection, the Gutter Pros are also the best for siding repair and installation. Learn about all the ways Gutter Pros can help your home at gutterpros.com.
No. Is your computer giving you headaches? Make it happy again with Jeff Computers. For 30 years, this locally and family-owned business has been the St. Louis area's trusted one-stop shop for cybersecurity, managed IT, and data recovery services. Choose the experts at Jeff Computers. They offer computer protection plans and can recover your lost or damaged data. Visit them in Ellisville or call 636-256-7901. Online at jeffcomputers.com and tell them News Talk STL sent you.
History, wine, spirits, food, and music, plus an awesome name. That's the Old House in Hog Hollow. This beautiful historic home's been turned into a wine bar and event venue that can host any and all of your gatherings. Take a tour while enjoying a glass of wine and see all the original features that are still around from the 1850s. Open Thursday through Sunday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., serving breakfast, lunch, and brunch, with live music on select dates paired with wine tasting. Find them at 14319 Olive Boulevard in Chesterfield or online at oldhouseinhoghollow.com.
Hi, Chris Arbs here. Join me and the team at Royal Banks of Missouri for their annual Economic Forecast Breakfast. The event takes place on Tuesday, November 19th at the Factory in the District in the Chesterfield Valley. You'll hear from their experts and get a better understanding of what to expect from the U.S. economy in 2025 and beyond. Doors open at 7:30 a.m. and the program starts at 8 a.m. Attendance is free, but you do need to reserve a spot. You can RSVP by sending an email to emails@royalbanksnet.com or by calling 314-212-1545.
America Decides 2024.
Harry J's Steakhouse in Moscow Mills brings you Election Night 2024. Brought to you by Picadilly Palace and Patriot Powder Coating and Iron Bear Customs.
America Decides 2024.
This is special coverage of America Decides 2024 on News Talk STL.
Tim Kaine just retained his Senate seat for the Democrats. That's the latest update for you on the national stage. Going to get you a full update on the Missouri amendments here in just a moment as well. And right now, checking in with Ken Williams once again from the Vic Porcelli Show. Vic Porcelli is in studio with me. I'm Tony Colombo in studio with Vic and Larry Connors. Ken Williams has been on the air with us, and he's been monitoring and participating in the conversations on the News Talk STL social media platforms. Ken, what has the conversation been online this evening, and specifically in the last hour or so, as some big states and big gains have been made by Donald Trump and Republicans across the country?
And whoosh, my brother.
Yes, and whoosh,
my brother. And everybody, it's pretty exciting to be involved in all this, first of all. I mean, you guys are doing such a great job, and the streaming on here has been a lot of fun talking with everybody, and they seem pretty positive. I noticed that Moreno won Ohio,
Yep.
which is really good.
Yep.
They've been.
That means
they've
a
been talking
Senate
about-
seat. That's a Senate seat. Big deal.
Along with the Jim Justice Senate seat gain in West Virginia for the Republicans. Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be really huge for us, you guys. I think the people in general are feeling really good about the House, the Senate, and our president. Our 47th president, I think, will be Donald J. Trump. I really do.
Donald John Grover Cleveland Trump.
You got that right, Vic Porcelli. And hey, brother, Righty Wright says word has it Biden is yelling at his baby monitor for
I thought he was yelling, "Get off my grass!"
That's awesome.
You think Democrats are regretting the decision to kick Biden off? I mean, I know that didn't seem like they had a choice, But I mean, looking back, this Kamala Harris Tim Walz ticket is so bad.
I don't think so. Because if they left Biden on the ticket, Kenny, tell me what you think. If they left Biden on the ticket, he'd have to debate again.
Yeah.
That would be a disaster again. It would be a 50-state.
I don't know. I just feel like he still connects better with voters than Kamala Harris does.
What do you think, Kay?
I think he's beyond connection, though, Tony. I think
Yeah,
he's
no,
so
I
far
agree.
gone.
They all are. They
Yeah,
all are. The Democrats all are.
Well, Kamala Harris never was. Okay, let's be honest about this. This was a bad B movie production.
What if you
Everything that
take
she
out,
did-
Ken? What if you take the characters and the people out and look at the lawfare, the constant shouts of derangement,
Yeah.
Hitler,
Yes.
fascist,
Yeah.
garbage,
Yeah.
and you take all the name calling, and American people just said, this is you're preaching us hope, and you're giving us sad, dark,
Division
disaster
and
stories.
hatred.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think? Yeah.
Larry, I think you're so right about that. I think people are so fed up. In fact, I would go as far to say that there were people who were actually voting for Democrats originally, and they're saying, you know what, I'm going to investigate all this because Donald Trump could not be possibly that evil. So I'm going to check it out. And I've actually seen videos of Black Americans saying, I'm checking this out now because I just cannot believe that this man is running for president and he's that evil. And I think they overplayed their hand. there.
Everyone, we have some breaking news just now in the last moment here regarding the state of Missouri. We have two calls when it comes to amendments. Amendment 7 has passed.
Good.
Amendment 7 is a yes.
You must be an American to vote.
You must be an American citizen to vote and outlaws ranked choice voting. Also, however, Amendment 3 is a yes officially in the state of Missouri.
Nice job, baby killers.
Yeah, at least this is according to the numbers from Google and the Associated Press right now. With 76% of the vote reporting, they have projected that Amendment 3 in Missouri will pass. Right now, it's got nearly 54% of the vote. So nearly an 8-point lead right now for Amendment 3 with 76% of the vote in. And the Associated Press, Google, and others are projecting that Amendment 3 does pass in the state of Missouri.
That Amendment 3 vote thing is really, really upsetting. But I think, and I know it's going to be a lot harder to change this, reverse the course on this. But guys, after they see all the transgender information in there and all the different things that were unintended consequences that most people didn't even know about was in the Amendment 3.
It's
I think they're going to see that. Yeah, it is. And I think eventually Missourians are going to see this. And it's going to get back on the ballot, and it's going to be changed.
So we're going to live in a state. We're going to live in a state where a 15-year-old girl can't get a tattoo, but can get gender reassignment procedures without parental legally. Legally, and without parental.
It's disgusting.
And she'll be hooked on drugs the rest of her life.
Kenny, it's disgusting, man.
It is. I think that people, and you know what? And here, I'll tell you this. I lay as much blame at the feet of the Republican leadership in the Missouri legislature that did not resolve IP reform in this past legislative session.
Tony, you're right.
For putting us in this position.
Yep.
This is the price we pay for all that BS about parking spots. And, all that junk got in the way of real work for the American people that people like Justin Sparks and Nick Schroer and others were working very hard to accomplish. And I can't wait. We'll try to get Senator Schroer on before we end our coverage tonight because he has been central to the abortion issue in the state of Missouri. Writing he wrote the former law. He's been at the front lines of this. So
and now we might prefer to have the IP the way it is because we can quickly get it signed and get it back up in front of everyone.
So,
but a lot of children are going to suffer. I'm still waiting for the man or woman to stand in front of me and tell me why they think a child should go through mutilation.
I don't think the voters fully understand.
They don't.
They just know that there was an absolute on the line, and they were not prepared to
absolutely
take.
And they're looking at the abortion thing,
Well,
and Ronald Reagan made it very clear back in the 70s. He said, "I've noticed that everybody that's for abortion has already been born."
Yeah, right. So a yes on Amendment 3 in Missouri is official, at least according to the Associated Press, Google, and others. Also, Amendment 7 is a yes officially in Missouri. Amendment 2 is still leading. Amendment 5 and Amendment 6 are still going down. They are losing at this point. And Proposition A, the minimum wage proposition, is also leading by quite a bit with nearly 60% of the vote in favor of that and 71% voting. We need to get to Tim Jones, who is live at the Bob Onder party. Ken Williams, I know you'll be continuing on the social media platforms. Final thoughts, at least for now, 10:30 at night. Some very good things are happening. Also some very disappointing things happening in this busy election night. Your thoughts as we wrap up this conversation.
Yeah, I keep going back to Red State and getting the updated information as far as the stats too, just to make sure that it's covered. And I got to tell you, man, I'm pretty excited. I'm pretty jazzed about the House, the Senate, and our President Donald J. Trump. I think it's going to be awesome. I really do.
Well, slap my ass and call me garbage.
Here we go again. Every time you do that, you scare the crap out of Emily.
Sorry,
Go through what words are like.
I'm
Words are
sorry.
not.
I should have just said whoosh, my brother. I'll see you at 9 o'clock.
And wish to everybody.
Yeah, my friend. All right, we are going to check in with Tim Jones live at the Bob Onder victory party, as Bob Onder has been confirmed, projected to win that race and be on his way to the United States House. We'll check in live with those guys next here on election night on News Talk STL.
You're listening to America Decides 2024 on News Talk STL.
Be sure you make an appointment with the doctor, Dr. Johns. Spice things up a little bit. Novelties, lingeries, videos, oils, lube, and more. If you're looking for something out of the ordinary, Dr. Johns has you covered. Your one-stop shop destination to fulfill all your fantasy and add some zing to your love life. 3 locations in Fenton, Farmington, and Wood River. So be sure you make an appointment with the doctor, Dr. Johns, and be sure you tell him News Talk STL sent you.
Mom and Dad worked hard all their lives. I hoped their retirement years would be easy, but as they got older, they needed help. So I called Right at Home. They're experts in navigating the aging journey and have a unique 5-step approach to in-home care. Right at Home created a custom care plan for my parents. Now they get support, and I have peace of mind. If your parent or loved one needs in-home care, call Right at Home St. Louis or visit athomestlouis.com.
Transform your space with JML Interior Design in Clayton. For 32 years, local woman business owner Jeannie Lashmet has been creating stunning interiors that reflect your vision. From residential to commercial, kitchens to corporate spaces, JML Interior Design brings expertise to every project. Planning a home remodel, tackling new construction, or the expert commercial interior space planning service. Jeannie and her team deliver great designs that work. Call 314-453-4233 or visit jmlinteriors.net. JML Interior Design. We just don't dream it, we do it.
Tony Colombo here for the Farmers Co-op Old Town Country Store in Old Town St. Peters, where they have a huge selection of products and services for your yard and home, including a full line of lawn and garden products, a full line of products for animal care, and that includes anything from livestock to the family dog or cat. They'll fill any size propane tank for about half the price of a new one, and so much more. Visit them in St. Peters on 2nd Street, right behind the QT at 70 and Mid-Rivers Mall Drive. And check out all their products and services at oldtowncountry.store.com.
Craving real barbecue, St. Louis? Your search ends here. 4 incredible locations, Bogart's, Dale Smokehouse, and 2 Pappy Smokehouse spots, each serving up mouth-watering, slow-smoked perfection. Only the highest quality meats, prepared with love and care by our friendly staff. From ribs to brisket, our full menu has something for everyone. Dine in for lunch or dinner, or let us cater your next event. Bogart's, Dale Smokehouse, and Pappy Smokehouse. Where smoke meets delight, every bite is a highlight.
America Decides 2024.
Harry J's Steakhouse in Moscow Mills brings you Election Night 2024. Brought to you by DG Firearms in Bowling Green and Senior Memorial Life.
America Decides 2024.
This is special coverage of America Decides 2024 on News Talk STL.
So I believe Tim Jones is literally on stage as we speak there at the Bob Onder party. Is he calling?
That's why he's not calling me.
Oh, yeah. No, that's just my prediction. That's just my guess.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I know that they are very busy there, and we will be checking in with the former Speaker of the House live at the Bob Onder Victory Party here in just a few moments as we roll through this very busy election night. We just gave you the update on the Missouri amendments. Let me do this one more time for you quickly. Missouri Amendment 3, the abortion amendment has passed. It's a yes on 3 from Missouri voters today. 77% of the vote reporting right now. It is nearly 54% of a yes. We'll see where those numbers end up, but that is being projected as being a yes. Amendment 3. Amendment 7 also being projected to be a yes, and that one is overwhelming. Nearly 68% of Missouri voters saying, Larry, duh, you have to be a U.S. citizen to vote in a United States election. And what I think, and I'm glad this was in the same, I'm glad the ranked choice voting was in the same amendment because it kills two birds with one stone. The ranked choice voting one is a little more confusing and standing on its own. Maybe it doesn't go as solidly as it did, but I think very good things for the state of Missouri to outlaw ranked choice voting and also make it a requirement that you need to be a citizen.
Let me tell you some of the states, there are at least 10 states I can think of where they were not even asking for identification before you voted.
Mhm.
And if I recall right, Newsom signed a bill about 4 weeks ago that it would be against the law in the state of California for a voting judge to simply ask for identification. So
wow.
We've got a lot of, and then there was some video that was being shown of a lady going to vote, and she offered her ID to the voting judge, and the woman said, I don't need to see that. She said, well, don't you need to know it's me that's voting? No, I don't need to see it. I mean, they were basically rejecting it when people were offering it. If you don't have a problem with presenting an ID, then you want a legitimate vote.
Yeah.
But if you want somebody that opposes you, and another lady said she had gone in to vote, and they said, you voted last week. Said, no, I did not. We said, we have your signature here that you did. She said, that's not my signature. I did not do that. And so what do I do now?
I want to touch
do you
on
fill
some of
a
that.
provisional ballot and goes to
Yeah.
judges, and maybe it will be put in later or not?
I want to touch on just election results in general in a minute. I want to finish the amendments here, but I don't know, knock on wood, it's gone a little bit smoother tonight than I had been afraid of, Vic.
Yeah.
But just to give you the full update here on Missouri, again, officially yes on 3, Missouri voters say, also officially a yes on 7. When it comes to Amendment 2, the legalizing of sports betting, that is leading right now, but that has not been determined. 56% of the vote in for Amendment 2 and 54% right now saying yes on 2. When it comes to Amendment 5 and Amendment 6, both at 72% reporting, and both right now are no's. The casino Amendment 5 is barely a no. It's 51% of the vote right now saying no, with 72% of the vote in. Amendment 6 is the law enforcement retirement benefits amendment. That is a much more lopsided vote, 61% saying no right now. But neither one of those has been called. Also not called yet is Proposition A, which is the raising of the minimum wage incrementally over the next couple of years until it reaches $15 an hour. That is winning in a big way. Nearly 60% saying yes to that,
So
with
stupid.
72% of the vote in. That not official, but very much looking like Proposition A is going to pass today. Thank you for that. While we also have these Missouri numbers, another couple of quick updates here in the state Senate. Representative Adam Schnelting is leading his race with 57% of the vote. And in the district 89, the George Haruza race, Haruza, the Republican, also up.
Good.
57% in that race as well. So a lot of good things happening across the country and in the state of Missouri, Vic.
Mhm.
But the Amendment 3 is a big gut punch.
It sure is. I asked my audience this, and I don't know. I'm sick of hearing it myself, but I'll say it anyway.
Mhm.
Beyond rape, incest, and health of the mother, why would you get an abortion? I'm pregnant and I don't want daddy to find out.
You know what? You're talking about going back to the days when they would raise up a young child for 1 year, celebrate them with life, and then they take them to the edge of a volcano and throw them in. They were considered barbaric.
Mhm.
This is not barbaric.
This is barbaric.
Yeah, Larry, that unfortunately, that is not too much of an that analogy is
No,
not
I know
very
it.
far
I
off.
know it.
Not to
very
mention,
far off.
when a baby is born, it's actually 9 months old.
Listen,
already.
I read the amendments. I read them all. And Amendment 3 was the most BS of all of them, with just the legalese and the loopholes. And Missouri voters, I solidly believe this, and we'll talk a lot about this in the coming days,
Yeah.
I'm sure. Missouri voters do not understand because they were not told the truth by the ads for
Right.
Amendment 3. They were not
Absolutely.
told the truth. And they were not told the truth when you read the ballot language, when you voted today. About Amendment 3. Amendment 3 is limitless. They say that it will ban abortions after fetal viability, but when you read the amendment, there are so many gaping loopholes.
Oh God.
To the point of, if any healthcare advisor says, "Oh, it would be damaging to the mental health of the mother to have this baby," it could be a day away from being born.
Mental health is very vague. I
And
feel like,
not doesn't have to be by a therapist or a doctor. Just anybody says that.
And it's also, if anything goes wrong, you're not allowed to sue the doctor nor
Exactly.
the hospital. Now, let's
Exactly.
take just abortion. Young women getting a problem, obviously, and maybe they are concerned. We need to offer them something as an alternative.
I think adoption needs to be cheaper.
Adoption should be pushed hard and make it a bigger offer, as opposed to just say, well, let's just throw it out with the trash.
Yeah, it is a lot of, I'm surprised in a very good way about a lot of the things that have happened tonight across the country and in the state of Missouri. But that one is a big time
It hurts.
gut punch.
Yep.
We talked about Missouri Senator Nick Schroer, who is, Sunday evening. He's one of the
really
show
hot.
hosts. Yes. One of the part of the family here at News Talk STL. Stand and Fight every Sunday night here on News Talk STL. Also a very key part of many of the shows. Also a very central part of the Missouri legislature when it comes to the abortion issue.
Yeah.
He's going to join us in the 11 o'clock hour.
Good.
So I'm very much looking forward to that conversation. Let's do a quick reset here and go back out to the presidential election. As it stands at 10:43 p.m., Donald Trump, according to the New York Times, has 230 electoral votes to Kamala Harris's 200.
Let's go.
The Times, unlike other, I just was going to say, Fox News just called North Carolina as well. So the New York Times called North Carolina a while ago. I was just about to say they hadn't called North Carolina yet, but as I was talking, they did. So North Carolina has now been called by almost all of the major news organizations. We are still waiting for the results in Georgia, which I don't know how much longer. I don't know what they
about less than 100, maybe 100,000 votes separating them.
Yeah.
At last check. But
yeah,
again, you
3
look at
percentage points.
and then
He has a 3-point lead with 96% of the vote in.
right.
So
Then you jump up to
yes, sir.
Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, and there's still nothing. Nothing.
Minnesota has been super slow all night. 51% of the vote there. Pennsylvania obviously has been slow all night. Pennsylvania, 82% of the vote now in. Donald Trump continues to hold a 3-point lead there in Pennsylvania.
They just don't want to concede it.
Vic,
That's where they are.
I do have bad news about Virginia. It has been called for Kamala Harris. I know that was one that was really, you were keeping a very close eye on all night, and a lot closer than I think people wanted to admit to or talk about. That was this year's Arizona to a much smaller degree, but it was called and then it was taken back by some organizations, and then now it's been called again for Kamala Harris.
And speaking of that, Arizona's still not been called.
Yeah, Arizona also not called.
Nevada.
Only 53% of the. I have no numbers for Nevada. I don't know if you see any, Larry. I haven't.
I
have nothing for.
We're talking
for
about 5 electoral votes, but I mean,
Yeah.
you still want to know.
Arizona is at 53% of the vote in right now, and is basically tied 49.8% for Donald Trump, 49.4% for Kamala Harris. So that is going to, obviously come down to that's going to be close and could be a little while before we get an answer there. Before we take this next quick break, going back down to the projections being made by the New York Times, I will say this is, I think, the first time, Larry, that I've seen the numbers go down for Donald Trump.
Yeah, that 0.1.
He is 89% chance of victory now. It was 90 earlier.
Yep.
I wouldn't panic about that. I mean, an 89% chance of winning at nearly 11 o'clock on election night is a pretty good place to be
With
in.
298 votes.
And also projecting now 298 electoral votes. That is down a few. I don't know. They must have taken a state off of their projection for him, because it was just, now it's gone back up. Now it's gone back up to 301.
301
And now,
immediately while we're watching it. Let's just keep watching it.
Yeah.
It's
no
like
kidding.
watching a pot boil.
So right now at 10:46 p.m., according to the New York Times, Donald Trump has a 89% likely chance.
Breaking news out of the New York Times, North Carolina, Trump.
Yes, North Carolina for Donald Trump. Yes, that is correct. And that is part of his 230 electoral votes at this moment.
Can I tell a quick story to go into break?
Yes, please.
There was a woman, big woman, large woman.
Okay.
And she was going to vote, and she had I guess a MAGA shirt or some kind of Trump shirt. And they said, "We're sorry, you can't vote with that shirt on." She said, "Okay, fine." She took off her shirt and she voted in her bra.
I loved it. She said the woman's about 70 plus, and she's standing there with you voting.
I love it.
Trump 232.
That's Alaska. Is that Alaska?
Oh,
What's
yeah.
the two electoral votes?
Total,
Yeah.
national.
So
232.
Fox has got it at 232. The Times has it at 230.
My question is,
where is that to?
if it's 232, is that Alaska? Because I know that's two electoral votes.
Alaska's 3 votes. So
I'm wrong.
I don't know where that 2 is. Maybe
weird, right?
You know what? Maine is one of those states that splits their votes. Maybe
Oh,
he
you
got
may be right
maybe
about
he
that.
got 2, or maybe
He got 4 in the one in the middle, the main one in the middle.
Okay, so there you go. Maybe that's where that came from, because Maine splits their
But
votes.
that story
Maybe
about the woman pulling her blouse off
Isn't
and
that great?
voting in her bra, I
Yeah.
saw that, and she was just said, "All right, but I'm damn well I'm going to vote."
Yeah. Actually, she used a very colorful word.
Oh, she used more so than I
that would
did.
make Emily jump on the button there, so I don't want to do that to Emily.
All right, we are going to take a very quick break, and then we are going to go over the numbers here and get you a fresh update on everything happening nationally and with the Missouri races and amendments, and we will get you a fresh set of numbers next here on News Talk STL.
America Decides 2024
on News Talk STL.
Hey, St. Louis, it's Ben Shapiro, and I'm proud to be part of the new conservative voice of St. Louis, News Talk STL. Every weeknight at 11, we cover all the news, personalities, and we'll break down the culture. I'll always give you my opinion. The Ben Shapiro Show, weeknights at 11 on 101.9 and 94.1 News Talk STL, the new conservative voice of St. Louis.
Here's some expert advice from McGuire Moving and Storage. If you have a home or business move coming up, you need to book now. Most moving companies are booked 6 to 8 weeks out. So call McGuire now, get an on-site estimate, set a date. McGuire has 85 years of experience and just won the Spire Quality Award. I can personally testify McGuire goes above and beyond to help the clients. McGuire Moving and Storage, McGuireMoving.com.
Hey, beverage enthusiasts, it's time to stock up and save at Save on Liquor and Wine, Twin Oaks. This October, we're rolling out the biggest sale of the year. Premium whiskeys, fine wines, tasty tequilas, smooth vodkas, you name it, we got it on discount. Whether you're celebrating, relaxing, or impressing, Save On is your one-stop shop for all things liquid refreshment. 1142 Merrimack Station Road or online at savonliquor.com. Save on Liquor and Wine, Twin Oaks, where great moments begin with a perfect pour.
Craving the most delicious pizza in town? Head to Monocle's on Highway K in the heart of O'Fallon. From thin crust to pan pizza, gluten-free options, and every topping imaginable. Monocle's, as you covered. Indulge in mouth-watering calzones, party-sized salads, and our famous sweet and tart dressing. Family-owned and locally operated, Monocle's serves up love and care with every bite. Dine in or carry out, and don't forget to try our banana-licious monkey bread for dessert. Order online at monocles.com or stop in today and tell them News Talk STL sent you.
Honesty, integrity, humility, purpose. We're looking for people that share these values. As an officer in the Springfield, Missouri Police Department, you'll train in a state-of-the-art facility, learn special skills, and most importantly, learn that being humble through it all builds a better community. Our next training academy starts soon. Work hard and dedicate yourself to the craft, and I promise you'll have some amazing opportunities. Visit gospd.com for more information. That's gospd.com. Brought to you by the Springfield, Missouri Police Department.
I'm Dr. TJ, owner of the Institute of Natural Health, co-owner of Optimal Nutraceuticals, and the host of Wellness 101. Wellness 101 is designed to cut through the nonsense and provide you common sense, science-based information regarding health and wellness. On the show, we discuss topics like thyroid health, gut health, hormone optimization, and many others. Our show airs Saturdays at 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. and Sundays at 11 a.m. and 3 p.m. right here on News Talk STL. For more information, visit us at inhstl.com. That's inhstl.com.
America Decides 2024.
Harry J's Steakhouse in Moscow Mills brings you Election Night 2024. Brought to you by Picadilly Palace and Patriot Powder Coating and Iron Bear Customs.
America Decides 2024.
This is special coverage of America Decides 2024 on News Talk STL.
So breaking news in the U.S. Senate in Nebraska, the Republican Fisher has just been projected the winner in that race, which means the Republicans hold now 50 seats in the United States Senate. Fox News is calling it a flip for the Republicans in the United States Senate. And obviously, if Donald Trump continues to hold on to this race, you would have that, the additional of if it is 50-50, we'd have the vice president.
And he's holding on over Tester. And that would be a flip, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that would be a big time flip.
They say it's too soon to call, though.
Oh, now it officially 51 seats for the 51 seats for the Republicans in the United States House. So, according to Fox News and others, as of this moment, the Republicans have won the United States Senate. Right. We talked a little bit ago, speaking of some of these local issues, Vic, you mentioned earlier the vote in Madison County that passed, the secession vote. We have a lot of listeners in Illinois, and we know the frustration that so many voters and residents in Illinois feel because of Chicago's dominance in their state. We have a special guest on the line that can talk about this even deeper.
And downstate Illinois are a bunch of conservatives, and they're sick of Cook County.
The majority,
right?
State, yeah.
So we're the guy who started this whole thing is on with us, Dave Stouffer. How you doing, baby?
Hey, whoosh, my brother.
Whoosh, my brother. How many days until the end of the error?
75 days until the end of the error.
He's been counting this down for an entire year. How many days till the end of the error?
He's looking like Nostradamus too.
Yep. All right. So, Dave, tell us first of all what the objective was, and then the results tonight.
Well, the objective of this whole movement is to, number one, to send a clear and concise message to Cook County and Springfield, because Cook County effectively controls Springfield. With 46% of our state's legislative power coming from Cook County. We succeeded not just in Madison County tonight, Vic. We had 7 wins.
Wow. And
believe it or not, Madison County was the smallest of them. We won by a 13-point margin in favor of the split. We were 56.5%. But you had Clinton County at 69%, Jersey at 73%. Iroquois right now is reporting a 74.5% margin. Perry, 71.5%, Greene County, 73.5%, and Calhoun with 76.6%, all in favor of splitting the state.
Good showing, man. So I have 2 questions. I'm going to ask them one at a time here. First of all,
sure.
What's the next step as far as getting this completely done?
Okay, officially, we have to have 50% plus one of the counties on board. That would mean we have to get 17 more counties.
Okay.
That
17. Wow.
Again, this has always been a journey. I've always told everybody, you miss every shot you don't take.
Right.
And we have to take 17 more shots and get 17 more counties on board before anything else happens.
So let's say this happens, Dave. Let's say your objective comes to fruition. Then what? You guys join us? You're part of Missouri? Are you your own state? How does that work?
Okay, so the way that this ballot works under Illinois state law is this allows the county board of each of the representative counties to have, if you will, a constitutional convention. At that point, their directive is to split the state from Cook County. It doesn't regulate or specify how. Some counties may migrate to other states. The majority will probably try and stay together.
Okay.
So that's for the elected officials to do. This is Vic, this is 100% grassroots. A bunch of guys like myself working full time and tired of seeing our paychecks evaporate before they ever hit the bank.
All right, Dave. Hey, listen, thanks so much for all the hard work on this. Thank you for serving. We appreciate that, of course. And mostly, whoosh, my brother.
Whoosh, my brother.
It's a great
Thank
story.
you guys all, each and every one. We appreciate you guys.
So I love this.
Yeah.
And I've been watching what's going on up in the Northwest with Portland, with Oregon and Washington, and the votes for people trying
Idaho,
to,
right? They want to become part of
Idaho. Yeah. And here in Illinois, and I think, people are voting for this.
Texas has tried it repeatedly. California.
This is not a crazy is like some person that has got this. People are voting. State legislatures are passing laws that would allow this to happen in areas.
So let me just say very quickly.
People are putting their foot down.
If nothing else, it sends a message, right? It sends a message to the governor. It sends a message to Cook County. We're sick of your stuff. I got you.
She's still awake.
And I think that, enough with the Cook County nonsense. You know what I mean?
Yeah. A quick recap here as we get ready to cross into the 11 o'clock hour, which could be a very definitive hour tonight in our election coverage. We mentioned at the beginning of this segment, Fox News has called the United States Senate for the Republicans with 51 seats. Other areas that, like I mentioned earlier, New York Times only has 50 still. They have not gone to the 51 like Fox has, but Fox is projecting the Republicans taking over the United States Senate. We will have a very busy 11 o'clock hour. We'll talk to State Senator Nick Schroer and Tim Jones live with Bob Onder next.
This is America Decides 2024 on News Talk STL.
Craving something twisted, something deliciously different? Philly Pretzel Factory in Baldwin is your ticket to pretzel heaven. We're not just talking regular pretzels. We're talking out-of-this-world pretzel creations and mind-blowing pretzel pizza. Don't get yourself in a knot searching for the perfect snack. We've got party trays, specialty items, assorted pretzel tins, plus our legendary dips. Philly Pretzel Factory in Baldwin. Online at phillypretzelfactory.com.
Getting new flooring can be exciting, or it can be a hassle. To make sure you have a great experience, use Michael's Flooring, like I did. Hi, it's Susie Moore, and Michael's Flooring has become my go-to for quality, variety, and an all-around great experience. They've been locally owned and operated for more than 30 years. Carpet, hardwood, laminate, ceramic tile, natural stone, luxury vinyl, it doesn't matter. Michael's Flooring is ready to help. 3 locations to pick from: St. Peter's, Darting Prairie, and Creve Coeur, or online at igotfloor.com. That's igotfloor.com.
Step into a world of enchantment this holiday season with Cirque Musica Holiday Wonderland. From awe-inspiring acrobatics to gravity-defying aerial feats, it's the perfect fusion of circus artistry and beloved holiday songs in a celebration guaranteed to create memories for the entire family. December 5th, 7 p.m., the Family Arena. On sale at the Carroll House Furniture box office located at the Family Arena or Ticketmaster. Inspire your holiday spirit with Cirque Musica Holiday Wonderland.
the Roots and Boots Tour 90s Electric Throwdown. With Sammy Kershaw. That's my story. Colin Ray. Oh, that's my story. And Aaron Tippett. Saturday, November 9th at the Family Arena.
There ain't nothing wrong.
Reserve seats on sale now at the Carroll House Furniture Box Office, located at the Family Arena or at Ticketmaster. Roots and Boots Tour 90s Electric Throwdown.
KLGY HD3 Clayton, K270BW Bellefonte, KNBS Bowling Green. This is News Talk STL at 1019, 94.1, and always streaming at newstalkstl.com.
I'm Tasha Stevens. Some high-profile election results are coming in. Bob Agnew has details.
Well, Tasha, Donald Trump has been declared the winner in North Carolina, one of those 7 battleground states we've been hearing so much about. The GOP has flipped that West Virginia seat of retiring Senator Joe Manchin. That was almost virtually guaranteed heading into today's voting, but also races coming in the Republicans' favor in a number of other states as well. It would appear that they have, in fact, reclaimed the majority. I don't know if that is official yet, but it is almost certainly in the works now. Republican Bernie Moreno defeating Democratic U.S. Senator Sherrod Brown in Ohio, with control of the Senate hanging in the balance there. The Montana seat is expected to go to the Republicans as well. Republican Mike Kehoe defeating Democrat Crystal Quaid to win the Missouri governor's race.
Kehoe is Missouri's lieutenant governor. Quaid is the state House minority leader. Kehoe will succeed GOP Governor Mike Parson, who was barred by term limits from seeking re-election.
That is correspondent Bernie Bennett. And Tasha, abortion rights advocates lost today on a Florida ballot measure, but prevailed in 2 other states by rejecting adding abortion rights to their state constitution today. Florida voters kept a ban on abortion after the first 6 weeks of pregnancy in place. Tasha?
Thanks so much, Bob. At a news conference in Georgia, Fulton County Police Chief Wade Yates says of the 177 polling places in the county, over 30 received bomb threats.
We planned heavily for the incident of a bomb threat being called in. And it's a good thing we did, because that's the only thing that happened today was 32 bomb threats at different polling locations.
5 out of 6 healthcare workers in hospitals and nursing homes say they will not roll up their sleeves for COVID-19 shots. More on these stories at townhall.com.
The instability of anyone with everyday aches and pains, I've got a question. What are you missing out on? Probably a lot. So let me tell you about Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. It doesn't just mask pain, it helps reduce or even eliminate it. In about 3 weeks, you'll discover what it's like to feel better. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF and save on your first order. That's 1-800-4RELIEF.
With Progressive, you get more than savings. You get access to us through our mobile app, online chat, or by phone.
Oh, I see what you're doing here, Jamie. Giving me all these ways to stay in touch, so I have no excuse not to. Well, you're in luck, because this guy's in the market for a new BFF.
Actually, all our customers can contact us this way.
Oh, yeah, no, I was just kidding.
But I am always up for Taco Pizza! Jigsaw!
Get help from Progressive through the website, app, chat, or phone. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
A French court has convicted 18 defendants in a major people smuggling case.
The high-profile case sheds light on the lucrative but often deadly business of transporting people on flimsy boats across the perilous sea from France to the UK. The defendants were swept up in a pan-European police operation in 2022 that led to dozens of arrests and the seizure of boats, life jackets, outboard engines, paddles and cash. The court in Lille, northern France, sentenced one of the ringleaders from Iraq to 15 years in prison. Other sentences range from 2 to 10 years in prison. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
Dollar Tree is going through some major changes as its CEO says he's stepping down. Rick Draling has served as CEO since 2022. The company's acquisition of Family Dollar stores in 2015 have proven to be unfruitful as revenue and shares of the company have plunged recently. News and analysis at townhall.com. Well, stocks saw an election day boost. Seth Sutel has more from New York.
Stocks rallied on Wall Street as voters headed to the polls and as more data piled up showing
Showing the economy remains solid. The S&P 500 rose 1.2% Tuesday, moving closer to the record high it set last month. The Dow Jones Industrial Average added 427 points. That's about 1%. The Nasdaq Composite gained 1.4%. Palantir Technologies jumped more than 23%. The software maker said it was seeing unrelenting demand for AI applications. The market also got some help from a report showing that growth accelerated last month for U.S. services companies. That's a big category that includes banks, transportation, and real estate. Seth Sutel, New York.
Bernard Bernie Marcus, the co-founder of the Home Depot, a billionaire philanthropist and a big Republican donor, has passed away. He was 95. More on these stories at townhall.com.
This hour of News Talk STL is brought to you by Stifel, serving investors for over 130 years. Contact your Stifel financial advisor at stifel.com. That's STIFEL.com. From the Michaels Flooring Outlet Weather Center.
I'm First Alert 4 Chief Meteorologist Steve Templeton. We've got some dry time ahead, but watch for some patchy fog in the morning. Otherwise, a chilly low, about 49. Near normal in the afternoon, 63 for the cool high temperature. Partly cloudy skies. Thursday, mostly sunny and a high of 63. We're dry again Friday. Next rain chance arrives on Saturday. That's the latest from the First Alert 4 Weather Center. I'm Chief Meteorologist Steve Templeton.
America Decides 2024.
Harry J's Steakhouse in Moscow Mills brings you Election Night 2024. Brought to you by DG Firearms in Bowling Green and Senior Memorial Life.
America Decides 2024.
This is special coverage of America Decides 2024 on News Talk STL.
A new hour could be a very decisive hour of election coverage here on News Talk STL. Tony Colombo in studio with Vic Porcelli and Larry Connors. Producer Emily is here as well and started the broadcast here in the studio and is now at a party. Tim Jones, former Missouri Speaker of the House, as we mentioned a couple hours ago, it feels like a couple hours ago, Bob Onder has officially won his race. He's on his way to the United States House of Representatives. What are the official numbers? With 92% of the vote in, Bob Onder with nearly 62% of the vote. Tim, it's got to be a very jovial party that you're at tonight. Big win tonight for Congressman Onder.
It is a raucous, rowdy crowd out here at the Soda Museum in the great city of St. Charles. Bob Onder, my very good friend. I of course, I'm the microphone guy, right? So I walk in, they hand me the microphone, and suddenly I'm emceeing the freaking. We had county councilman Joe Brazel here tonight. He won. We had state representative, now state senator-elect, member of the Freedom Caucus, Adam Schnelting.
Yes. Yeah, great.
Victor tonight, heading to the Senate. He won that dramatic primary, guys. Remember that?
Yes.
52% against 4 opponents.
Mm-hmm.
Easily cruises to victory. Bob Onder, yes, my very good longtime friend, one of my favorite people in the world. Couldn't be more happy or proud of him. And we're truly blessed to have Bob Onder representing not just the 3rd Congressional District, but the entire Show Me State in Congress. He will be a congressman for all. He is a true champion of freedom and liberty, a hard-fought primary. He easily, you never know what's going to happen until all the votes are counted. I believe he was going to easily win. He did. A huge dramatic victory tonight. And I'm happy to report, fellas, as far as I can tell, and all the results are unofficial, it appears that not a single incumbent Republican has gone down in the General Assembly. The Republicans appear that they will maintain their supermajority in both the House and the Senate. This was the year that Democrats felt that they could strike the best. They had abortion on the ballot. We can talk about that. That's maybe the one and only black eye on Missouri tonight. Ranked choice voting appears to the anti-ranked choice voting, citizen-only voting provision appears to have won in a landslide.
It did.
And fellas, I know you guys are watching the national scene. It appears that we are witnessing the greatest political comeback in American history. The Trump train just keeps on chugging, adding Senate seats to the Senate. It appears we're going to have a minimum of 53 Republican U.S. senators, an opportunity to pick up even a 54th. It is a great night for the reestablishment of law and order and freedom and liberty all across Missouri and all across the United States of America.
Mr. Speaker, Jeff Allen came in a few moments ago, our boss, of course, and said history will record 2 women ran for the White House, and they were both beat by the same man.
Oh my God. I love that.
And they were both about the most unlikable candidates you could ever find for president of the United States. Tim, a great job there just framing everything where we are tonight. We've been talking over the last half hour or so since it was projected to be a yes on 3 from Missouri voters today. That is the big gut punch of the night. But I want to give an update on some of those amendments and some of those other local races. But as you mentioned, the Republican turnout today in the state of Missouri, I just want to give you some numbers here. We talked earlier about Mike Kehoe. He won, that race was called a couple hours ago. None of these races are officially over. I mean, none of these have all the 100% reporting. So these numbers may change slightly, but this is the kind of victories that Republicans have won in the state of Missouri tonight. Mike Kehoe, a 17-point victory in his governor's race. In the Missouri lieutenant governor race, David Wazinger with a 15-point victory. Denny Hoskins with a 14-point victory in the Secretary of State race. In the treasurer race, Vivek Malik with a nearly 16-point win. And Attorney General Andrew Bailey with a nearly 18-point win. Just that is beyond a sweep, Tim. That is just domination by Missouri Republicans today.
And Tony, tell me where we currently are on the race that the media and the talking heads and the left-wing liberal Democrats told us they had a shot at. Where are we now? What is the current spread on the Josh Hawley Lucas Kuntz race?
You know what? I will get you that, and I'll raise you on that. The Ted Cruz race at last check was 11 points for Ted Cruz. He was supposed to be in the battle of his political life, and at last check about a half an hour ago, he was winning that race by double digits. What happened there? And then, the Josh Hawley race, Senator Hawley currently leading with 83% of the vote in by 11 points. Again, another double-digit victory. Yes.
Double-digit victories on races that the media desperately tried to convince us. As you said, Tony, we're on a razor's edge. We're within the margin of error. Anybody could win. It was a coin flip. Let me tell you, folks, an 11-point victory is a freaking electoral landslide. Never believe the pollsters again when they're trying to tell you a narrative instead of reporting to you the facts as well. We knew Josh Hawley was going to win. We knew Ted Cruz was going to win. We knew Texas and Florida were not into play, but they caused us to question our own instincts that we knew were absolutely true.
Let me share with you what I've been witnessing on one of the channels. The Harris gathering is still there, but the reporter is pointing out it's beginning to thin out. People are leaving. They're trying to dance a little bit. I can't hear the music, so I don't know what they're trying to dance to, but it doesn't look like it's very coordinated. But on top of that, they're saying she might be coming down to speak in an hour or two. The reporter's saying they're probably trying to script the language as to how I say, she didn't say it, but how I win or how I lose. But the bottom line is her whole crowd there, while they're doing it, they have a large screen and CNN is up on the screen. And at that very moment, they're showing Pennsylvania and showing that Trump has 50.9 to 48% for her in Pennsylvania. And you could just see the looks across the faces of the crowd like there's nothing left here.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Larry, this is what happens when you try to report a narrative instead of reporting the facts.
Amen.
And you as a skilled and trained journalist, you know the difference in that. And so, Larry, the polling was correct on races that the media didn't care about, right? Mm-hmm. On races that they didn't try to put their thumb on the scale, the polling was actually pretty accurate but on the races that they tried to influence, on the races that they tried to steer a certain way, the polling was absolutely wrong. and there's gonna be a lot of soul searching tomorrow. Of course, there's gonna be a lot of hatred directed at over half of America. But America is not fascist. America is not racist. America and all Americans, white, black, brown, green, gold, purple, whatever color of the rainbow you want to throw out, they just want to make America affordable again. They just want to make America safe again. They just want to make America prosperous again, peaceful again. They just want to make America great again.
All right, Mr. Speaker, I have a question. So some of these races were called early in the night with less than 50% of the vote in, right? And isn't it odd that the states that are still in play
Georgia
are the states, right? And with 98% of the vote, right? Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Georgia, and Nevada, all too close to call with 98% of the vote in. But let's give Virginia to Kamala Harris.
Yeah, right.
You know what, Vic? There might be a U-Haul truck out there flagged in, right? And so, Vic, back to my earlier point, when you're in the narrative telling business and all the battleground states fit that mold, right? We were told they were all so close. And some of them will be close, but not all of them were, right? Weren't we told that every battleground state going in today was 2 points or less? Yet, we have already snatched at least one Senate seat that wasn't supposed to happen. Bernie Moreno built the horrible, horrid Sherrod Brown and finally sends him into the retirement that he deserved probably a couple terms ago. And it looks like we're going to win. Donald Trump is going to win a majority of these battleground states if all these numbers hold. But of course, Vic, they can't call them because then that would defeat the narrative. But I wish the media and the pollsters would get back to the news business instead of the narrative business.
Vic asked a question earlier, which we said we should have you answer directly, and he's got a good point. As Tony was reading through some of the amendments, they were saying what's something like, let's say 60% were for Amendment 7, but only 33% were reported even voting on another one.
Yeah, Tim. So specifically, and I'll tell you, it's right now. I'll give you the numbers right now.
While he's looking, Tim, I forgot to mention that on all those states that I just mentioned, Trump is leading.
Yeah, he's leading.
Exactly.
Yeah. They just don't want to unveil it.
That to Larry's question, Tim. For example, right now, Amendment 3, which has it's a yes on 3. That's the big gut punch of the night. 85% of the vote is reporting on Amendment 3. On Amendment 2, 62% of the vote is reporting.
Math would
Isn't it the same people in the same state? Tim, why is there 20% less votes counted for Amendment 2 than there is Amendment 3? It just is weird.
We're all going to have to take this up with our local county clerk. Jay Ashcroft.
Yes.
It's above my pay grade.
So we are going to talk to Missouri State Senator Nick Schroer, somebody who has been at the very heart of the abortion issue in the state of Missouri. So I want to talk to him about Amendment 3 and get you a full update on the amendments as they stand, the ones that have passed, the ones that are still in play. So we'll get you that full update here in a second. I will say that as we were talking, Tim, the New York Times caught up with the rest of the world and has now, like Fox News did about 30 minutes ago, has confirmed that the United States Senate has been taken by the Republicans. This most likely the last time that we'll be checking in with you tonight. We'll be, of course, tuned in tomorrow at 4:00 for the Tim Jones and Chris Arp show. But final thoughts on the evening, and also with this victory in the Senate, how are you feeling about the United States House, of which Bob Onder is now a part of?
Well, as I said throughout this electoral season, I still trusted that America in general, across its whole, was a center-right country that still understood the foundational principles on which we were founded. Not racism, not Nazism, not misogyny and sexism, but a nation built on individual freedom and liberty and the opportunity for any American, whether they were born rich or poor, to pursue whatever dreams they wanted, as long as the government didn't freaking get too much in the way. I still believe we're a center-right country. I still believe that we are founded, and most Americans believe in a Judeo-Christian philosophy, and they did not want to go down this ridiculous commie Marxist road of bankruptcy, death, and oppression. Donald Trump finished strong. finished well. Look at the people around him. Indian Americans, women, RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, Joe Rogan, Elon Musk, some of the most interesting, fascinating, diverse, and amazing people upon which America is founded and continues to experience peace and prosperity. Donald Trump's America is everyone's America. And I'm so glad that at least for the next 4 years, we have preserved this great republic.
They just dropped a new ribbon saying build bigger again. And your reaction to how Israel, the rest of the world's watching this.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be
well,
a big
sounds like the stock futures are up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they are.
Betting strong on Trump. And Benjamin Netanyahu is praising the good Lord, Yahweh Almighty above, saying, I finally, once again, have a partner in the United States of America.
Tim Jones, thanks for all of your insight and input tonight, both in studio and now there at the Bob Onder party. Please pass our congratulations on to Congressman Onder and his entire team for this great victory tonight. And of course, we'll be tuned in tomorrow, 4 p.m. for the Tim Jones and Chris Arps show. Thanks for all your help tonight, Tim.
Gentlemen, it's an honor and privilege to be part of this team with the great ones like Larry Connors, Vic Porcelli, Tony Colombo. I want to give a big shout out to producer Emily. I know
Absolutely.
there's a Absolutely. Thank you to our founders, Jeff and Joe. Thank you to everyone at the station, all the hosts, all the producers. We have obviously had the best election 2024 coverage, and all of us have been a part of it. It's an honor to be with you guys.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Sounds like Tim just won an election, didn't he? The way he was thanking everybody.
Yeah. And the coverage doesn't end tonight.
Thank the Academy.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Tim.
Thanks,
And
have a great night.
you back at you. The coverage doesn't end tonight.
Yeah.
Well, Mike Ferguson will be here at 5:30 a.m. with Gabe and Stell and carrying on the conversation. We are going to stick around here to see if we can get a result this evening in this presidential race. We'll get you a full update on the presidential race, as well as go through the Missouri amendments, which ones have been decided, which ones are still out there. And we want to specifically talk about Amendment 3, maybe the right now, at least, the one really negative, I think, result for the state of Missouri and an otherwise landslide victory for conservative voters across the state. And we are going to do that with one of the lawmakers that has been at the very center of the abortion issue here in the state of Missouri, Missouri Senator Nick Schroer. He's going to join us next in our election coverage here at 101.9 and 94.1 News Talk STL.
You're listening to America Decides 2024 on News Talk STL.
News Talk STL is proud to have Doug Voss of Safe Money Radio as part of our lineup each week. Doug has been a staple on the St. Louis radio airwaves for many years as one of the leading financial experts in the area. You can now hear Doug and Safe Money Radio 3 times every weekend on News Talk STL. But in case you miss anything, you can check it all out at DougVossSafeMoneyRadio.com. You could also reach Doug at 844-6766. That's 844-676-7233.
Doug Voss is a registered representative. Securities offered through DHL Securities, LLLP. Member FINRA and SIPC.
Epic STL is always on the lookout for highly motivated, goal-oriented, results-driven people to add to our growing, winning team of sales and content professionals. 101.9 and 94.1 News Talk STL is a locally owned and operated venture of Epic STL. Apply to be a part of our creative, fun, and rewarding work environment by simply going to the Connect tab on newstalkstl.com and click on Application. Epic STL and News Talk STL are equal opportunity employers.
Tony Colombo here for Zero Res, the cleaning pros we trust with our home, and the team bringing you a great offer for the month of October. Book a cleaning this month and mention the Colombo special, and you'll get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned starting at just $129. Plus, you can take $75 off an air duct cleaning. Don't let the germs hiding in your home haunt your family. Call Zero Res now and take advantage of this scary good deal. Just mention the Colombo special when you call 314-474-2020 or when you book online at ZeroResSTL.com.
Your heating system isn't getting any younger, and waiting might cost you big. Katie here at Elite Comfort Experts. With new government mandates and 2025 manufacturer price hikes, delaying a replacement means paying more. But here's the good news. You can save now with tax credits, utility rebates, and easy financing. No gimmicks, just guarantees. Don't wait for your old furnace to quit for good. Call Elite Comfort Experts today and replace your system before prices go up. Call Elite at 636-887-0971.
This hour of Joe Pags brought to you by Window World. Simply the best for less. Call them at 314-993-1800 or visit windowworld.com.
America Decides 2024.
Harry J's Steakhouse in Moscow Mills brings you Election Night 2024. Brought to you by Picadilly Palace and Patriot Powder Coating and Iron Bear Customs.
America Decides 2024.
This is special coverage of America Decides 2024 on News Talk STL.
Welcome back to live election coverage here on News Talk STL. Talked to Ken Williams from the Vic Porcelli Show. You know him, Vic?
Sounds familiar.
Talked to him a couple times tonight. I will tell you that we just got an update on the people that are listening on our various digital platforms, either streaming us through our app or our website or watching on the social media channels. And that number continues to climb as the night goes on.
That doesn't even count on radio.
So what does that tell you about who's got the best coverage?
We absolutely do.
In all of the St. Louis area.
Put up your dukes. Let's go.
Gen Z people listening back
Yeah.
in my college.
There
right
you
now,
go.
so-
What's up, Lindenwood? Shout
Yeah,
out.
Shout out Lindenwood.
Yeah, let's go Lions. Thank you to everybody who are just tuning in. And I mean, for it to be getting later and later in the night and for the audience to be growing, that's incredible.
Yep.
But it goes to show you that our dedication to bringing you up to the minute election results across the country and, of course, here locally our dedication is second to none.
And may I quickly add
Yes,
something other than numbers?
Please.
The Wall Street Journal had done a piece last week or the beginning of the week about the Democrats were saying there's a potential for violence if Trump should win. One of the experts told Tucker Carlson, actually, I think there'll be some violence. I think there'll be workplace fights. There'll be fights at kids' birthday parties. I think there'll be protests and turn violent. And that was, there's Mark Halperin who told him that. And then another one, Halperin was stating, if Trump defeats Harris, it will be the cause of the greatest mental health crisis in the history of the country.
Let me talk about how much BS that is. That's Larry Connors. He's part of he's part of the team today. Vic Porcelli's in studio with us, and Missouri State Senator Nick Schroer is on the line. And Nick, we talked about this on my show yesterday. The group that perpetuates political violence is not the conservatives. It's not the Republicans. They want to, Democrats across the country, and whoever wrote that BS that you just read, Larry, they want to hang their hat on January 6th and say, like, look at what Republicans are capable of. When liberal voters and Democrats across the country have perpetuated a January 6th hundreds of times in the last 4 years.
Yeah.
Look at Seattle, Dallas, Minnesota, our city of St. Louis. Look at all of
But people have a right to act out.
Look at all the colleges. Yeah, right. So that is the biggest load of crap that it is. And Vic, you know what it is? It's Estoit.
It's Estoit.
Yeah.
Everything Democrats say, the opposite is true.
Nick, sorry about that. That really fired me up.
Go
Your
back
thoughts,
to
sir.
2016.
Yes, sir.
Go back to 2016 and who burned Washington, D.C. to the ground.
Yeah.
It wasn't a bunch of Republicans. It was a bunch of crybaby, you know what,
All right.
that I can't say because of the FCC, that tick all of us off. Go back to Ferguson, where you reported, that's my hometown. That's where I was born and raised in Ferguson, Missouri. It wasn't a bunch of Republicans going on. There were people that were being shipped in from New York, Chicago, California, all over the damn place. The Republicans didn't get up in arms and start burning things down when, the results were coming in 2020. We went to bed, and all of a sudden, we've all seen the graph. We've all seen the graph where Joe Biden's numbers jump up, and we heard that the water main breaks were there. We saw windows that were being blocked off because who knows? All of this stuff is just so frustrating when we look back at what happened in 2020, and everybody blames it up to COVID. Oh, it was brand new. We didn't know if this virus was going to come into the voting precincts with us, and that's why we needed to do all of these new things. Well, and that's what scares me about now. We're looking at some really good numbers that are coming in, and a lot of my friends are texting me celebrating, and I said, no, hold on, don't go to bed. keep praying, keep fighting, and make sure that we're going to win this thing. Because we don't know what's going to happen. Pennsylvania should have been called a long time ago.
Absolutely.
Georgia should have been called
How
a long
about
time ago.
Georgia?
North Carolina.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. North Carolina has been called. It took forever for that to happen.
Perfect.
Yeah. Georgia is still not called. Pennsylvania still not called. Michigan still not called. All likely leaning Republican. All
Pennsylvania.
places. Yeah,
And he's leading.
Yeah, all places
He's
he's leading.
leading.
in.
It
Yeah.
feels like there hasn't been a point in the last at least half an hour.
Mhm.
45
It's- Yeah,
minutes for
because
Trump.
because nobody wants to admit to. I'll
And
tell you
don't
what.
go to bed.
I'll tell you
Don't
what
go to bed.
has
Keep the
changed.
pressure on.
No, and we're not, and we're sticking around here with our coverage for at least another hour. We're gonna see this thing all the way. If we're gonna get an answer tonight, we're gonna be here for it. And I tell you what has changed. The projector on the New York Times website is now up to their chance of winning graph is now up to 92%.
Let's
Donald
do it.
Trump.
Let's go.
Their electoral college estimate on the New York Times website is Trump 302.
Jamie Allman's is 313.
Yeah, Jamie was 313. That's
And
exactly right.
92% is a pretty good grade on a test.
Yeah,
So
you
I
got
like
that.
it.
Yeah, that's an A.
Take it.
Well,
right?
Emily, let's
Solid
go.
A.
Let's
Zero
go.
until it comes in.
Okay.
Let's go, Brandon.
Until the fat lady sings, until we have
Yes.
Oprah Winfrey
Amen.
and Rosie O'Donnell out there singing,
Yes.
I'm not going to bed.
I agree. I
Because
couldn't
that
agree with
lady
you
needs
more.
to sing this thing.
I'll tell you what, because I remember walking away from the coverage last year. We knew when we ended our coverage last year,
election.
that last election, I'm sorry, 4 years ago, last election, we knew when we ended our coverage that we weren't going to get an answer that night because they had closed up shop in all of those states and said, we're not going to start counting votes again until tomorrow. So we knew we were leaving and not going to get an answer that night. But when we left, Donald Trump was leading in Pennsylvania. He was leading in Georgia. He was leading in Michigan. He was leading in
Tony, think about
Wisconsin.
this for a
And we
second.
said, there's no way he's going to lose all of those states. And he did. So
about this
I
for a
agree with you
second.
completely, Nick, that don't rest on your laurels and see this all the way through.
When you and I were wee little kids, about 10 years old, and we really didn't have the internet, we still had the floppy disk. Oregon Trail was still black and green. And the internet was a new thing that Al Gore invented. The ability for these people to count votes, the ability for them to count votes was overnight. We knew exactly what was happening that night. Now technology has advanced. We have the ability to get all of this stuff done within an hour, within a millisecond. If I can put my DNA, I can spit in a little thing, send it to Ancestry DNA, and they can say that you're more Native American than Elizabeth Warren. That we should be able to find out who in the hell voted for who within a matter of moments. But now you've gotten in Pennsylvania, and this is the thing that I love about Donald Trump. I mean, when we talk about fight, he has a team on the ground ready to go. When there were questions about what was happening in Pennsylvania today, he had lawyers, he had people going up there, watchdogs, and then you saw the local media saying, "Well, yeah, actually, something's going on. There are these massive ballot counters that the door was left open, so we have to go back." And this stuff should never happen in 2024.
Well, and Nick, you know what? And it's not that we've become so advanced that we can't do it. The state of Florida, the third biggest state in the union, showed you how you can get a big state,
Republican leadership,
count their ballots, count their votes, and get them reported in a timely fashion on election night. There's no excuse for the BS happening in Pennsylvania.
Nick. Well, I will say, hey,
Minnesota.
Florida's not without its errors. Florida is not without its errors because just a couple days ago, with all the early voting, you had some totes filled with votes that were in Miami-Dade County found on the side of the road.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
And this is why we have to have the federal government has to go toward a national holiday for election day and say, look, we're not going to do this early voting crap. You get 1 day, one vote. If you're in the military, if you're going overseas for some reason, you can do your absentee, but 1 day, one vote, you get off work. That's it.
Nick, you are aware that they shipped them too late. So they're too overseas to our servicemen and women.
Yeah, some bases
they're
have
just
run
going
out
to
of
they're going to
provisional
start
ballots.
counting them tomorrow
Yeah.
when they get them in, and they're going to be past the date. You mentioned something about leadership, which I firmly agree with you, but you mentioned something else earlier. You talking about being prayer. I have been basically telling my audience and anyone who will listen that God destroyed Israel. He destroyed Jerusalem. He used Babylon to do it, and he did it because he said, you broke the covenant, you turned your back on me, If you will not listen to me, why should I listen to your prayers? And that should be serving as a warning for us as a nation. And I'm hopefully with you and others like you, we're going to make sure that we go back to the way we should be.
Well, mark my words. Amendment 3, we've had many people lied to, legitimately. And I'm not even, mincing words. People were lied to about what is in current law. This goes back to what happened with Clean Missouri. People were lied to about what was happening with redistricting and lobbyist gift bans and this and that. I'm going to fight like crazy, and I'm going to be joined by my new colleagues from St. Charles County in the House, Adam Schnelting and others. Mark my words. This is the reason I got involved in politics, is the issue of life. And with Amendment 3 barely passing, and we covered on Stand and Fight on my show on Sunday, we saw in Democrat yards that all of these Democrat signs, Harris Walls, Crystal Quaid, but then a No on 3 sign. People are finally waking up, but too little too late. You got $31+ million coming in, basically, versus peanuts. You had people from the grassroots trying to find ways to put signs in yards and get their messaging out. Next year, we will continue to fight for life. And hopefully Donald Trump's going to be there to lead the charge as well with us.
Nick, I believe you, and I believe Justin Sparks, who's going to join us here in just a few minutes. And I believe, many others that are in the Missouri legislature, Missouri Republicans, that are fighting tooth and nail for those things. But the bottom line is, when it comes to Amendment 3, we were lied to, you're right, by Democrats and by the people that are purporting Amendment 3. We were lied to about what is in Amendment 3. We were lied to about what the current law is, but none of this would be happening had it not been for Republican leadership in Jefferson City not addressing IP reform this past legislative session, the session before that. I know you're going to fight your ass off, but do we have reason to believe that we won't go through these same leadership problems in this coming session?
We will.
That will bring all this back. It will be just, spinning our wheels.
Well, here's a little bit of breaking news. So a couple days ago, John Patterson, who just won, he's going to be the incoming speaker. He came out in an interview and said, well, if the people speak on Amendment 3, that's going to be it. We're not going to deal with any fixes to Amendment 3. And you had Freedom Caucus members like myself and Justin Sparks and others coming out saying, no, well, what are you talking about? Like, we are going to protect life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, especially when this was done. If this is passed by way of lying to the people, we're going to set the record straight and give them another bite at the apple. Now, this is breaking news. So when you talk to Justin, ask him about this, because I want him to tell you. Ask him if this new incoming speaker took away his office. And ask him if he has a friend in the Senate who has said, your office, if they take that away from you, you're going to be with me. It's going to be Schroer and Sparks. We're going to be doing podcasting and ass kicking from the Missouri
Put
Capitol.
me in, Coach. I want to be a part of that team. Yeah, put me in. I want to be a part of that team. I want to read you and everybody the latest numbers on the Missouri amendments, and then we're going to wrap up the conversation with Senator Nick Schroer. Unfortunately, as we mentioned earlier, Amendment 3 has passed in the state of Missouri. Currently, it's a 6-point spread, with nearly 90% of the vote in. Amendment 7, also, that's the good news of the night. One of the many pieces of good news of the night, overwhelmingly passing in the state of Missouri, with 68% of the voters voting yes on Amendment 7, with nearly 90% of the vote in. Still too close to call Amendment 2. It is leading with 53% of the vote at yes, with 64% in. Amendment 5 is losing. So is Amendment 6. Amendment 5 is only down by 2 points. Amendment 6 is is down double digits, 61% voting no on Amendment 6. And Proposition A, the minimum wage increase, is at nearly 60% approval. So it looks like that is going to pass as well, although not official. Final words, final thoughts on the voices, the statements made by Missouri voters and American voters tonight on election night.
Biggest thing I can say right now is say your prayers. Keep praying. Get on your knees. I think Justin Sparks will say the same thing. This thing is not over until it's over, and we need divine intervention. God's will overcome that of Satan's little ploys. That's what we need tonight. Let's return to God. Let's return to Christ, and we will make America great again.
Amen.
I just have one request of the senator.
Please.
Our stream on the Vic and Ken show is full of Nick Schroer artwork, man.
Yeah.
Freedom fighters, the clocks that say
Yes.
November 5th.
Yes.
All I'm asking, Senator, is just for some new artwork.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm hoping we can have have a new Trump with Vic and Ken, and a box number 47 right behind it.
I love
awesome.
it. Thank you, baby.
That's awesome. Nick Schroer, you can hear him every Sunday night, Stand and Fight. He's a part of my show. He's a part of Vic's show. Big part of the family here at News Talk STL. Senator, thank you for your time tonight. We'll talk to you soon, my friend.
God bless you, boys. Let's bring home a win.
Back at you. All right, we're going to continue our election coverage. We'll get you the latest numbers nationally on this presidential race. And as we mentioned, check in with Missouri State Representative Justin Sparks next here on 101.9 and 94.1 News Talk STL.
America Decides 2024
on News Talk STL.
Connor Roofing, you can count on Connor. Congratulations to the awesome team at Connor Roofing for earning the 2024 National Best of the Best Award for customer satisfaction. Connor Roofing has now won back-to-back honors because they do outstanding work in all types of roofing, storm damage restoration, siding, gutters, both residential and commercial. We chose Connor Roofing without telling the owners, Rob and Kathy Connor. Their customer reviews are some of the best in the country. Please read them. Visit ConnorRoofing.com and request an estimate. Connor Roofing, you can count on Connor.
In the fast-paced world of digital marketing, making connections is a challenge for any business. But what if we told you there is a place where connections aren't just made, they're grown? Meet 2060 Digital, your premier Google partner and top-tier digital agency. We don't just follow trends, we set them. At 2060 Digital, we're not just another agency, we're your strategic partner. We dive deep into your challenges and develop solutions that drive measurable outcomes. Ready to elevate your digital presence with campaigns that connect? Google 2060 Digital today.
The Herzog Foundation is the vision of its founder, Stanley Herzog, and it exists to promote quality Christ-centered K-12 education nationwide.
Hi, this is Chris Stegall with the Herzog Foundation. We offer a wide variety of resources relevant to today's families, including a free online publication called The Lion. The lion is one of God's most majestic creatures, symbolizing strength and courage. Named for its attributes, the Lion publication carries articles covering a wide range of topics facing American families and culture, especially related to the education of children. The Lion can be found online at readlion.com. That's READ lion.com.
Sign up for The Lion at readlion.com and find dozens of must-read articles published every day. Visit readlion.com and subscribe for the weekly and daily digests so you never miss an article. Readlion.com. That's readlion.com.
Jewels on Hampton and St. Louis Hills is paying some of the highest prices on gold, silver, diamonds, semi-precious colored stones, coins, flatware, and fine watches on site. Jewels on Hampton is a premier jeweler featuring Alvanza's jewel art designs with an exquisite selection of diamonds, semi-precious stone jewelry, and vintage watches. Their expert design team can restyle your jewelry to today's contemporary style. They also do jewelry and watch repair. Need extra cash? Jewels on Hampton is paying some of the highest prices on gold, silver, diamonds, semi-precious colored stones, coins, flatware, and fine watches. Bring in your collectibles and clocks and sports memorabilia and figurines too. Jewels on Hampton, 4506 Hampton, just 3 blocks south of Chippewa, and jewelsonhampton.com. Call them at 314-752-5000, 314-752-5000, and jewelsonhampton.com. Jewels on Hampton.
This hour of Joe Pags brought to you by Window World. Simply the best for less. Call them at 314-993-1800 or visit windowworld.com.
America Decides 2024.
Harry J's Steakhouse in Moscow Mills brings you Election Night 2024. Brought to you by Picadilly Palace and Patriot Powder Coating and Iron Bear Customs.
America Decides 2024.
This is special coverage of America Decides 2024 on News Talk STL.
Welcome back into live election coverage here on News Talk STL. Tony Colombo here in studio with producer Emily, Vic Porcelli from the Vic Porcelli Show, and Larry Connors from Larry Connors USA. Boy, that
another flip.
That tester race, he is just getting housed.
That's another Senate seat flip.
What a shame.
You know the backstory about him?
Tester?
He was one of the leading Democratic leaders that is responsible for the beginning of Kamala Harris's career.
I'll be damned.
He was one that really went to bat for her and got her on the national Democratic scene.
Isn't that special?
Yeah, exactly. One thing that is very frustrating to all of us here, and we were just lamenting this during the break, is the numbers have seemingly just stopped over the last almost 2 hours. It's just been like an absolute halt in the numbers that have been coming in. And like Nick Schroer just said, Senator Nick Schroer just said in that last segment, that makes me nervous. I don't like it when all of a sudden the numbers stop coming in states like Georgia and Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin. It gives me deja vu.
I want everybody to go away.
Hey, Tony.
Yes, sir.
The Democrat National Committee chairman was just on stage at the little Kamala hullabaloo, and he said, we're going to wait for every vote to be counted, every voice to be heard. So the vice president will not be coming out tonight. You'll hear from her tomorrow.
That'd be like Hillary.
Well,
all
that
over
makes
again.
me believe that they know that we're not going to get an answer tonight. So if we can, once that is confirmed, we'll be here. If we can think we can get you an answer tonight, we'll be here. But if not, we will let you know and let you know that it's okay to go to bed and see what happens tomorrow. Want to continue the conversation here. As I mentioned, Vic Porcelli, Larry Connors in studio here, and on the line with us is Missouri State Representative Justin Sparks. Justin, a big night for Republicans in Missouri and across the country. Unfinished business, however, and a big gut punch with Amendment 3. So there's good and there's bad. How are you feeling right now, sir?
Yeah, I mean, obviously grateful, honored, and humbled that I've been reelected. Grateful to my constituents and my family and all my supporters. I'm really honored and humbled. But I'd be lying if I could tell you that I'm excited and happy right now, because I'm not. It's clear, just it's salt in the wound to watch Florida and their abortion amendment go down in flames because they have a 60% threshold, like we should have had when we should have reformed the initiative petition process. And that's been the number one priority in the Republican platform for 8 years. And we had weak Republican leaders that refused to do that because they were bought off by special interests. That's what really happened, and it sucks. So to watch that happen and to say what could have been, our work continues, and I will not rest until the initiative petition process has been reformed, because we just for $23 million to come out, pour in from out of the country, out of the state into Missouri, and to be able to simply buy a place in our Constitution is reprehensible. It can't happen. On the other hand, having a little bit of a silver lining, I'm also paying attention to the New York Times as they're projecting a 93% chance of Trump winning the election.
You can look right now at the live pictures. There's side-by-side pictures on Fox News and other outlets right now of the Harris party and the Trump party, and like the official election parties. And the Harris party is emptying out. And a lot of hanging heads, and there are dances and partying happening at the Trump party. This just in, breaking news: Georgia finally
called. Finally went red.
Not time.
Georgia
16
has
votes
been called for Donald Trump, which puts him at 246 electoral votes, according to the New York Times. Fox News has not called Georgia yet. I was trying to get you an update.
What are the Arizona Twins waiting
on those
for?
Numbers. I don't know. Maybe that's the new number there. But Justin, to get back into the local conversation, I'll say the same thing. I don't know if you were just listening to Nick Schroer, who was on with us, and I know you know this because we've talked about this on my show many times in recent months.
Stop showing off.
We wouldn't be here with Amendment 3 had it not been for Missouri Republicans, the leadership in the Republican Party not addressing IP reform when it should have happened. Nick was talking about, the possibility of a difference happening this legislative session, and I wanted to continue that conversation and get your thoughts about that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so in the next coming days, you're going to see some big headlines that are going to pop. And the reason is our current Speaker-elect in the House of Representatives has committed to not addressing Amendment 3 or initiative petition that would, in fact, address the issues of the overly broad, unbelievably unhinged amendment, which honestly is how intentionally it was written, right? To be an absolute abomination in which everything can fall underneath it. Sadly, our Supreme Court didn't see fit to follow the law. But that's another story for a different day. So what we have to do is we are going to have to compel weak Republican leadership to do the right thing. What is that going to look like? Well, in the next few days, you're going to see it. And Senator Shore is exactly right. This is a moral issue. It's a constitutional issue. It's the issue of our time. And frankly, the eyes of the country are going to turn on Missouri for this. And right now, we look like we need to get our act together, and we do.
Larry, an update here on the New York Times percentage calculator, 93% chance of victory for Donald Trump, 302 Electoral College estimate. I'm tired of reading those numbers.
Me too.
Without any actual movement.
Yep.
Larry, you got any thoughts on
Well,
that?
the two things. One, he's still up at 1.1 on the scale is going to increase.
The popular vote. Yeah.
Yeah. Now the
he's actually
election
still
results,
winning the popular vote also.
Yeah, that's why I meant the popular vote. I couldn't think of it. The interesting thing, New York Times is showing with Georgia added, he's got 246. Fox is saying it's 248.
Yes, they are.
I don't understand the discrepancy.
I don't know where
for the 2 points we were asking about earlier.
My only guess is either Maine or Nebraska, because those are two states that split.
Well, that would have been the original two in there because
Maine and Nebraska split their
added
electoral votes.
16.
Yeah, I don't know.
Georgia added 16 to the 232 they had, so that is 248.
And the Times had 248 for a moment, and then they dropped it down to 246. Okay. So yeah, it's Vic. It's incredibly frustrating. Georgia, thank you for that shot in the arm because we needed it.
Yeah.
But to see Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, all of these numbers just absolutely
where he's
not
leading,
moving. Yes,
considerably leading by a large margin.
Yeah, absolutely.
And all the Republican candidates are either winning or have won.
Justin, what does this tell you about just the? I said at the beginning of the night, I think that this election has shown the most engaged and informed electorate in the state of Missouri and in the country. But when you see things like Amendment 3 and what happened there and the lies that the people pushing Amendment 3 were able to get away with, it shows you that there's still a long way to go. But we've seen the Republicans have taken the United States Senate tonight. We're still waiting to see what happens with the House. In the state of Missouri, just an absolute sweep by you and many other Missouri Republicans. What are your overall thoughts about the statement made by voters tonight in Missouri and across the country?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to see the statewide sweep of Republican candidates. I think obviously that's an unbelievable step in the right direction, and it's a good thing because from there we can move forward. I think right now, nationally, our country is entering an extremely dangerous period because here's what I think is happening behind closed doors. In fact, I would tell you it is definitely happening. They're looking at exactly individual numbers of how many votes they need, and they're going to go try to find them. That's why you're seeing a slowdown of data. That's why you're seeing a slowdown of everything. What they have to do is slow down the mechanisms of basically counting the ballots, turning in the ballots, submitting data and results, slow everything down to a crawl. The more they can delay, the longer they can go and find more votes. I mean, look, we're not stupid, guys. We saw this
4 years ago.
We've seen this 4 years ago. This is how it works. Now, we knew that we had to make this too big to rig. We had to have such an overwhelming victory that it made that almost impossible. And we're getting close. We're close to making it almost impossible. But don't think for a moment that the other side isn't going to try. We have seen this. We know what they're going to do. And that's exactly what I think is happening right now. You have seen all of a sudden everything slowing to a crawl. Remember how long ago the polls closed in Pennsylvania?
Right.
Remember how long ago the polls closed in Michigan?
In Minnesota.
In Minnesota, in Wisconsin. Okay. Georgia, for heaven's sake, Georgia just now got called. Are you crazy?
Yeah.
Why?
And Trump's been leading there all night long. It's been a 98% all night long. And to Justin's point, Vic, we're seeing this happen. I mean, this is eerily similar to what happened 4 years ago. And you cannot tell me that voters in the United States today flipped the United States Senate and voted for Republicans across the country to take back the United States Senate, but didn't vote for Donald Trump to be president.
Tony,
How do we
right.
know the results of the Senate, but the White House still hangs in the balance?
Tony
That's right.
and Representative, 4 years ago, about this time,
Mhm.
my wife and I went to bed. We're like, all right, good. You know, Donald Trump's reelected. This is great. And then we woke up and they're like, what in the hell happened in the few hours that we slept?
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. And when we,
Let me give you numbers for that because you're looking at 270 to win, and everybody's showing right now Harris at 216, which means she needs 64 votes to reach 270.
Mm-hmm.
Trump is at 248. He needs 22.
Yep.
He gets either Wisconsin and Minnesota. There's 10 apiece. Or Michigan's 15.
Michigan's 15.
Pennsylvania, Nevada's 5. I mean, it's a faster track to get to 22 than
Pennsylvania's
64.
19, yeah. Pennsylvania's 19. And by the way, Pennsylvania's 19 electoral votes. He's leading there. Michigan is 15 electoral votes. He's leading there. Wisconsin is 10 electoral votes. He's leading there. He can get any two of those three. Also, by the way, Arizona, he's leading in Arizona at this moment.
There's 11.
Yeah, he's leading in Nevada right now. That's only 6, but to your point, Larry, there's just so many paths right now. But I gotta once again say it. This is what it felt like 4 years ago when we left the broadcast, and we may do that again tonight because we're going to regroup here in a second, and we're going to see if we believe that we're going to get an answer tonight. And if we are, we'll stay on. If not, we'll wrap things up and we'll let you know that that's what we are hearing. But it's
I really think by 12:30
it's really
we should
tough.
have it.
It's really tough to understand why this is happening tonight. Justin, thanks so much for your time. So late tonight. Congratulations on a well-deserved victory and a big night for Missouri Republicans. Missouri State Representative Justin Sparks, thanks for everything you do for us here at News Talk STL. Really appreciate your time, my friend.
Good night, fellas.
Yeah, good night.
Night.
Thank you.
God bless.
Yeah, great stuff there. All right, like I said, we're going to regroup. We're going to see what we think is possible to happen here in the coming minutes and hours tonight, and we'll give you a full update on everything in just a moment. Next here on News Talk STL.
America Decides 2024
on News Talk STL. Are you a St. Louis small business owner looking to boost your brand? Blue Ocean Media Group offers affordable video production that packs a punch. From social media content to branded promotional clips, we'll help you stand out in the digital crowd. Professional quality, small business prices. Let's tell your story together. Learn more at blueomg.com. That's blueomg.com. Blue Ocean Media. Big impact videos for small business budgets.
Southern Armory, your hometown gun store. Come and be more than just a customer. Southern Armory, we carry the best guns, holsters, knives, magazines, ammunition, and even food storage. Special orders are welcome. Southern Armory, 1 mile east of 270 and 44, 9901 Watson Road, and southernarmory.com. That's southernarmory.com.
Whether you're purchasing your first firearm or adding to your collection at Southern Armory, you're more than a customer, you're part of the family. Follow Southern Armory on Facebook or at southernarmory.com.
Well, if it's time to sell the house, why don't you go with the realty team that already has home buyers who are approved and could buy your house right now? That would be the Wallner Home Selling Team at Berkshire Hathaway. 2 great folks, Rodney and Jen Wallner, who happen to sell 15 times more homes per year than your typical realtor. And besides the husband and wife perspective that you get, you can also do it in Missouri or Illinois. Just call 314-810-SOLD. That's 314-810-SOLD.
Well, Vic, you're absolutely right, of course. I mean, here's my challenge. Just give them a call. Say, hey, Mike Ferguson was talking about you guys. Call Rodney and Jen, 314-810-SOLD, because when you are making a decision on something as crucial as your home, as crucial as real estate, you want people who know what they're doing, but you want people who are ethical, easy to work with, and focus on empowering you to make the best decision. Give them a call, 314-810-SOLD.
Are you sitting on hidden treasure? Manchester Coin and Jewelry wants to turn your valuables into cash. We're Missouri's premier gold buyers and jewelry specialists with years of expertise. We offer top dollar for your coins, antiques, precious metals, and collectibles. From gold and silver to clocks and jewelry, we buy it all. Don't let your treasures collect dust. Let Manchester Coin and Jewelry give you the best value. Visit online at buyingvaluables.net or come see him today at 141 in Manchester and tell him News Talk STL sent you.
St. Louis's new choice for conservative talk.
I want to know one thing. Where's the Republican outrage?
Live and local.
How worked up are you news and political junkies for this one at this point?
This is News Talk STL. This is News Talk STL. KLGY HD3 Clayton, K270BW Belfast, KNBS Bowling Green. This is News Talk STL at 1019, 94.1, and always streaming at newstalkstl.com.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Tasha Stevens. The White House of Congress is changing hands. We go live now to correspondent Bob Agnew. Bob.
Tasha, Republicans have taken the Senate majority for the first time in 4 years. The unexpected battleground of Nebraska pushed the GOP over the top as Senator Deb Fischer brushed back a challenge from independent newcomer Dan Osborne. That after Republican Senator Ted Cruz prevailed over his Democrat rival in Texas. And in Ohio, Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown lost his re-election to Republican Bernie Moreno.
Decision Desk HQ projects Republican challenger Bernie Moreno, a Cleveland businessman who had Donald Trump's backing, has defeated Brown, who was running for his fourth term in office. The race was the most expensive Senate contest this cycle. The campaigns, parties, and outside groups spent more than $400 million on campaign ads, according to the campaign ad tracking firm Ad Impact. Democrats have lost a key seat in their efforts to maintain control of the Senate.
That is correspondent Bernie Bennett. Meanwhile, several major networks now projecting Donald Trump will win Georgia with its 16 electoral votes, giving him a total of 246. Tasha?
Thanks so much, Bob. It's now 5 consecutive presidential year election days that have been winners on Wall Street. Bernie Bennett has more.
The Dow Jones Industrial Average finished at 42,221.88 on Tuesday, up 428.48 points from Monday's close. That's a 1% climb. And history says it could have been predicted. Here's what the Dow did on Election Day for the 4 most recent presidential races. November 3rd, 2020, up 455 points, or 2.1%. November 8th, 2016, up 73 points, or 0.4%. November 6th, 2012, up 133 points, or 1%. November 4th, 2008, up 306%, up 305 points, or 3.28%. Bernie Bennett reporting.
More on these stories at townhall.com.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join Medi-Share and save even more than usual. For many families, joining Medi-Share means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people, obviously. But what's more, Medi-Share members like it a lot. Their satisfaction rate is 98%. Imagine that. And Medi-Share is a proven thing, too, for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of hundreds of thousands of people now. And here's the thing. If you join before November 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save even more right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is November 15th. So call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number, 844-41-BIBLE. That's 844-41-BIBLE, 844-41-BIBLE.
South Korea's privacy watchdog has fined Meta for illegally collecting Facebook users' sensitive personal information.
A $15 million fine placed on Meta by South Korea's Privacy Commission marks the 4th time in 4 years that the social media giant has been punished for a similar infraction. The watchdog said Meta raided data from 980,000 Facebook profiles, including details on religious beliefs and sexual orientation. The authorities said Meta then shared that information with 4,000 advertisers. Seoul has ordered the company to establish a legal framework for dealing with sensitive information and users' data requests. The company says it's reviewing Seoul's decision. Forecasters say Rafael is strengthened into a hurricane as it crosses the Caribbean. Rafael is now the 11th hurricane of the 2024 season. News and analysis
at townhall.com. State police destroyed tens of thousands of pounds of marijuana plants at greenhouses in northwestern New Mexico.
Dozens of agents were assigned to eradicate the plants in October. State regulators had started the process of revoking the license of NNK Equity, having filed a non-compliance order and a default order earlier this year. The company accused of not posting its licenses on site, failing to obtain water rights for cultivation, and violating sanitation and health requirements. An attorney for the company said his client's civil rights were violated and that the company plans to sue. John Scott reporting.
A pair of ruby slippers worn by Judy Garland in The Wizard of Oz are on the auction block nearly 2 decades after a thief stole the shoes, convinced they were adorned with real jewels. Heritage Auctions in Dallas announced in a news release on Monday that online bidding has started and will continue through December 7th. More on these stories at townhall.com.
America Decides 2024.
Harry J's Steakhouse in Moscow Mills brings you Election Night 2024. Brought to you by DG Firearms in Bowling Green and Senior Memorial Life.
Like any good conservative, we have our principles and our values.
If you find yourself feeling out of place in the world,
I don't even know how conservatives can even take their head out of the ground long enough to complain about anything.
They're trying to call us conservatives Nazis.
I think they ought to be ashamed.
it's comforting to know conservative values haven't been abandoned everywhere.
All we want is freedom and liberties and less government.
I'm not a Democrat or Republican. I'm an American.
Welcome home.
Because everyone gets a voice.
This is News Talk STL.
News and information.
Welcome home. From the Michaels Flooring Outlet Weather Center.
I'm First Alert 4 Chief Meteorologist Steve Templeton. We've got some dry time ahead, but watch for some patchy fog in the morning. Otherwise, a chilly low, about 49. Near normal in the afternoon, 63 for the cool high temperature. Partly cloudy skies. Thursday, mostly sunny and a high of 63. We're dry again Friday. Next rain chance arrives on Saturday. That's the latest from the First Alert 4 Weather Center. I'm Chief Meteorologist Steve Templeton.
This hour of News Talk STL brought to you by Picadilly Palace, located in Union, Missouri. The ultimate family fun center is Picadilly Palace. Call 314-860-6418 or visit PiccadillyPalace.com.
From home improvement to replacement, do-it-yourself electrical projects can be shocking. That's where Grasser Electric can help. They've been lighting up St. Louis for years. From ceiling fans and dimmer switches to repair or replacing your electric. No job is too big or too small for your home or business. Grasser Electric will even install emergency backup generators. So call Grasser Electric today before the sparks start to fly. 636-441-5200 or go to grasserelectric.com.
Are uneven concrete surfaces causing you headaches? Polytime Concrete Leveling and Restoration has the solution. We're a veteran and family-owned business offering long-lasting solutions for all your concrete problems. From precision concrete leveling to our superior restoration services, our precision polyjacking outperforms traditional mudjacking any day. Call Polytime at 636-487-3282 for a free estimate or visit itspolytime.com. Mention Newstalk STL and get $125 off any job of $600 or more or 10% off your service.
The Flower Stop, celebrating 30 years of blooming success in historic Collaville. Owner Christy Stockglassner invites you to their open house, Saturday, November 9th. Enjoy refreshments, raffles, and giveaways while exploring their fresh flowers, plants, and endless home selection. Get ready for the holidays with the Flower Stop's festive decor. Pickup and delivery available. Visit theflowerstop.net or call 636-939-4401. The Flower Stop, locally woman-owned and blooming for 30 years.
Jewels on Hampton and St. Louis Hills is paying some of the highest prices on gold, silver, diamonds, semi-precious colored stones, coins, flatware, and fine watches on site. Jewels on Hampton is a premier jeweler featuring Alvanza's jewel art designs with an exquisite selection of diamonds, semi-precious stone jewelry, and vintage watches. Their expert design team can restyle your jewelry to today's contemporary style. They also do jewelry and watch repair. Need extra cash? Jewels on Hampton is paying some of the highest prices on gold, silver, diamonds, semi-precious colored stones, coins, flatware, and fine watches. Bring in your collectibles and clocks and sports memorabilia and figurines too. Jewels on Hampton, 4506 Hampton, just 3 blocks south of Chippewa, and jewelsonhampton.com. Call them at 314-752-5000, 314-752-5000, and jewelsonhampton.com. Jewels on Hampton.
News, analysis, opinion.
Don't always agree, but in love listening to your radio station. This is tyrannical stuff they're doing.
Elections have consequences. This is 101.9 and 94.1 News Talk STL.
America Decides 2024.
Harry J's Steakhouse in Moscow Mills brings you Election Night 2024. Brought to you by Picadilly Palace and Patriot Powder Coating and Iron Bear Customs.
America Decides 2024.
This is special coverage of America Decides 2024 on News Talk STL.
Welcome back live into the studio here at News Talk STL. My name is Tony Colombo here with producer Emily, Vic Porcelli, and Larry Connors from Larry Connors USA. And I will say this, unfortunately, there's a lot of similarity to this broadcast and the one that I was a part of 4 years ago on election night. And 8 years as ago. We have crossed into November 6th. Mm-hmm. It is no longer election day. Right. It's Wednesday now.
Right.
And just like 4 years ago, we don't have an answer. We see what seems to be an overwhelming path for Donald Trump to win this presidential election. But like 4 years ago, and like what Nick Schroer, Senator Schroer warned about moments ago, Justin Sparks warned about moments ago, don't count your chickens before they hatch. Don't think anything until the fat lady sings. And it looks like in many of these states, again and again, the same states as 4 years ago, as in Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania, the votes have halted for the night. We're getting reports that in Michigan that they have quit counting in many of the precincts and are going to resume counting, which I don't even know how that's possible.
After the truckloads of ballots.
I don't even know how that's possible, Vic, but it's literally the same story we got last election season or in the last presidential election.
And then if anything happens, we're election deniers. I am so sick of this.
Yep. Stuff. Kamala Harris has gone home.
Yeah.
So what does that tell you?
Yeah, I know
that she's not going to give a concession speech or a victory speech tonight.
Right.
So Kamala Harris and her team don't think there's going to be an answer in the next few hours.
Right.
So unfortunately, that's where we find ourselves at this moment.
So listen.
Yes.
If they give Trump Wisconsin and Michigan, that's 25. That does it, 273. If they give Pennsylvania to Trump, that's 19. He'd be at 267.
He could win any other state.
Wait.
Yeah. Sir.
Sorry. 248 plus.
Is that what a thundersteel is?
Yes. If we had something to play, I would have played it for you. 248. Pennsylvania is 19. That would give him 267. And then, are you ready for this, guys?
Nevada?
Alaska.
Oh, yeah.
Would put him at 270.
I think they put Alaska up earlier, did they not?
Alaska is leaning Republican, but has not been.
They have not been called.
At least not on the New York Times map, and not on the.
Was not trying to steal your thunder. I was just questioning
either. So, but to Vic's point, and this is exactly the conversation that I was having 4 years ago, in a studio where Jeff Allen was the boss, in a very similar conversation.
Well, there's the common denominator, Jeff Allen. That's the issue.
We left that night. Donald Trump was leading in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, and Georgia. And he just needed some combination, a million different combinations to win. And we thought there's nearly no chance that he hasn't wrapped up this election when we left. And what happened?
The trucks hadn't arrived
4 or
yet.
5 days later, Joe Biden was determined to be the winner of the presidential election.
I mean, Wisconsin and Michigan does it. Wisconsin, and Michigan does it.
So
It could be we have the votes in hand already from the military, but they have not counted them because they sent them out late. So
let's go with the Fox News map. You can do this you can do this two ways. Again, we're still baffled by the discrepancy of the New York Times map that has Donald Trump at 247 and the Fox map that has him at 248. I think it has something to do with either Maine or Nebraska because those states split their electoral votes, but I still don't have a firm answer on that for you. But the Fox map has Donald Trump right now at 248 electoral votes, 22 shy. If I'm doing my math right there, it's late, but 22 shy of the 270 needed.
Yeah,
Pennsylvania, yep, 22. Pennsylvania is 19. So Pennsylvania and anything else, any other state.
That's right. He'll be at 267 with Pennsylvania.
He'll be So Pennsylvania and any other state, even Alaska,
right,
who only has 3. Pennsylvania and any other state, Donald Trump wins.
Yep.
He is leading in Pennsylvania. He is leading in Michigan. He is leading in Wisconsin. He is leading in Nevada. He is leading in Arizona. And he is leading in Alaska right now.
Yep.
The only state that matters that he's not leading in is Minnesota right now.
Right.
And as we said, Pennsylvania and any other state is a Donald Trump presidential victory.
Right.
Without Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin together is enough.
Yep.
Let's see. Arizona plus Nevada plus either Michigan or Wisconsin is enough. I mean, basically any combination of Michigan and 2 other states, whether it be Nevada, Arizona, Alaska, even Wisconsin. And again, this is not like, oh, if this could possibly happen. These are all states that he is currently leading.
And there's an update I just saw from New York Times
on
the Pennsylvania. They've been saying that the Pennsylvania is among the most likely to be the kingmaker to some extent. They're not calling it that, but now 95% likely for those 19 votes. 95%
likely to win.
Yeah, so
Donald Trump is.
So that happens, like you say, and anything else will add up, and we're done.
Yeah. So here we go. So let's do that. Let's project a couple things here. Pennsylvania right now, 93% of the votes counted in Pennsylvania, which we knew going into tonight, Vic, was going to be a problem.
Yep. Absolutely.
Pennsylvania, 93% of the votes counted. And according to the New York Times and their estimations, is very likely, those are the words, very likely Republican. Michigan, with 66% of the vote counted, Donald Trump with a 6-point lead currently, according to New York Times estimates and prognostication, also likely Republican. Wisconsin, with its 87% of the vote counted, and Donald Trump with a 4% lead, also likely Republican. Alaska, likely Republican. Arizona, likely Republican. Nevada, likely Republican. Minnesota, the only one, likely Democrat. So Pennsylvania in any state.
Nevada, you mentioned, and I was watching earlier, it looks like they don't have the count in Las Vegas for sure. And I thought I saw Reno. Let's just stay with Las Vegas.
Yep.
Remember, that's where he introduced the fact that no taxes on tips. And of course, she came in a couple months later and claimed it was her slogan. He also said, and you will not pay taxes on overtime. Why would you not have in Las Vegas a city built upon service? Those votes aren't counted and out immediately and show that area is locked down.
Yeah, it's inexcusable. We saw it from Florida at the very beginning of the night. The 3rd biggest state in the union can get its votes counted and delivered in a timely fashion. There's no excuse for what's happening in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota. You mean you could give a little bit of time to Arizona and Nevada because they were a little bit later with their polls being closed, but I still, like what's the freaking holdup?
Yeah, but when you look at the hours, and I agree that they closed at different hours, but you still have that.
Yeah, what's the
I'm
holdup?
looking at Nate Cohn, the chief political analyst for the New York Times. He said, while it might be several hours until the race can be called, our estimates say Donald Trump is very likely to win the presidency.
Very likely. He was very likely 4 years ago, too.
So listen, red state, we trust red state? Or
Yeah,
what?
absolutely.
Red state has Trump at 251.
Oh,
currently.
At this point?
Currently.
What did they give? What state did they give?
I don't know.
No breakout?
Alaska? Can you see this? Can you see
You're
their
really
map?
sold on Alaska, aren't you?
They don't have a map. Like
I'm trying to find 3 or 4 votes, and I don't know where else to find them.
they don't have.
I don't know
You
where
got
else
to start
find-
with
I don't-
19.
I don't know where else to find 3 or 4.
I got it. So
Did they give Alaska?
yes,
That's
they
it.
gave
That's the
Alaska.
difference.
No,
That's
it's
the
not.
difference.
247, 48, 49, 50. Oh, 52, 50. Yes, it's Alaska. And
That must be it.
they have, like if it's red, it's for Trump, and then there's like, just red lines. I guess that means leaning, which is what you just said, Tony.
Right.
But
If it's pink, it's probably leaning. Yeah.
it's white, and it looks like a candy cane.
Right.
Wisconsin,
Oh,
Michigan, Pennsylvania.
Fox News just called Pennsylvania.
Oh,
Boom, boom. That's it. That's it.
That's
it.
That's
one vote short.
That's the decisive.
No,
blow.
I take it back. 3 votes. Now one Alaska, Tony. 3 votes short, if that's true.
Now find me Alaska. Yeah, let's get this confirmed.
251 plus 19.
By Fox.
Huh?
Didn't Alaska already get called by Fox, though?
No,
Nope,
Red State.
that we thought we did,
Red
but
State.
251, according to Red State. Look, I look like.
Well, according to Fox News, the Electoral College vote is now 267 for Donald Trump.
that
He's
is 3 votes short.
votes
3 votes short.
Are they not
short.
giving Alaska to Trump?
I don't think they have.
What
That's
the
we're
hell
saying.
is going
Fox
on
News,
here?
Fox News has not given Alaska to Trump, although he is leading that state by nearly 20 points.
So listen to me.
So you got to give them.
You got to give it to him.
Let's
It's
go
got
to
to
the
be
New York
happening
Times.
before 12:30.
Okay, now it's nearly impossible to leave.
Wait, Tony, are we
Now
sure?
it's nearly impossible to leave because
3 points. 3 points.
the next
So
state
right
that
now-
gets called could potentially.
This is what's confusing me, guys. Okay.
Yeah.
You guys are the pros. I'm the rookie here. Okay.
Mhm.
Don't start that.
Red State had him at 251, and now Fox really gave Pennsylvania
Fox News
to
has
Trump.
called Pennsylvania. for
So-
Donald
So
Trump.
you're saying
So I'm saying that
251
if you
plus
combine the Fox map,
251 plus 20.
if you combine the Fox map and the
251.
Red State map,
I hear what you're saying.
what is that? Who
there's
is that?
Red State
That's
calling
250.
Donald Trump won the presidency.
Red State is redstate.com
Wait.
is making the projection
Oh, wait, that's just happening.
that Donald Trump has won this presidential election. That is what redstate.com. Redstate.com is showing 270 electoral
Which is Alaska
votes,
and Pennsylvania.
which is Alaska and Pennsylvania, showing 270 electoral votes for Donald Trump.
Well, slap my ass and call me garbage.
Fox News has not done that yet. New York Times has not done that yet. The
No, but
AP
I'm-
has not done
but I'm
that
looking
yet.
for updates. They're going to be doing it any moment.
And the popular
We're
vote, Larry.
We're going to stay here.
Well,
We're
that's
gonna
the
stay
other
here.
thing. Trump
We're gonna stay
expected
here.
to speak. We'll be able to take
If-
some of that
if
audio.
Donald Trump goes live, we will go. We will take that
Good,
speech.
good.
Can we do the dance?
It doesn't. The Pennsylvania call is everything. The Pennsylvania call is everything.
It
and
is.
Vic and Larry, to Nick Schroer and Justin Sparks and Tim Jones and everybody's point who made this tonight, that had to happen tonight.
Yes.
That needed.
Yes.
That needed to
for
happen
credibility.
tonight.
For credibility
It
in our
needed to happen
nation.
for credibility,
Yeah.
and it needed to happen for election integrity, and it needed to happen so there wasn't any shenanigans in the overnight hours.
Interesting enough, New York Times on their map show 247.
New York Times has not given Pennsylvania yet.
But
it's
they
only
haven't.
Fox.
I know
It's
they
only
still
Fox.
haven't. But yet
It's only Fox. New York Times has not given Pennsylvania to. I will say this though, New York Times forecast is 95%.
yeah. So
for Donald Trump,
and they said
also
that's the
have
most
him-
likely to tip.
Yeah, and
so that's 3
and they
votes
also
short.
have him projected at 306 total votes.
Jamie Allman says 313.
Yeah, and it's and right now the projection from the New York Times is 306. We're gonna stay here. We're just gonna stay here. We're gonna watch these numbers come in. If there's one more state, it's Susie Moore by chance. No, is it Nick Schroer? What do you mean? Probably.
The last name says Schroer.
Let's
so-
talk to Nick. Let's talk to Nick Schroer. Let's talk to
The
Senator
line-
Schroer.
line's dead,
You
but
think
we can
it's
call back.
Angelo Schroer?
Well, I just am not gonna. Yeah, we're not gonna do a probably on the air. Yeah. So but I will credit the senator with this. He said it exactly right. This needed to happen tonight.
Yeah.
This needed to be this needed to be the mandate from American voters that we get this answer tonight, and we don't allow the
An overnight
count to somehow get all sneaky like it did 4 years ago.
Nick Schroer
Tell him to call back.
says that Hawley is congratulating Trump.
Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah, that's a big deal. And then and Donald Trump's going to come out and speak. We're going to stay here until at least until President Trump comes out to speak. So just to reset quickly, the Fox News presidential map has just given Pennsylvania to Donald Trump, which on Fox News's projections have Donald Trump at 267 electoral votes. I think he's here.
And what's the spread in Alaska, Tony, right now?
Three votes.
No.
Oh, the spread. Yeah. Donald Trump has 56% of the vote to Kamala Harris's 38.
And how much of the vote in?
26% of the vote in. Is this Nick Schroer? Senator Schroer, you couldn't have said it better. This needed to happen tonight. The mandate needed to be that these numbers get counted tonight. And right now, Donald Trump is on the precipice of officially becoming the next president of the United States. Your thoughts, Senator?
Well, I'll tell you what, I can't time this any better. I went into the kitchen and I said, what is the best snack to get to bring him over the hump? And I found Cheez-Its in the pantry.
There you go, baby.
It was Cheez-Its that did it?
Now, you know what? Vic Porcelli just became the biggest Cheez-Its fan in the history of the world.
Swear to God, I'm sitting here and I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I fed the girls. They're in bed. Do they have any snacks left? Cheez-Its.
Cheez-Its.
Everybody thinks he's the cheesiest man. He's the orange man bad.
Orange man, you're right.
That reminds me of when my daughter was young, and she said, she said to my wife, "Mommy, do we have Jesus?" And just said, "Yes, we should all have Jesus in our hearts."
Well,
and Chris is like, "Cheez-Its, he wants Cheez-Its."
I'm hoping tonight we all have Jesus because I've been praying, and I told some colleagues of mine tonight. I kid you not. To me, this is the most important election that I've ever been involved in.
Me too, Nick.
Greater than anything that I've ever put my name on a ballot. When my daughters, I kid you not, when my daughters that are 10 and almost 7 years old are praying for our nation.
We will be keeping we'll be keeping transgender boys out of their sports. We'll make sure of that.
All of it, from the boys in the locker rooms, the boys in the sports, the illegal stabbing people in my district. I mean, I could go on and on and on, but I grabbed the dang Cheez-Its, and all of a sudden we've got a tweet from Josh Hawley saying, "Congratulations, Mr. President," as you guys are reporting from Red State and all these other things that are going on. Literally, this is why. This is why Jess and Joe went from one station to another, and they're creating what I mean, look, you got Larry Connors and Vic Porcelli.
Oh, that's a powerhouse. It's a powerhouse.
This is the friggin' Mount Rushmore of Missouri radio right here. And
Nobody does a better job with coverage than News Talk STL. We have the best team there is. Nick, you're part of that team.
Oh, absolutely.
And
Stand and fight, baby.
Listen, what's so funny is CNN right now, I don't even know. CNN's even one vote behind the New York Times. New York Times has 247. CNN has 246. Where does that one come from? Anyway,
Nick said this is the most important election he's ever done. This election has forced me to do math.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you ready for this math, Vic? Because I'm ready to say it out loud.
Say it.
I'm combining the red state map that has already given Alaska to Donald Trump and adding that onto the Fox News map that has already given Pennsylvania to Donald Trump.
You calling it?
And I'm saying that
Calling
Donald
it?
Trump has won
All right.
the presidential election.
All right.
I'm with you.
We're here.
I see no I see no other outcome possible.
We'll just take Nevada, and that'll wrap it up. And I still don't know why
You can
Nevada
give me
was
a
the service
Nevada?
industry that, why they didn't do that.
You can give me a Nevada. You can give me an Arizona. You can give me an Alaska.
take a
you
portion
can give
of
me a
it.
Wisconsin. You can give me a Michigan. All states, by the way, that he is leading in.
I'll
right
call
now.
you Michigan, and I'll throw in Alaska.
We're keeping an
You know
eye
what? I'm
on.
gonna
I
make-
forgot Nick was on the phone. Hi, Nick.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make it when this becomes official. Cheez-Its will be the official
You bet.
stand and fight.
You bet.
Stand and fight every Sunday.
I love it.
You're gonna hear my ass crunching from
Love it.
6
Look,
to 8 p.m.
I don't know if
4 years.
Jeff Allen's here. I don't know if he wants to put the station's word on this, but I'm telling you, Tony Colombo says that as of 12:29 a.m. on now Wednesday, November 6th, Donald Trump has been elected president of the United States for the second time. And what is it, Vic? Donald
John Grover Cleveland
Grover
Trump.
Cleveland.
Because you know why? Just for
Grover
a
Cleveland
little
is the-
credit
yes.
to my show,
Uh-huh.
okay? We've been saying that for more than a year. And after he wins, you're going to see all the new, not since Grover Cleveland was the 22nd and 24th president of the United States. And we've been saying it for a year.
Man, there's that.
Yeah, but there is that remark that
There's
Jeff
that
made
tester
about
race.
history making.
Mhm.
Women running, same guy beat them.
So,
You know what? The perfect thing to this is if Donald John Grover Cleveland Trump would grow a beard.
Oh, wow.
He
does, I will. Nick. If he does, I will.
Well, we all need to. We all need to. The Republicans.
Can you?
Can I what?
Vic's done it. Vic's looked better than I did with a beard.
Fat Santa?
But
You
look-
didn't see Fat Santa last year? I had a
Okay,
beard.
You're right. You're right.
Oh.
You're right.
I am ecstatic. I didn't want to rain on the parade, but I've been listening. I'm not going to bed because I'm waking up the girls as soon as this thing's official. So if Tony, if you're calling it,
I'm calling it.
then
baby.
you're going to be responsible for me waking up my entire family and
You tell 'em
telling them.
Tell them that Tony
that
said it's over.
45
Is 47.
47. God bless you, boys.
You tell them that we
God
said
bless you back, Nick
Nick Schroer,
Schroer.
thank you so much for all your help tonight and all your help every day here.
God
at News
bless
Talk
with you and the
STL.
kids.
Yes, stand and fight with Nick Schroer every Sunday night here on News Talk STL, and great stuff tonight. And here's to the Cheez-Its. Here's to the
Pray to Cheez-Its.
Here's to the Cheez-Its sponsorship coming everybody's way. Thanks, Nick. So we're gonna wait. It's Larry, did you notice what I noticed in this room?
Yeah.
5 minutes ago, Vic Porcelli
He was kind of wiped out.
slouched over in his
Now-
seat, wanting to ready to go home.
Wait,
Emily was ready to go home.
In my defense,
And now suddenly everybody is up and dancing.
in my defense,
All it took was Pennsylvania.
in my defense, I was slouching when you were saying 4 years ago.
I know.
Here we were.
I felt-
Same boss. Oh
I
my God.
Buddy.
What else can I do but slouch?
I know. And that's what it felt like. That's why this is so important. That's why, and you know what? Good for Fox News. Good for Fox News for calling the obvious when others still haven't.
Yeah.
CNN hasn't.
There's other obvious
New
they
York
could call
Times
too.
haven't. I agree.
Like
but
Alaska for the 3 electoral votes. I almost did it. I almost did it. And I held
Go ahead,
myself.
Emily.
You
You
proud
want
of
to
me?
say something? Go ahead.
Very.
Thank you.
I feel like I go through life cautiously optimistic. That's what everybody says. So I'm like, until
was
I see
nauseously
it, I don't
optimistic.
wanna say
You have
anything.
just been a part of history.
Oh,
Well,
You
here
have
we-
just
we'll
been
see.
part
Yeah.
of history.
yeah, Nevada, any of these states, just any of these states go over the line, and it's officially over. Even though I'm calling it as
Well, you called it before 12:30, which
I
I said
did.
it would be done.
you're right. I had to make you right, Larry. I had to get you right.
Thank you, sir.
And you know what? And I'm not doing it off of. I'm not doing it just out of a hope and a prayer. I mean, if you take the Fox News,
If you look at the
map,
numbers, there's no
and,
way.
Well, and you look at the red state map. Red state has given Alaska to Donald Trump. Red state's called it, correct? Right?
Red State has called
Red
it
State
with
has
the
called it.
check mark.
Red state's called it with a check mark. I've called it with a check mark. They've given Alaska. That's the difference. Alaska.
Yep.
It has not been called by Fox News or others yet, on top of that Pennsylvania call. But even if you don't want to give Alaska right now, because there's only 26% of the vote in, even
Just
though he's
take
got
3
nearly,
votes from any of the
even though
others.
he's got a 20, yeah, even though he's got a 20-point lead, 20-point lead. They don't want to call it because it's too early. Okay. How about Nevada, where he's got a 4-point lead, with nearly 80% of the vote counted? He's leading there. How about Wisconsin, where he's leading? How about Michigan, where he's leading? Arizona, where he's leading. I mean, it's everywhere. So
Yeah,
he's
and
supposed
the,
to. Donald Trump's supposed to be out speaking here in just a moment, and we're gonna carry that for you. And my guess, Vic, is that Donald Trump will come out and say exactly what I have said, that he's the next president of the United States.
Yeah.
That's my prediction. My prediction there.
3 lousy electoral votes. We put it up there. Just put it up there.
Let's send this man out. Apparently, he's talking to Josh Hawley, which is super cool.
Yeah, it's way cool.
And as soon as that conversation's over, hopefully the next president, Donald Trump, will be out to speak. How do you think Ken Williams is feeling right now, Vic?
He's feeling great.
He's over the
feeling
top,
great. I would just like to say one more thing,
Please.
and that is that I mentioned 2 times in history I was so nervous I could puke. Was the Game 7 of the 2011 World Series, which we won, and the Game 7 of the 2019 Stanley Cup Finals, which we won.
We did. And the arch did not fall.
And the third time I was so nervous I could puke, Donald Trump won.
So how are you feeling now? Well, there's a bucket over here.
I feel like I'm the lucky charm, my man.
The stage is set there at Trump HQ for the former and soon-to-be president to come out and speak. The Republicans have also won the United States Senate tonight.
That's going to be so big going forward, getting a judicial appointments and other his cabinet. Now, coming with Trump, keep in mind, you got Musk, you've got Vivek, Musk, Kevin O'Leary they'll find a place for him in that. You got RFK Jr. That for Tulsi Gabbard. Imagine what they're going to do to go into government. There are a lot of government people right now that are just absolutely
I will
scared
say this,
to death.
To Larry's point, Vic.
Yeah.
There's a lot of criticism that you could bring to Donald Trump after the 2016 presidential election and the team that he put around himself. Larry just mentioned a lot of names there: Elon Musk, RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, Vivek Ramaswamy, others that are most likely going to be a part of his team. Tim Scott, probably, maybe Ben Carson once again. My guess is he does a much better job with the knowledge that he has gained in the last 8 years in both winning and losing a presidential election, that hopefully this cabinet and this administration that he builds will not have the turnover and the
government will help a new president coming in. Federal funds help you create your transition team.
Yeah.
He's been spending his own money for the last 4+ weeks,
right,
putting his own transition team together.
Mhm.
So they're going to hit the ground running.
Yeah.
I also think.
What do you think about that team, Vic?
I think it's people he can trust, and that's what it comes right down to.
Yeah.
Can I trust all the people I'm going to put in the cabinet?
I think 8 years ago, he didn't, he truly
didn't
was
know. He
an
was not a
outsider.
politician.
Yeah, he truly was an outsider. He did not know how the White House ran. He didn't know how, the cabinet and, the various positions and how it all worked together on a daily basis. And he had to rely on a lot of advice from a lot of advisors, some which was very good and some which turned out to be bad.
Yep.
This time around, 8 years later, he has much more of that institutional knowledge about how to run an administration, not just run the country, but to run an administration.
Mm-hmm.
And I think with that knowledge that he has acquired in the last 8 years, he will be able to put together a much better team and hopefully even a much more productive team. And he was pretty productive in 2016 to 2020.
He got
Maybe even
sandbagged
more.
a lot because a lot of people, he relied on people and they ended up not doing great for him. John Bolton was one of his biggest disappointments.
Mhm.
And Pompeo didn't turn out as great as he wanted him. Certainly, General Kelly either.
Yeah.
I mean, there were a lot of people he chose that just did not, meet the standard that he thought they would have. And the loyalty was tepid at the best.
I just want to write him a letter. Oh, she won it.
Mm-hmm.
Womp womp.
I just want to
She got
So
Minnesota.
Fox just
Oh,
gave.
he
So
pointed.
that was the only one. That's the only one that she was leading.
Mhm.
So Fox News has just projected that Kamala Harris will win Minnesota. But I think the importance there is that that is the last blue state on the map. It's now gone.
Mhm.
And she has 226 electoral votes. The states left on the map are Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, and Alaska, all of which currently are being led by Donald Trump.
I just want to write him a letter and say, Mr.
Could you give him
President,
a call and tell him to get out on this stage?
I will. I just want to write him a letter, and I want to ask him if I can sit in the room when he fires Jennifer Granholm and Alejandro Mayorkas. That's all I want.
I'll tell you what, we are going to take a break.
Yep.
Because we need to do that. We've been dragging our feet here trying to get to this speech from Donald Trump, and we will be right back, hopefully with the address from Donald Trump at Trump HQ. You're listening to live election coverage here on News Talk STL.
America Decides 2024
on News Talk STL. What happens next?
Iran calls Israel's strike over the weekend unlawful.
Happens right here.
That you cannot send 200 ballistic missiles into Israel and expect us not to react.
101.9 and 94.1 News Talk STL. This hour of Joe Pags brought to you by Window World. Simply the best for less. Call them at 314-993-1800 or visit windowworld.com.
This whole thing's got me thinking about how privileged I've been.
America's a wonderful country.
If I were a black man, I'd be furious.
We're getting frustrated.
Number one for live and local
conservative talk.
There are certain issues that we need improvement.
They would rather have this country on its knees than be successful.
News, analysis, opinion.
We have common sense, and the Democrats have none.
101.9 and 94.1.
And I appreciate the discussion.
St. Louis is number one for conservative talk.
News Talk STL.
The Democrats never say,
Bongino.
You know what? This stuff about Donald Trump, it's not working. They are committed to tyranny no matter what. Now, we need to be committed to anti-tyranny.
Weekdays at 11.
Because we're the anti-communists.
On News Talk STL.
Mom and Dad worked hard all their lives. I hoped their retirement years would be easy, but as they got older, they needed help. So I called Right at Home. They're experts in navigating the aging journey and have a unique 5-step approach to in-home care. Right at Home created a custom care plan for my parents. Now they get support, and I have peace of mind. If your parent or loved one needs in-home care, call Right at Home St. Louis or visit athomestlouis.com.
Connor Roofing. You can count on Connor. Congratulations to the awesome team at Connor Roofing for earning the 2024 National Best of the Best Award for Customer Satisfaction. Connor Roofing has now won back-to-back honors because they do outstanding work in all types of roofing, storm damage restoration, siding, gutters, both residential and commercial. We chose Connor Roofing without telling the owners, Rob and Kathy Connor. Their customer reviews are some of the best in the country. Please read them. Visit ConnorRoofing.com and request an estimate. Connor Roofing. You can count on Connor.
Tony Colombo here for Zero Res, the cleaning pros we trust with our home, and the team bringing you a great offer for the month of October. Book a cleaning this month and mention the Colombo special, and you'll get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned starting at just $129. Plus, you can take $75 off an air duct cleaning. Don't let the germs hiding in your home haunt your family. Call Zero Res now and take advantage of this scary good deal. Just mention the Colombo special when you call 314-474-2020 or when you book online at ZeroResSTL.com.
Replacing your roof is always a big deal and a big decision. That's why I want you to call my friends, the folks who we've trusted with our homestead, Eureka Contracting and Roofing. 636-938-ROOF. That's 636-938-ROOF. They are veteran-owned, over 30 years of experience in the construction and insurance industry. They'll replace 100% of your roof, siding, fascia, and gutters. They'll come to you with a personal consultation. Give them a call anytime that Mother Nature strikes you. 636-938-ROOF. Available 24/7 at EurekaContracting.com. That's EurekaContracting.com.
Hey O'Fallon, it's Lauren from Dirty Dan's Pizza and Wings, your woman-owned, locally operated slice of heaven. We're serving up the best pizza and wings in town, made with the freshest ingredients and a whole lot of love. Check out our mouth-watering menu and daily specials. Dine in or carry out, the choice is yours. Join our loyalty program at dirty-dans.com for extra perks and mention News Talk STL for $5 off purchases $25 or more weekdays from 11 to 3. Dirty Dan's Pizza and Wings, where every bite is a local delight.
Tony Colombo here for the Farmers Co-op Old Town Country Store in Old Town St. Peters, where they have a huge selection of products and services for your yard and home, including a full line of lawn and garden products, a full line of products for animal care, and that includes anything from livestock to the family dog or cat. They'll fill any size propane tank for about half the price of a new one, and so much more. Visit them in St. Peters on 2nd Street, right behind the QT at 70 and Mid-Rivers Mall Drive, and check out all their products and services at oldtowncountrystore.com.
Are you a St. Louis small business owner looking to boost your brand? Blue Ocean Media Group offers affordable video production that packs a punch. From social media content to branded promotional clips, we'll help you stand out in the digital crowd. Professional quality, small business prices. Let's tell your story together. Learn more at blueomg.com. That's blueomg.com. Blue Ocean Media, big impact videos for small business budgets.
My sponsor, Wellington Environmental, has helped thousands deal with hazardous materials. Hospitals, offices, schools, even homes. Here's something new. Wellington now offers dustless blasting. This is just like sandblasting, but without all the dust and emissions. Wellington uses everything from ground glass, walnuts, corn, even dry ice pellets. One university had Wellington remove their parking lot striping, because dustless blasting is fast and it does not damage the concrete. So as a business or homeowner, I'm sure you could use this process. Industrial tanks, swimming pools, graffiti on buildings. And in fact, Wellington is blasting a Texaco station that will be revised as an historic building. Check the website for details and photos. WellingtonSTL.com. WellingtonSTL.com.
Sundays at 5 on News Talk STL.
All your hard-earned tax dollars and mine are going to fund illegal aliens who come across the border penniless, jobless, skillless, and they're given a cell phone, an identity, and a cash stipend every month.
Mark McCloskey on fire.
That beats your Social Security income if you should have the good nature to work your ass off your whole life and retire.
Mark McCloskey on fire. Sundays at 5 on News Talk STL. Brought to you in part by Modern Weapon Systems in Fenton.
America Decides 2024.
Harry J's Steakhouse in Moscow Mills brings you Election Night 2024. Brought to you by DG Firearms in Bowling Green and Senior Memorial Life.
America Decides 2024.
This is special coverage of America Decides 2024 on News Talk STL.
Welcome back into the studio. Tony Colombo here with producer Emily, Vic Porcelli, and Larry Connors. We are just awaiting Donald Trump, hopefully, to come out here before the end of this hour to address his supporters at Trump HQ. The campaign has for now about, Larry, 45 minutes, said he will be out soon.
Yep.
What is that?
That says 277.
It sure does.
And they haven't had the little check mark that says Trump won.
So what did that?
We're showing 277.
I don't know. Fox News 277.
Here it is. Fox News has just given the state of Wisconsin.
What?
Donald Trump. We called it about a half an hour ago. Red State called it about a half an hour ago. And now Fox News has made it official. Donald Trump has 277 electoral college votes, and he will be the next president of the United States.
He's got a little more to go to get to 313.
Well, doesn't need.
Not that I care.
He doesn't need it. He doesn't
I'm just
need
rooting
him.
for Jamie Allman.
He's got him. Wisconsin, the final piece of the puzzle. Certainly not the last state, though. This is far from over. As you mentioned just now, Vic, Jamie Allman said earlier that he was thinking it would be around 313. I have been saying for a couple weeks now, Emily and I have been talking about this. I've been saying that it's going to be an electoral wide margin.
Yeah.
You know, I hesitated to say the word landslide or blowout, but I thought it was going to electorally look like a very decisive victory. And with the states of Michigan, Nevada, Arizona, and Alaska all still on the table, it very well could be that very large electoral victory for Donald Trump. But
well, like I say, he did not run the table, but he ran them off of
Yes.
it. He doesn't have everything, but he's got more than enough.
yes,
What he won.
As
That's all
it-
I care about.
yeah,
That's right.
as it
There'll
stands,
be no overnight counting.
right. That was what was so important,
Yeah.
Larry. That was what was so important. Not going to bed tonight with the opportunity for some late night, overnight, putting
Oh, look what I
paper
found
up.
under the table here.
Yeah, blocking the windows with paper and not letting election officials in. And all of a sudden, Donald Trump's leading in 7 states as everybody goes to bed on election night, and
You
he
think,
loses.
do you
every
think
single
she
one of them.
might take a moment to call him tonight, or she will wait? Said, I'm not going to call him.
Well, so as Vic reported earlier, Kamala Harris's team came out an hour and a half ago.
Oh, so they were
and
she was
said they're
going
home.
home. But now that it's official, will she call him tonight
I
or
know
wait?
we'll keep an eye on that. But
Not
now
that I
that
care,
it,
and he
now,
probably doesn't either.
Yeah, but now
But
that
here's
it
the
has
thing.
been
Here's the
called,
thing. When he won against Hillary, he came out and said she called, and he said, it's been divisive, but now let's come together. Let's all work together and build this nation up. And that there is never a honeymoon for Trump like every new president gets for a period of time. They were already sharpening the knives, planning the attacks, and going after him on that very night that he was claiming victory and saying, let's work together and have unity. They were already looking to destroy him, and they fought him from that point forward, in addition to what they had previously.
So let's make this point as well.
Yep.
Not only here at 10 minutes before 1 a.m. on now November 6th, 2024, does Donald Trump have 277 electoral votes and counting. He also has a looks like pretty substantial lead in the popular vote.
Yes.
He currently
By 6
has
million, right?
Yeah,
very
nearly
big.
6 million, a 6 million lead, 6 million vote lead in the popular vote. And Larry, the popular vote is the only thing that the Democrats have been able to hang their hat on.
So you know what? I don't want to hear it anymore about the popular vote and getting rid of the electoral college
Amen,
and
buddy.
all that crap. You can forget it.
I'll give you Hillary's number. You can tell her directly.
I'll tell her.
Because she'll be talking about it as well, trying to make herself relevant.
Is she going to say he's an illegitimate president?
Oh, I'm sure.
After winning
they
the
did it the
electoral
first
college
time.
and the popular
And the
vote.
popular vote?
Yeah, yeah.
Who's illegitimate? You murderer? She's a murderer.
Well,
Vic's
no.
awake,
Well,
folks.
watch your language there, sir. She's Benghazi, Hillary Benghazi Clinton. Is that who you're
Larry,
talking about?
Larry, she's a murderer. Okay.
You know, things happen to some
Have
people.
you ever seen the Norm Macdonald interview, Vic, where he goes on The View when Barbara Walters was still on The View?
Yep.
And he keeps saying that about the Clintons.
Yep.
Like, I think it was in the 2016 presidential election.
Yeah,
And
he was
was
a
like,
conservative.
well, she killed a guy.
Yeah.
And he just kept, and Barbara Walters was getting very angry at him and saying, you're supposed to be a comedian. What are you doing out here? And he was like, well, it's a matter of record.
Right.
She killed a guy.
That's right. Exactly what I said. A matter of she killed the guy.
And I mean, it was talk about things haven't changed. The View was, same as it was, same as it is today back then. So once again, moments ago, Fox News calling the state of Wisconsin for Donald Trump,
Screw
which was
you,
the
Alaska.
final piece of the puzzle for the electoral college victory. Donald Trump now projected to be the next president of the United States, number 45 and number 47. I'm almost certain. I am certain that 277 is not the end of this electoral victory for Donald Trump tonight. He will. There's still 4 states
Now,
on
the Times is estimating 305, so
Yeah.
or 306, so whatever.
Yeah,
Bottom line
there's
is
still 4 states on the map in Michigan, Nevada, Arizona, and Alaska. He's currently leading in all of those states, and so that electoral number is certainly going to climb further. We are at this moment just trying to hopefully wait out the president-elect, Vic.
Yep.
How about that?
Yeah.
The
President-elect again.
Elect.
Yep.
To come out and address his following there at Trump HQ.
Oh, I'm reading from the LA Times, their latest wording. Republicans take the Senate majority. Oh, and there's another story below that. Harris takes California. And going on down it. And I don't see anything on here about how he's doing.
That's hysterical.
What'd you say that is? The LA Times?
LA Times. I'm looking
That's
at
their home
LATimes.com.
paper.
That's on it right now.
Yeah, well,
Now
CNN
for the
still
fun,
hasn't called it
let's
either.
add CNN. Republicans take the Senate. Look like they copyed each other. Republicans take the Senate, and they get a little deeper in here. Live updates. Trump wins 2 key battleground states. They don't mention here either that they're showing Trump at 246. They're not giving him anything. Yep.
246. The
Yep.
Times is at
Yep.
247 at least.
I know.
Like,
Oh, and they got
They don't want to
they're
say
talking
it,
about
do
the
they?
Pennsylvania voters.
No, CNN does not want to say it.
They don't want to say
MSNBC.
that he won.
No, Vic, they do not.
You
They-
will eat the crow and like it.
They don't want to say that people like him.
Yeah.
Right?
They may not say it tonight. Those organizations like MSNBC and CNN, they may not make the call.
No,
tonight.
but some of them, I had a story on the other day. Some of the corporations have been kind of down on them. They started backpedaling and start talking about, well, we'll be working with whoever is the president, because they were recognizing they might have to work with him. So they better find a way to get together. Now, I've been really watching also for international reaction, and it's pretty thin right now.
Yeah, well, because I think the world is watching. The world watches.
Well,
CNN.
they're awake. They're awake.
I
in the
know,
other
but
part
they
of the
watch.
world.
But the world watches CNN, and they watch NBC, and they
Yeah.
watch other news outlets. I bet much like is CNN and.
But here's the thing:
MSNBC,
I'm on Google, and they throttle it back.
Yeah, they're
now. If
dragging
I
their
use
feet.
another search engine,
They're dragging their
if
feet.
you try another search engine, if you try one of the others, you might find something better. Times of Israel firing a minister, protests in Israel. Only if you go to the Israeli news.
What's
that's
our
what you
time
get.
out here?
We don't have one. We're okay.
I just want to say one thing.
Well,
okay?
I'll fix it all later.
In 2016, when Donald Trump won, somebody that I worked with, I won't say the person's name nor gender, okay, but wrote on their Facebook wall or whatever you call it, I fear for my gay and Muslim friends.
When Donald Trump was elected.
Yeah. First of all, how many gay and Muslim friends do you have? Let's start there.
Yeah.
Second of all, I feel like calling this person out saying, how are your gay and Muslim friends? Are they okay? Did Donald Trump put them in internment camps? And what are they going to do now? What is the Democrat Party going to do now with all the stuff that they said he's going to do that clearly he's not going to do?
Well, and how about the white liberals stop speaking for the gay community, the Muslim community, the black community, the Jewish community, the Hispanic community,
right?
Because they can all speak for themselves,
right?
And they did, and they did tonight.
Yep,
they
You're
did
right.
tonight.
You're
I
right.
will be very interested, Larry, to see the demographic breakdown, to see if
I
Donald
will
Trump
be.
broke
Yeah.
his
The
own
black vote and
record
everything else.
again.
Yes, he did.
He set his own. He set the record in 2016.
He
He
did.
broke his own record in 2020 when it comes to Republican support from the black vote. I'm going to guess that he did it again tonight. We haven't seen the numbers for sure, but I mean, with this type of
I
overwhelming
think he had to
victory-
be, especially with a young black man. If they voted
had
at
to have
all,
gotten that.
he had to be almost close to 20%.
Yeah,
because
he
she
has
was
to.
doing 82 or something. That was unheard of for a Democrat.
We're gonna give the president here just a few more minutes. If we get past the top of the hour again, yeah, we'll see.
I don't think he'll keep his crowd waiting that long.
I thought he was just waiting for the official call by one of the major networks.
And he might be on the
And now
phone
that
to
we got
Kamala.
that, and now that we got that official, you're right. That's a good point, Larry.
What'd he say?
He may be on the phone with Kamala Harris. He may be having that conversation right now with the vice president, and waiting for that and waiting for that conversation.
That
to be
Tucker,
over.
I think Tucker's there on the floor. If Tucker's there, then it must be getting ready to happen.
Yeah, I mean the crowd.
I thought I saw Eric a moment ago.
The live crowd at Trump HQ is certainly ready.
Oh, there's a massive crowd inside this.
For Donald Trump to
Imagine
come out
being
here.
there right now.
Yeah,
Like,
can
that's
you?
Got to be so cool.
Right. Yeah, this is certainly history, on so many levels. Now, Vic,
Yes, sir.
we'll have to see 25th Amendment, 14th Amendment.
They just pointed
all
out
the different-
something. The Washington Post, when he won last time, the Washington Post said, let's reference on his inauguration, let's impeach him at noon.
Mm-hmm.
That was, as I said, there was
Yeah.
never a honeymoon for him. They were looking to get rid
Nancy
of him. From the
Pelosi
very
said this
beginning.
week. She already said this week that she believes that Donald Trump is mentally incapable.
Yeah,
because of his advanced age. How about that?
Biden was fine.
Jamie Raskin said that they're going to pull a January 6th insurrection if he wins.
Yeah. So they've already they've already sowed the seeds for that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, but no. Jamie Raskin said they're going to use the 14th Amendment when he wasn't even charged with insurrection.
Yeah.
Never was.
Yeah. No, they are. They're going to they're going to try the 14th Amendment. They're going to try the 25th Amendment. We're going to have to see what the Democrat playbook is. And here's the thing. It's all, Vic, for a candidate that was never elected to be in the position that she was in tonight anyway.
That's right. Never got a primary
She was never
vote.
put there by the American people.
Yep.
And tonight, the American people have pretty overwhelmingly spoke.
Popular vote.
Donald Trump looks like he very well could win the popular vote, and it could end up being very much an electoral landslide. Right now, it's at 277. But 4 states still on the map that have not been called yet that are all currently being led by Donald Trump. They went interesting that they went back to Brett Baer.
Yeah.
The other point being is that we've got to at some point recognize, or they will have to recognize, they're going to have to do something to work with him. If we lose a House, I hope we don't, but we won the Senate, so would it be a stalemate? Going forward.
KLGY HD3 Clayton,
Oh.
270BW Belfast,
timing, Larry.
ABS Bowling Green. This is News Talk STL at 1019, 94.1, and always streaming at newstalkstl.com.
Yep, just do that. It's fine.
Perfect.
Larry, you just point out whether or not he wins, whether or not the Republicans take the House or not. For so many reasons, the Senate is important.
Yeah.
Judge elections, confirmations, and all of that.
All those nominations have to go through there.
Talk about how much easier things.
Well, all
will
of
be
his
for Donald
cabinet
Trump
officers,
with the
cabinet officers, everything has to go through Senate confirmation. He will have no issue with this Senate. Thank God it doesn't have to go through the House as well, but getting bills. And he had said he would use executive action as soon as he got in. The same executive action that Biden used to open the border and then said, well, I can't do it. I need Congress to do it. Trump would get back in there and immediately shut that border down again and make us safer. That's why there are already caravans, once again, farming down in the Triangle countries, Nicaragua, Guatemala, Honduras, and they're already trying to come to the U.S. because they feared if he gets elected, they won't get in. You're absolutely right. You will not get in.
They also have to make sure they protect him.
Yeah.
Although
beyond all belief.
They will have to.
Because they're not done trying to shoot him.
Here's what we're going to do.
He'll still be called a Hitler and a fascist. You know that.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to wrap up our coverage. We're going to go back to, we're going to join Joe Pags, the normal program that's on right now in progress.
Okay.
If and when Donald Trump comes out, if it's anytime in the near future, we will break into Joe Pags and we will bring you Donald Trump's address to the nation tonight on the night that he has been reelected as president. Larry Connors, you've been here with us all night long.
I've been honored. Believe me.
Final thoughts, please.
I've been honored to be part of this historic evening, and it is to be marked down as history. It really is. One of the bigger stories I've ever been involved in, to be quite honest.
Vic Borselli, final thoughts.
You know what? I love watching you work. You're the best in the business at this. And I just, when he won the popular vote and the Electoral College, it really makes me say, shut your mouths over there on the left. Because now, what can they say, Tony? What can they possibly say about him now?
They can't. This was overwhelming. It was overwhelming from Republican and conservative voters in the state of Missouri today. The Amendment 3's that's bad.
Can't win them all.
That was a gut punch and something that needs to be addressed by this Republican legislature in the state of Missouri. But overwhelmingly, the statewide races, the Senate, the state representative races, the state Senate races, Republicans, Bob Onder, Josh Hawley, just big wins across the board for the Republican Party tonight, both in the state of Missouri and across the country. Donald Trump has been elected the next president of the United States.
45 and 47.
We are going to send you into Joe Pags in progress. And like I said, if and when Donald Trump does come out tonight, we will bring you those live comments as well. Thank you so much for listening to the best news team in the business, the best coverage team in the business, the entire News Talk STL family that was a part of tonight's broadcast, historic broadcast. Can't thank you enough, and can't thank all of you enough for listening to us here live on election night on 101.9 and 94.1 News Talk STL.
Ordinary Dr. John's has you covered. Your one-stop shop destination to fulfill all your fantasy and add some zing to your love life. 3 locations in Fenton, Farmington, and Wood River. So be sure you make a